WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports.
People are confused. Is he a singer? Is he a radio show host? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. McMonigle here with you live from Fanatics Fest. Oh, the crowd is crazy. Ladies, please keep the clothes on. It's just me. It's just me. And a handful of people walking by as we're opening up here live from Fanatics Fest, my third straight day here. It's crazy and bigger than ever. Last year, I was able to pull down a side street, park the car easy a couple blocks down. Today, no such luck. I'm in a lot. I don't even want to tell you what he told me it was going to cost. But it is crazy here at Fanatics Fest for the third straight day. We'll have a little fun. We'll see what guests come our way here on the Fan, but we'll take your calls as well at 888-808-1019. And obviously, last night, we'll start with the Yankees off a very disappointing, kind of frustrating loss that I think you could take a lot out of. And we'll get to, obviously, all the different situations. We'll get to whether or not Boone should have taken out Garrett Cole in the seventh, whether or not Grisham is running hard. I'll get that in a second. I think that I've seen a lot on the Grisham stuff. I'm going to get to it in a second. But to me, before we get to all of it, yes, disappointing loss. Yes, you want to win this series. Yes, the offense stinks. That's the main, there's the 2 points here are the offense scores one run against Suzuki, who, look, was throwing well last night. You watch that game. He's throwing 102 miles an hour. The off-speed stuff is dipping way out of the zone. He had movement all over the place. He's had a rough year, but we've seen him close and be a great reliever in the bullpen in both the playoffs and the World Series. So he's got the stuff. He hasn't put it together yet. So, yeah, did he throw the ball well last night? Yes. Did he look like a pitcher that's tough to hit? At times, yes. But this offense, we can continue to talk about anything else you want to talk about. The reason they lost that game last night is not a decision by the manager. It's not the home run ball given up by Cole. It's the offense scored one run on a double that was an error that moves them over to third base, and then a pass ball that Rushing can't catch a curveball in the zone, it looked like, to be totally honest with you. That's how they score the one run in the game. And for a while, this open was going to be, you see, the Dodgers can do it too. Look how the Dodgers lost this game. The offense doesn't score. They make a bad play in the outfield. They can't catch a breaking ball. And the Yankees come and beat them. And look, even the champions can go through some of the same things that the Yankees can't win because they make too many problems. Well, there's the Dodgers. Error in center field. There's the Dodgers. Pass ball. Leads to a run. There's the Dodgers. Only offense is a home run. I don't know if you noticed that. They scored 2 runs last night at a Muncy home run. That's it. Home run. Can't win that way. Yet the Dodgers find a way to do it. Yankees couldn't find a way to do it last night. And that's the main reason. The main reason is the offense without Judge, and we'll get to the Judge injury news as well, as we found out yesterday that there is some healing with that bone, but it's not fully healed, which, yes, Cashman did admit that we could expect that when we get the imaging back. He did say that last week or 2 weeks ago when they told us about the imaging. Don't expect it to be fully healed. But the hope was he was going to be able to start doing baseball activity. As of now, they have not told us that. So I don't think the news is all that good. A lot of people are running with that. The Judge news was pretty much what we expected and somewhat positive. It's not that he's gone for the season, but I was hoping that they'd be able to say, hey, he's going to be able to start doing some upper body activity and baseball activities. Still yet to be there. But without Judge, without Stanton, and without the trade deadline happening yet, we have seen this offense continue to struggle. And last night, no different. 5 strikeouts isn't a killer from Suzuki, but killer strikeouts. Wells with an opportunity to move a runner over. Jazz swinging at a ball that was way out of the zone late in the game. Still too much swing and miss. Not enough stringing the ball together. And right now, they're not doing their bread and butter either, which is hitting the ball out of the ballpark. So we could talk about all the different moves, and I know we will at 888-808-1019 right here on the Fan, live from Fanatics Fest. But this is about the offense still struggling. Still struggling, even in the Washington series. Yes, they won 3 games. Yes, they won 4 straight games, and they did erupt for a bunch of runs in that final game against Tampa Bay. But even in the Washington series, they did nothing against the starting pitching. They did nothing. And they were able to capitalize on a bad bullpen. And hey, you don't, excuse the losses and you don't dismiss the wins. And the pitching had to be there. But this offense is still not producing outside of the one game against Tampa Bay, and outside of, yes, some heroics late in the games, which count, and I was excited about, but against the worst bullpen in the sport. And last night, against the pitcher that's got a 5.5 ERA, who hasn't thrown the ball the way they want, comes out, and he was throwing 102 for the first time all year. He chose one hell of a game to have his best stuff, but you got to do better. And then the other takeaway from this game is Garrett Cole was excellent. And I know he gives up the home run late, and we're going to get to that situation, but, he had swing and miss stuff against arguably the best lineup in baseball. And like I mentioned, the Nationals, the other thing to take away from these 4 games, as well as the offense struggling, is the starting pitching, and the pitching in general has been great. These are the 2 best, and the National League is so vastly superior. The National League is the best. If the Yankees were in the National League, they'd be, the 9th best team in the National League. They wouldn't even be in the playoff picture. All we've heard is how great the National League is. The 2 best offenses in the National League have been shut down over the last 4 games by the Yankees starting pitching and bullpen. They gave up 2 runs. They gave up 2 runs on a 2-run home run from Muncy. That's it. And Garrett Cole last night looked as good as we've seen him outside of the first couple of starts from coming back. He's been working his way back. He's been inching his way back. And last night, he looked incredible. He had swing and miss stuff. He struck out Freddie Freeman 3 different times. He handled Ohtani, Mookie Betts. This is one of the better, if not the best offense in the sport, if not the National League. And Garrett Cole wasn't just getting outs. Garrett Cole was dominating and getting swing and miss stuff and pitched late into the game into the 7th inning where everyone is going to criticize the manager. And again, you know how I feel? I think you are out of your mind if you look at last night's game and blame the manager. I think you're out of your mind if you are looking at last night's game and that decision to leave in Garrett Cole and blame him or call him stupid or say, here we go with Aaron Boone. Because every single one of you have a problem with Aaron Boone taking or leaving in Garrett Cole last night, would have been just as pissed if they brought in Hendricks and he gives up the home run. The bottom line is it didn't work. We have yelled and screamed and criticized and constantly talk about how we go to the bullpen too early. And most Yankee fans don't even like the bullpen. I'm going to get a real kick out of all the people calling up today at 888-808-1019 and tell me how you should have gone to this bullpen that none of you like, that all of you call me every day, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, because I work on Saturdays. I even travel. All of you call me every week and say, bullpen is overrated. I don't care if they're the best ERA. I don't care this. I don't care that. I don't trust anybody in the bullpen. And now we're screaming that the manager didn't go to that lousy bullpen to get out Muncy after a walk to Betts in a game that Cole was dominating. I have zero problem. Would I have taken him out when they announced Boone was coming out? I started to write in my book already 6 1/3 or 6+, 3 hits. I thought for sure, and I score the games. I thought for sure they were taking him out. And in all honesty, I probably would have taken Garrett Cole out. I probably would have. But to say that it's some outrageous decision, that the guy is clueless at managing, it's a flip of the coin. It's a flip of the coin. I probably would have taken him out. Maybe you would have. And disagreeing with him or having the discussion on why you think he should have taken him out, that's as Cohn was saying on the broadcast last night. Everything's up for interpretation. Everything's up for second guess when it fails. But you can't tell me in the moment that you were furious, that you thought he was clueless, that it's just an absolute asinine decision to leave Garrett Cole in that moment when he's throwing 99, striking out Freddie Freeman. Even in the at-bat to Mookie Betts, I thought he executed multiple good pitches, including a 3-1 fastball that he absolutely dotted on the corner, and then he missed. I had no problem leaving him in. I can't imagine anybody is going to call me today, sarcasm, and have a real problem with it. Because to me, look, you can question it and we can have the discussion. I'm fully admitting I would have done the other thing. but it's a flip of the coin, and you're trusting your starter. You're trusting the guy who's not only pitched well, has been dominating the Dodgers. And here's another thing that wasn't said in the postgame, which Boone did for all of you accountability fans. Boone took accountability. Boone in the postgame said, that's on me. I should have taken him out. It was an up-in-the-air decision. Looking back on it now, obviously with the hindsight of 413-foot home run, in hindsight, probably should have taken him out there. I do have Hendricks all lined up. But again, we scream and yell that we never trust the starting pitching in today's baseball. There's your ace on the mound. And for those of you screaming, yes, but Chris, he's coming back from Tommy John surgery and he threw 90-some-odd pitches, or he was at 100 pitches. Yeah, and I know you guys don't want to hear this sometimes, and they didn't say this specifically on the postgame, but, you're also trying to find out what Garrett Cole is capable of. You're going to need to know. Because, again, we don't know the trade deadline. We don't know how much bullpen help they're going to get. And as much as I'll tell you the bullpen's been vastly superior than what I think most Yankee fans believe it to be, there's still a handful of arms I trust in a big spot. You might have to push Garrett Cole later in the season. You might have to push Garrett Cole in a big game. It's not unreasonable in a flip of the coin situation to say, let's see how Garrett responds to this. Let's see how he handles pushing past 100. Let's see where the stuff is. And bottom line, he didn't execute a slider. He was ahead on him, and he didn't execute a slider. I have zero problem with sticking with Garrett Cole. Even if I disagree with it, or I would have done the opposite, I don't know how you can complain about it. He gave up the home run. Who knows what happens if he goes to the bullpen? We act like the Yankees win the game if that decision isn't made. We have no idea. What I do know is that he gave up the home run, and the offense couldn't pick him up. And then let's get to the other big play in this game. And I'm sorry, to me, Grisham at first base. I saw this stat. Katie Sharp put it out. So in the 8th inning, Grisham gets a great walk. Grisham had 2 great walks in this game. He was 0-2 and flailed at the second pitch to go 0-2, and then worked his way back and got on base in front of Ben Rice. And Ben Rice hits an absolute bullet in the gap, bounce off the wall, and he's at first base. Grisham's at first. I saw the stat from Katie Sharp. 23 times this season, Trent Grisham has been at first base when a double was hit. In 2 of those instances, he scored. 2 of 23 times where a double was hit while he was at first, he scored twice. Here's the thing about Trent Grisham. It is completely overblown that Trent Grisham wasn't running hard or wasn't hustling. That's not the case. I'm sorry. And I don't care how many times, and I thought Jack Curry going over it in the postgame over and over and over again. If you have to show me in slow motion and say, oh, you see, right there. Oh, it's right there. You see it? Oh, rewind that back a little bit. There it is. He kind of slowed. He was running. And he took, sometimes to step on third when you're in stride, you take one awkward stride. I don't think he stopped hustling. I don't think he stopped running. Here's what I think. I think he's an average to below average base runner who should have got a better read off the bat that ball was in the gap. You want to talk about a complaint. He ran hard. Once he got full speed, I don't think the slight hesitation, which I don't even think was a hesitation, I think it was just an awkward step trying to get the perfect cornering of third base to come home. The problem with Grisham is that's a terrible read off the bat. He is not running right away, not because he's not hustling, because he's unsure if that ball's going to definitely land, and he should have been 100% positive. It split the gap by a mile. He has got to be off the second that ball is going in the direction it's going. He's got to be on his horse. I don't think it's a hustling issue. It's a bad read on the base path. He's not a good base runner. And that's why I'm much more on Rojas sending him. And Aaron Boone in the postgame saying, well, it looked like maybe he was going to hold him up, and then he read a bad throw. He's before the hesitation that everyone's going to talk about today. He hasn't even done that yet, and the ball's being thrown in from the outfield. I don't care where that throw went. And I understand, look, they've had trouble scoring runs, and all of a sudden, Goldschmidt, who's on deck, has struck out, 15 out of his last 18 at-bats. He had struck out twice earlier in the game. So I understand you're trying to push it. I understand you're putting the ball, or the game rather, in Goldschmidt's bat, and we haven't, outside of the one good game in Washington, haven't seen a lot out of his at bat. Even though they chose to walk him and go after Bellinger. So, like, I get it, but to me, that's a terrible send. That ball has him by a mile. Yes, it's offline. Yes, Mookie Betts has to make a great play, and he did. And it's got to be a good tag, and it's a bang-bang play. And most, you're trying to push the envelope, and you're trying to score. But Grisham isn't a good base runner. Grisham isn't fast. Grisham probably, and this is part of baseball because they need Grisham to stay healthy, might not be pushing it 100% on a hamstring. And if you say, well, then Grisham should have been pinch run for, Grisham shouldn't have played. Like, this guy is trying to stay healthy. This team desperately needs him. And he's just not that fast, and he's not a good base runner. And those factors should have been taken in instead of being overridden by, well, the throw looks slightly off. I thought it was a bad throw, a bad send from Rojas. And the problem is Grisham didn't get a good read. He didn't slow down. He did not hustle. This isn't Booney ball and nobody cares. And like, I thought that was completely overblown. The hesitation at third base is so, to me, insignificant and probably is more of just getting the perfect stride so he can hit the corner of the third base with the right foot. Like, I think that was more of it than any sort of slowdown. And it's like infinitesimal. I don't think that's a word. That's why I'm trying to describe how small of a little slow setback it was from him rounding third. The idea, we watched that a million times. It's clear as day. Watch the highlight. He's still in a jog going from first to second because he didn't get a good read on the ball. That's the problem. And once that happens, it's up to the third base coach, who should understand Grisham doesn't score from first on doubles, to hold him. And instead, we're so desperate to blame Boone or the hustle, or we're going the Dodgers, so it's got to be the 2024 Yankees, and they don't do things right, and this is why. No, it's not. He's not a good base runner. He got a bad read, and the third base coach should have held him. And that doesn't mean they're going to win the game or score the run. But it was a mistake. But to me, as frustrating as it was in the eighth to watch him get thrown out, as frustrating as it was to see Muncy crush that ball into the upper deck, the two takeaways are the offense is still struggling, and Garrett Cole pitched fantastic. And if you have hopes, and I know it's very easy to say, great, so we'll lose 2-1 every night in the playoffs. What you're hoping for with this team, and as we wait, and we'll talk a lot about this with Judge's return up in the air right now, what you're hoping for is that this starting rotation, as we also saw Max Fried last night throw 50 pitches. I have no interest in what home run he gave up or how many runs he gave up. He threw 50 pitches. He's going to get at least one more rehab start, and then could possibly, at that point they'll make a decision, but he could be brought up to the major league team and back with the Yankees, and we could see, hopefully, Cole and Fried in the same rotation. But that's the hope. You know what Cam Schlittler can do. You saw last night what Cole can do. You hope that Fried can be what he was last year, and you go into a postseason with excellent starting pitching. And yes, the offense has to be better than last night. And yes, I'm not saying the offense is good. Hey, you can get a great starting pitch game any day. What do you need offense for? Of course not. I'm not saying you go into it with, hey, we don't need offense. We have a great starting staff. But the hope is there's going to be a night or a game, and teams have won this way before, with great starting pitching that shuts down the opposition, and you can win that way. It's not ideal. You shouldn't go into it with that being, if that doesn't happen, you can't win. The offense needs to be better. They need to address it at the trade deadline, and I'm sure I'll take your comments on who they should go get at 888-808-1019. But you can win games the way the Dodgers won the game last night. One swing and a dominant pitching performance. Games have been won like that before. And what you did see last night was terrible offense that continues to struggle without Judge, that needs to be bolstered and needs to be better. But you also saw the promise of what Garrett Cole can become again. And last night against the Dodgers, he had swing and miss stuff and was excellent and pushed it to 100 pitches and then didn't execute a curveball, a slider. But you hope you get into a rotation with him and Cam and Fried and maybe another starter at the deadline, and the Yankees can go about winning that way. But this offense needs to be better. You can't go into it assuming that, but you can get it. And last night, at least, as frustrating as a loss it was, as the litmus test, we're all looking at it as taking on the Dodgers. And yeah, the offense was limited to a double, an error that moved them over to third, and a wild pitch. That was the offense last night. Not good enough. Not good enough. And even in the sweeping of the Nationals, really not good enough outside of some clutch moments. And I thought they had one last night until Luis Rojas made a bad decision, and we saw one of the flaws of Trent Grisham's game. Not a great base runner. Not a prototypical leadoff hitter. Not the guy you want on first with a double. And it's a frustrating loss, but I do think there's a lot to take out of it when it comes to the starting pitching and what Garrett Cole can be. 888-808-1019, so we'll take your calls on everything. Do you agree with me? Are you all over the manager today for leaving in Garrett Cole, the ace of the staff, to not go to the bullpen? I know you all hate. Or do you think Trent Grisham lollygagged around the bases, or is he just not a good base runner? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you live from Fanatics Fest. I knew I could draw a crowd by myself. There's like 8 guys. They're all dudes, of course. There's a lady. But we'll be rocking with you all day today from 10 to 1. Maybe some guests, maybe not. If not, I'll talk to the scalloped potatoes. I can't get over it. I want those box. My son wants the box with mac and cheese. Would that be all right to take a box? Okay. Not for you. This is ours. We'll come back and take your calls, talk a little Yankees. We'll get into the Mets as well. The Aaron Judge injury update, all on the table as we got you for a little less now than 3 hours right here on The Fan.
Saturday Night Baseball is on WFAN. The Yankees and Dodgers meet up in the Bronx. 8:08 tonight.
That baby's gone!
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. AM 660, 1019 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is designed to give you more of what matters. More passenger space and headroom for greater comfort. More cargo space, a lower lift-in height, and a standard power liftgate on every model. More connectivity with Google built-in integration, plus Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All in a family-friendly SUV that delivers exceptional value. Drive a Mazda during the Mazda's More to Move You sales event and discover what makes Mazda the safest new car brand by Consumer Reports. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
If you're a small business owner, choosing the right wireless provider can make a huge difference. Trust me on this. That's why I've always and only partnered with Verizon Business. Their My Biz plan makes it easy to build a wireless plan that fits the exact way you work. Period. Stop. Get the flexibility and reliability your business deserves, including built-in security or international calling. Connect with a Verizon Business rep today at verizon.com/bizfans and get started right away.
$30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. 30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
It's the summer's biggest party, highlighted by Monmouth Park's biggest race. Dress to impress for Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. General admission to the Jersey Shore's biggest event is just $15. Arrive early to receive your free Haskell hat. And make plans to come back Saturday, August 15th to meet me, Al Dukes. Continue the Shore's great tradition at the summertime place to be, Haskell Day, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack. For more information, go to monmouthpark.com.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, Metro New York. Ready for real savings? Switch to Allstate today. Because drivers who switched saved an average of $713 on their auto insurance. So, what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for an auto insurance quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival. And by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Two world powerhouses collide with Argentina's unstoppable force clashing with Spain's immovable object. Spain got here because of their defending, allowing only one goal the whole way. Argentina is here on grit and toughness. 2 comeback wins and 2 more extra time wins in the knockout round, all led by Lionel Messi. I'm Mike Conti.
Recovering from an addiction is an individual accomplishment. A young mother who chose recovery to care for her family. A high school athlete overcoming opioid addiction. A couple celebrating his recovery. Everyone's recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help you find the recovery option that's best for you. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
At Citizens, we know the world has gotten smarter since you started banking. Rings track your sleep, taxis don't need drivers, refrigerators have Wi-Fi. So why hasn't the way you bank kept up? Maybe it's time to upgrade to Citizens, so you stay ready all the time. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonigle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
So what we got? What's going on, everybody? Live at Fanatics Fest. Big crowd here. It was a little bit bigger for Tiki. Yes, it was. A little bit bigger for, Craig and myself yesterday, but they're still here. They're just walking in. I'm sure they're going to, who needs to see The Undertaker? I'm right here. We'll get to your calls, 888-808-1019. I am live from Fanatics Fest. We open with the Yankees off of last night's disappointing loss to the Dodgers. And again, I'm sure I'm going to take calls on it. I don't know how you can have a huge problem with what Boone did last night. You can disagree with it, and I know Boone was critical of himself, saying he should have, and I thought he was going to take him out, and I thought he should have taken him out. But, on your couch, how you can, I'm sorry, that's a toss of the coin. You can like it, you can dislike it, it's up for debate. But to blame him or make it seem like that was some sort of asinine decision, sorry. And then Trent Grisham, he ain't fast. It's part of the problem in the New York Yankees. Their best leadoff hitter, because he does get on base. He got on base twice yesterday in an offense that scored 1 run. He got on base twice, drew 2 walks, 0-2 in both of them, and worked it back to full count, obviously, and then the walk. He is not athletic. He's not great. We've seen his numbers in center field diminish over the last couple of years. He just hurt his hamstring. He ain't fast. And I'm sorry. It's about putting your players in the best position. I don't look at that play and go, oh, my God, he's jogging the whole way. Oh, my God, he slows down around third base. It's, oh, my God, he should have known that ball was in the gap. And, oh, my God, he's not fast. He got a bad read, and the ball's going to beat him by a mile unless there's a bad throw. And there was one. It's still... I think the send is much more of a problem for me than Grisham. I know his limitations. I wish he were faster. He ain't. And all of that should have been baked into the decision. Bad read, slow runner. I don't care how offline the throw was. I'm more on the read than anything else. But I'm sure you'll tell me what's going on. 888-808-1019. We got the Judge injury. And we can still talk about the Mets. And the idea they are selling anything that's not tied down. We'll get to all of it right here on The Fan. Let's go to Rich in Brick to start us off. What's up, Rich?
Hey, Chris, how's it going? Hope you're having fun in New York at the festival there.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm off at 1. Maybe today's a little bit more. We'll spend some time with the kids and go try and find something to do.
3 quick points. Number 1, I do agree with Booney for keeping him in. I mean, he's your hoss. I mean, if he says he could go, he can go. You let him do his work. It was just one bad
you're trusting Garrett Cole off of his best stuff of the year. You're trying to see where he is. You're trying to see if you can push him to 100. And he's been excellent. And he struck out Muncy twice earlier in the game. You can disagree with it. In the moment, I kind of thought he should have taken him out. But by no means am I blaming him. And by no means do I think it's a crazy decision. It's a flip of the coin. And it depends on how you feel about it.
Point number 2, we disagree on Grisham. He lollygagged around it. That bad read
totally disagree.
Cost him.
Bad read cost him.
I mean, it's okay.
Totally with you. Bad read cost him. I think that was Trent Grisham running. I'm sorry. That's Trent Grisham running. I don't think there was a major hesitation around third. I think we're trying to find it in slow motion. We had to, they were showing the replay 100 times in the postgame. And, and Jack Curry's like, it's right there. Stop. I'm sorry. Stop. It's a bad read at first. Totally agree. Boone said the same thing in the postgame. Boone said the exact same thing. I don't know about around third. Everyone was asking him around in between second and third. I don't know about that. It's the bad read to start. I completely agree. That's a terrible read. He is not a good base runner. Listen, and he's the leadoff hitter against right-handed pitching. Not ideal. I'm fully on board with that. I'm fully on board. You'd like to have somebody a little bit more athletic on the base paths. He is not. I know he's the center fielder for the Yankees. He's not Roy White. He's not this is a great, that's not who he is. He gets on base, he gets clutch hits, and he's been excellent at both of those things for over a month now, and, with his injury mixed in. I think Trent Grisham is having a much better year than most Yankee fans would tell you. And look at him over the last month and a half or so. He's been great, but he's not that athletic. He's not a good base runner. He got a terrible read, and he's not that fast, and he shouldn't have been sent. I'm sorry. That was the problem. It wasn't he's lollygagging. He's just not fast. I saw it also. He got up to his top speed of 28. He got up to a top speed of 24 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. That's the 5th fastest he's run all year. I'm sorry. He's not fast. He's not a good base runner. He got a bad read and shouldn't have been sent. Steve in Bayside. What's up, Steve?
What's up, Chris? Since you've mentioned the Nationals a few times, they had a setup man and a closer. They could be. I saw a stat where they lost 30 games after the 7th inning. They could be 25 games over 500 and be one of the best teams in the National League.
They could
Anyone should back up the truck for relievers. It's the Nationals.
That makes sense. I just don't know where they are in the National League playoff picture right now, but I don't disagree with you. I think they'd be you get them a closer and an 8th inning guy. They are a legitimate threat. It's still not great starting pitching, but good enough, and the offense is leading the National League in runs.
Yeah, exactly. I had no issue last night with Boone. I want first of all, as you said, Cole was dealing the entire night. He even got ahead of Max Muncy. He got ahead of him 1-2.
Yep.
And then he threw a slider that was a little too up and caught a little too much of the plate.
Yeah. And he seemed intent on throwing sliders. If I'm going to get on Jack Curry for one thing, I got to praise him for another. He was on it. It felt like he was just determined because he struck him out earlier on sliders. He was determined on making that slider in and down outside the strike zone and couldn't execute it. Tried multiple times, couldn't execute it, and stuck with it. And he hung another one and it got hit 400 feet.
Yeah, exactly. And look, with the Yankees, without Judge, without Stanton in the lineup, they have to be aggressive on the base tabs to a fault, I think.
That's fair.
So, I'm sending Grisham there. I'm going to make them make a play on him.
Yeah, listen, that's a valid argument. I'm with you. I wouldn't have sent him, considering all the factors. I thought I know the throw was offline. And you could see, while he never stopped, he never put up the stop sign ever. He was given the hands to go, he was given the rounding sign, and then he stopped doing that. And then he picked, for a second, and then picked it back up to do it. So he never gave him the stop sign. But he did stop doing the circles for a second, and then he read the throw, and he saw the throw was offline. It is Mookie Betts on the run. They did have to make a play. You are trying to push it with this offense. I don't disagree with any of that. So again, I'm not saying it's like the worst send I've ever seen. We've seen worse. And we're going to say, well, the middle of the lineup's up. Yeah. Goldschmidt's up next. Go see in his last 25 at-bats. Maybe I'll check it out during the break. How many times he struck out. He had struck out twice earlier in the game. He had the 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, all against left-handed pitching earlier in the Tampa Bay series. Over his last 30 at-bats, I bet you he struck out in the high teens at the lowest. So, yeah, you can't guarantee you score a run there. You got to make him make a play. That throws a little bit more offline, you score. I get it, but I thought the ball had beat him by enough. I thought you got a bad enough initial read, and he's just not a fast runner. I thought it was a risky send, but I understand pushing it too. John in Bayonne, what's up, John?
Chris, answer all my questions I wanted to ask you, but I look at it like this. You are right, 100%. There was only one out. Should have never sent them. Okay?
Yeah.
And he should have read the third base coach should have seen that he got a bad read on the ball.
Yep.
And then you would have never sent them.
I agree.
But as far as Boone's decision, I would have kept him in. As far as anything. He was getting the guy out on the slide. It just hung. Okay? Case in point. But I see this offense got to improve. Big time. And I'm just tired of Wells. Send him to the minors, bring up J.C. Estrada, see if he could do it, but we need a catcher, and I'll use Warren as trade bait to get a top-line professional. Warren's got to go, and we got...
Well, I don't know if Warren's got to go. I see that. That, I think, is pushing it. Now, would I use Warren? Has Warren done enough or pitched, do I have a good feel on what Warren is? And do I think Warren's getting significantly better than he is right now? No. So would I be open to trade him for the right piece? Yes, because that's a controllable young starting pitcher. The idea that Warren's pitched so poorly that he's got to go, that I totally disagree with. If he helps me get a piece I need to chase a championship this year, then I wouldn't say he's off limits by any means. But Warren has to go is an unfair statement. Warren's been good for the most part. And I also think that pitching weathers today, ironically enough, weather's permitting. You like that one? I got a smile from that one. That was a good pun. Good pun. I would say that putting him in the spot they're putting him in on the same day, because you got to pay attention. Weathers pitched the same day as Max Fried just through his rehab. You think that's a coincidence? They're lined up, so when the next time Max Fried's ready to throw, if it's at the major league level, he's on line with Weathers. Weathers is going to the bullpen. That's why they pitched Weathers second in this series, because they're lining him up with Max Fried so that when Max Fried is ready to come up, he takes Weathers' spot. So it's not going to be Warren that leaves the rotation. It's going to be Weathers. He's going to the bullpen. Last night the Yankees told you that actually, no, it's an off day. He pitched last night. Weathers is pitching today. But it's going to be close enough, as opposed to you knew you were going to throw Cam Schlittler. If you threw Warren in one of these two games, it would be too off for Fried to come back. So it's within a day of Fried's throw. That puts him on line to take the place of Weathers. Because I was watching the post game last night, and I'm thinking, oh, so that's why Weathers tomorrow. It's right around the same time you can pitch him instead of, because theoretically you could have pitched Warren there, who's been better than Weathers, although Weathers had a better last start. But I think that had something to do with it. So we'll see if Weathers is the guy coming out of the bullpen. My guess is out of the rotation into the bullpen. That would be my guess. But I don't think that pitching him or sticking with Cole in that spot was a major issue. Again, I thought he was great. He was making pitches all night long. And we long for this. We clamor for this. We yell all the time that guys don't get an opportunity. We never stick with the starter. Last night he did. Last night he trusted his gut. And again, that's the other thing for the analytic people. That wasn't an analytic decision. I can promise you right now, Brian Cashman had a bat phone to the dugout. He was telling him to take Cole out in that spot. That was a Aaron Boone manager managing by his gut. So if you have a problem, it's not analytics or anything else we like to throw blame at. Cliff in Brooklyn. What's up, Cliff?
Oh, hey, C-Mac. This is Cliff in Brooklyn. I just wanted to say first time, long time. I really enjoyed you when you were on the overnight, so I'm happy that you are at the Fan Fest and at the Fanatics Fest, and that you now in the afternoon drive. I listened to you then, too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, real quick, I was at the Fan Fest, and I saw a couple of people. I saw Mr. McPherson. I didn't see you, and I won't be there today, but as far as the Yankee game, I got home kind of late. And I heard that play. That was like the last play I heard before I went to sleep, where the guy got thrown out at home plate. My question for you is this, right? I know that there's still a pretty significant, maybe a little bit less than half of the season left. Do you think that the Yankees can still make a run for the entire division rather than just like playoff spot in a while?
Yeah, of course. They actually, despite the loss, that's the other part of this, and thank you for the call, Cliff. The other part of this is, despite the loss, the red-hot Red Sox did the Yankees a favor and beat the Tampa Bay Rays twice yesterday. The Yankees actually picked up a half a game while losing last night. Of course, they absolutely have an opportunity to win the division. In fact, I think they will. They need to get Fried back, they need to get Judge back, and they need to make impact moves in the deadline. And again, I hear, oh man, the Rays would be perfect for Scooble. The Rays would be perfect for this one. The Rays would be perfect for that one. Let's see the Tampa Bay Rays and all their infinite wisdom, and they do more with less. There is no doubt about it. Let's see this team actually go for it, trade prospects away for a big-time player to help a playoff push. Let's see it. Let's see it. Jim in Waretown, New Jersey. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Real quick, good. 3 points in order. One, all the naysayers with Boone. Hey, if he pulls Cole, he blew, and the bullpen blows it.
If they blew the lead, this is the bottom line. You're 100% right. If they blew the lead, it was the wrong call. That's how. Listen, and I get it. It is a results business. So you can scream or whatever. Like, if they don't hold on to that 1-0 lead against the best team in baseball, the 2-time defending champ, if they don't hold on to a 1-run lead, Aaron Boone is an idiot, and he made a terrible decision. It didn't matter what he did. Yep. He had to get it right. They had to hold on to a 1-run lead. Otherwise, he's a moron. That's just how it goes. Sometimes we never blame the players. It's not Cole's fault for hanging a breaking ball. It's Boone's fault for allowing him to hang the breaking ball.
Yeah. Well, the second point was, I think Susan said it last night, talking about the Dodgers and their players.
Yes.
How they chip away, they make contact. They played off pitch. The Yankees got to start doing that. They got to eliminate some of the strikeouts. And my third point is this. Grissom should have never been sent. You don't make the second line out at rotation down by run. Yankees would have had second and third, one out, a fly ball, put the ball in play. That was the wrong call. Not him. Maybe Chisholm, maybe Volpe, but not Grissom. So,
yeah.
Then you go with that. But
you got it. Listen, again, do the Yankees need to clean up the strikeouts? Absolutely. I would never say otherwise. The Dodgers won last night the same way we criticized the Yankees for winning. They had one swing. They struck out 2 more times than the Yankees did. Last night, the Dodgers struck out 10 times. The Yankees struck out 8. Now, I'm not saying the Yankees don't strike out more than the Dodgers. They clearly do. But, again, it didn't cost the Dodgers winning the game last night. They struck out 10 times. They had one swing. That's it. They didn't chip away. They didn't put singles. They didn't put the ball in play. The Yankees didn't throw the ball around. In fact, if anybody made the mistake defensively, it was them on a booted ball in center field and then a pass ball that allowed the run to score. That wasn't the story of last night. And again, I'm not saying it isn't the story at times. The story of last night wasn't, wow, the Dodgers do everything right. Look at the Yankees blowing it. I'm sorry. Maybe it was for you because you'll find that in everything. It's like the magic eye that was on your aunt's wall all those years. You would stare at it forever and ever. And then finally, oh, it's a sailboat. Or, oh, there's a treasure chest. You guys will just stare at every single Yankee game and focus your eyes until you find a reason to say it's because the Yankees don't do things right and all that stuff. Last night, they didn't hit. Neither did the Dodgers. They hit a 2-run home run. Their bullpen did the job. That's it. They made a very good play. Mookie Betts made a great play to make the play at home plate, but they struck out more. They made the critical error. That wasn't about, the Dodgers do this and the Yankees don't. It could be an overarching talk. It wasn't about last night. Nick in Tampa, what's up, Nick?
Hey, what's going on, Chris?
What's up, buddy? Good. How are you?
Hey, I've been better. I'm down here in Tampa, about to switch my ball caps, man. I'll tell you what.
You're about to what?
I'm about to switch my baseball caps. I'm about to turn into
I got you.
Caps.
You're going to put, all right, so what cap do you have on now, and what cap are you switching it to? Because as much as I may have taken your phone call before, Nick, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Are you a Yankee fan or a... Okay, first-time caller.
I'm a Yankee fan. I was born in Mount Kisco, lived, during the great 90s run. So, how Torrey taught me what a manager is supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Even with George being a hard owner and the fans being tough and the players being strong-headed, he was able to make the decisions, and you were able to actually pass judgment on him based on the results.
He had two players. He had 2 players who, between them, had one person not vote for them in the Hall of Fame in Mariano Rivera and Derek Jeter. He had Tino Martinez. He had Paul O'Neill. He had a great team. I'm not saying Joe Torre wasn't a great manager. He was a great manager. I love him. If you watch my podcast, my setup, I have a big plaque of Joe Torre hanging up behind me. But again, we'll just say, he was able to make these great decisions. He had great ball players. He had Bernie Williams who had walk-off home runs.
Well, that's
he had
why
great
I do not blame Boone. Boone is just a puppet. Boone doesn't even get to pick who mows his lawn on his Westchester estate. His wife gets to make that decision. He makes 0 decisions in his life. You can see it on his face.
He made the decision last night. He made the decision last night. He's not a puppet. He's not. You could say he's a bad manager. You want to have that discussion? Fine. He certainly hasn't won, but he is not a puppet. Nobody told him to leave in Garrett Cole last night, I promise you, because analytics would have said the opposite. To let him face Muncy for the 3rd time, that would. There's no book. Brian Cashman ain't calling down and saying that one. I'm sorry. Even even idiots like you who are so fixed in their belief that he is a puppet, I don't know how you could say that he didn't make that call last night. That's on the manager, 100%. Aaron Boone makes out the lineup. Aaron Boone makes the decisions. Aaron Boone is in charge of the baseball. That's it. He's not in charge of who's on the roster. They have conversations. There's an overall hitting scheme that he might not be like the biggest voice in necessarily at all times. There are things that go on through the organization. But who pitches, who gets taken out, who gets put in, who gets pinch hit for, who's playing third base, who's playing right field, who's playing first base, I don't know. Third base. That's all on Aaron Boone. And I'm not saying he's as good a manager as Joe Torre. He's not. I love Joe Torre. But to just make it sound like Joe Torre made decisions so I can... Okay. He also had great players. And the greatest reliever who ever lived. Mike in West Caldwell. What's up, Mike?
Yes, C-Mac.
Yes, sir.
The most egregious error in the game last night was made by the third base coach. You got two things to do as a third base coach. Know the situation and read the play. He messed up both times. Grisham was ready to slow down. He was slowing down around second base. You leave him at third because then you have second and third with one out. If there's two outs, you send Grisham. And then you have Goldschmidt going against a lefty pitcher with second and third and one out. And then the next egregious thing is consistently with Boone condoning the mistake of the coach. He should have, I hope he grabbed that coach, Rojas, brought him in his office and said, what the hell are you doing sending Grisham in that situation? When we'd have second and third with one out with Goldschmidt coming in.
Again, but does that guarantee them the run? And it was a close play at the plate. Like, I think there's a give and take. I agree with you. I don't disagree with you. I wouldn't have sent them. More about the situation's part of it. But again, I'm going to go through Goldschmidt's numbers. Even against left-handed pitching, he's been striking out a ton. Goldschmidt now has not been the Goldschmidt of earlier in the season. It's just the truth. And the Yankees have had trouble scoring runs. You're trying to push the envelope and make them make a play. And to be fair, Mookie Betts made a great throw on the run. So I'm
2 outs.
With 2 outs, obviously. With no outs, you absolutely hold them. The 1 out is where it's somewhat questionable. Like, I understand what you're saying.
And then you have Rice after Goldschmidt.
No, I understand that, but you'd need the hit. No, Rice was the double. You wouldn't have Rice after Goldschmidt. Rice was the double. He'd be the runner at second base.
Right.
You'd have Dominguez. You'd have Dominguez after.
Goldschmidt is a fly ball or a ground.
I know, but I'm telling you, he struck out about 20 times in his last 30 at bats. And the team strikes out a lot. You see, now that's not fair. But look, I get you. I'm with you. I'm playing devil's advocate with you because I think you're coming it's not even the situation. The situation's part of it. The situation isn't why I'm screaming. I'm screaming because he has to do a better job of understanding that Trent Grisham, to begin with, is not a great base runner, and he got a bad read and was late. I don't think Grisham slowed down all that much around second base. I don't think Grisham slowed down all that much around third base. I really don't. I don't think he's that fast, and he got a bad read to start. That is why he was out. He is not out because he slowed down anywhere along the path. He is out because he didn't get a good enough read in between first and second with that ball in the gap. That is why he is out. And that is why I am on Rojas for sending him. Not so much the situation. Because, listen, let's be honest, the Yankees don't score runs, and we're talking about how much they strike out. I can't just sit back and go, this offense will get a fly ball. They haven't. How many times have we seen Cabrera against the Tigers? Like, we've seen them not be able to come through with the situational hitting. So it's not the situation. Yes, you're right. 1 out, middle of the order, second and third. I'd rather have that situation than out at the plate. But it's not so much the situation. It plays a role in it, but it's not the key factor for me. The key factor should be 23 times he's been on first base and a double has been hit. He has scored twice. I know that's not a perfect example. Who knows, what doubles aren't all the same, but this is a gap double. He's not capable of scoring unless he gets a tremendous jump, and he got a bad one. That's more to my issue than necessarily, 1 out, second and third. That's a part of it, but it's much more about the Grisham poor read, rather. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll come back, take your calls. We got to get to the turning point of the game. And we'll see what else comes by our way here live from Fanatics Fest. McMonigle here with you on the Fan till 1 o'clock. And Tommy Lugauer.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I don't even think with the attention spans that we have now that it would matter if it was the way that it used to be. It's just so many regular season games in all of these sports. But there's no doubt about it that these games now have certain elements about it over the course of a long regular season that makes it more difficult and less enjoying to watch.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Orgavatazona?
Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Baseball season is here, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade who will win the big game awards, which teams will win their division right now. You can even trade who the next manager for Boston and Philadelphia will be, as well as the date when a manager will be fired by. Maybe you want to trade on who will win the championship. The team from the Bronx is trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $655 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com.regulatory.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible. But Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation in times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
The savings are here! The savings are here!
Happy birthday, America!
It's America's 250th birthday.
We're celebrating all month long at Nielsen Dodge
by giving you freedom of choice. Save up to $250 off service. Save up to $250 off accessories.
with leases for $250 or under.
You'll start feeling the vibes the minute you arrive. Fun is in the driver's seat.
Lisa new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4. Just $250 a month. Yes, just $250 a month.
There's always zero down payment. The credit help you need. More savings with your trade-in.
And of course, great deals. For leases $250 or under, hurry to Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at nielsendodge.com.
At Nielsen Dodge.
Fun is in the driver's seat.
Make this the summer event. With approval, term 24 months due at sign 6343 and tax tag and DMV fees. See dealer for details.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission, $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonigle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. It's Chris McMonigle on The Fan.
Oh, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Fanatics Fest. As I'm here, obviously, till 1 o'clock, as I normally am. 1 hour down, 2 more to go live here from Fanatics Fest, my third day. Here, everyone's excited. A lot of Knicks stuff. It's awesome. I just met a guy, and it was like, you know, we're meeting a lot of fans here and everything. And it was like an awkward moment of silence for a second because it was kind of just me and him. There wasn't a crowd of a lot of people just yet. Right now we got a good crowd. But so I was like just talking to him for a second. He's like, oh, nice to meet you. And then there's like just an awkward moment of silence, and I didn't walk away. And he just went, the Knicks are champions. And I'm like, yeah. Like it's insane. It is so bizarre. It's still hard to just, fathom. Amazing. And that right now, and you can see all the Knicks fans, and the Knicks are here. We talked to Jose Alvarado yesterday, and it's just special. It is just special. It's been a long time in the making. and the dominance. Still, when you say, you talk about the point differential, you talk about losing a total of 3 games, 2 in their first 3 played. They lose a total of 3 games by a total of 6 points. It's not even that they won, it's that they became a juggernaut. It's hard to explain. It's hard to fathom. And still, at any moment, we're just like, man, can you believe the Knicks are champions? And it's not. We're all just walking around in stunned belief, trying to get as close to it as possible. Trying to just touch Tyler Cole. Like, come here, Tyler. Can I just get a whiff? Because it feels like greatness. 888-808-1019. We're waiting for other teams to join them in that greatness. Hopefully it'll be the Yankees. Danny in Queens. What's up, Danny?
Steve Mac, what's going on, big boy?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Listen, so a couple of things from last night, and
Yes.
I know that you touched based on a lot of these things, but I think where the frustration comes in is in a couple of things. Obviously, we understand that Boone took ownership and said, yeah, it's on me. I should have taken him out. But I think also there's a lot of things that also influences why he even kept Cole there. If you see past games, you've seen that Cole has pitched a gem like he did much yesterday. I mean, he pitched outstanding. He was the Garrett Cole of old that we know that he can be. And I think that when you see that the only cushion that he has is just a 1-run difference between, him and the opponent, he's thinking, okay, you know what, let me keep this going until we get to now having to bring out our closer, because obviously I don't feel comfortable enough to come out on this game and just trust the bullpen because on how, kind of just not trustworthy, if you will, with the way the bullpens are coming out.
Right, yeah, look, I know, and I don't know how, and thank you for the call, Danny. I don't know how much I trust the guys coming out. For 7, 8, 9, I don't think there's that one other guy that I would feel real confident giving the 8th. They gave the 8th to Cruz last night, and it's a perfect example. Cruz has to give up the leadoff double before he finds himself. There's something about Cruz. He needs runners on. He gets out of jams. That's how I want him. I don't love, this bullpen isn't going to be, comfortable for me until there's another guy that I can just say, you get the 8th. You get the 8th. Now, is it possible guys on this pen can become that? Has Blackburn started to earn that? Because if you look at it, Blackburn's got the best ERA in baseball since May. That's legit, right? Even if I don't think he's the best pitcher in baseball, but obviously. But, he's pitched that way. He's been really good. Is he going to start to become? Crazier things have happened than Paul Blackburn out of nowhere becoming a dominant reliever. We saw Weaver take this team as the closer to the World Series, and he was a failed starting pitcher in Cincinnati the year before. So, It's crazier things have happened, but is he that guy? As of right now, the Yankees haven't treated him like that guy, but he could become that guy. I think I'm fine giving Hedrick the 7th inning, and him and right now I feel good about him and Blackburn kind of being that lefty-righty for the 7th. I feel really good about Cruz being someone who can come in and get out of jams, whether it's earlier in the game or whether it's later in the game. I want him specifically to be the guy who gets the strikeouts in the big spot. And then I have the closer in Bednar. There's one arm missing to just go get an inning. But outside of that, not a lot. There's 3 guys on the bullpen that I just don't even want to see in the game at all, in Bird, Yarbrough, and Doval. So, it's not a great pen. It's pitched better than we say, and it's got a bunch of trustworthy guys, but not a ton, and not that other real top-of-the-line guy you just give the 8th inning to. But I understand not being in a rush to do it, but more than that, Cole deserved it. Cole earned it. He had struck out Muncy twice, and he put faith in the guy. And again, I know we don't like this because every game, especially when they lose them, it's, every game's the Game 7 of the World Series. You got to win this game, down in the division. You're also trying to find out, can you push Garrett Cole? That's an element to this. Let me see how he responds. He didn't respond well. He hung a slider. Joe in Norwood. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Chris. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I wanted to touch on Grisham. My question to you, I know you rehashed everything, is I'm just curious. When you're that late in the game and you're behind,
yeah,
is there any reason he didn't put a pinch runner in?
Yeah, you could have. Was Schumann in the game at that point? I don't think he was. Because then that's when they pinch. No, they pinch ran for Goldschmidt the next at bat because then they walk Goldschmidt. Yeah, I mean you could have pinch run for him. It's not a crazy thing. Again, runner at first, 1 out, Rice up. You would like to be able to score the double in a gap. I think that's fair. I think that's a more fair criticism of Boone than Garrett Cole than leaving Cole in the game. You could have pinch run for him. He's your best center fielder, although his defense has come down. You do have the lead. If you're down, they are down. I'm sorry, they are down. So yeah, no, I think you can be critical of that decision. You can be. You need that run. Yes, it hurts your defense. You probably either put Bellinger in center and Schumann in left, but you are down the run. You need to score that run. Again, I don't think he's a awful base runner, but he's not as good as Volpe or Schumann, who get more speed out of him. It would probably be Schumann because then you put him in the outfield. So yeah, you could definitely pinch run for him. It's the tying run. You're at home. You're playing for the tie. I think that's a fair criticism. I don't think you had to do it, but looking back on what happened, I think that's a better criticism than honestly leaving in Cole. Goldberg and Merrick. What's up, Goldberg?
Hey, my friend. I still can't believe the Knicks won, by the way.
I know.
I'm just throwing that out there. But
it's true.
What a game last night. There was nothing wrong with this game. I love that Booney kept Cole in.
Yep.
You have to see what he's capable of doing. He's had a couple of 5-inning starts, but let's leave him out there. I have no problem with them sending Grissom to home. I mean, it was a World Series playoff atmosphere.
Yeah.
We need.
If you want to be positive, amazing. Goldberg. If you want to be positive, like I am a lot of the time, to me, again, I know that's not their best pitcher, and Cole is one of the Yankees' best pitchers. But to me, that did not look like, oh my God, the Dodgers versus the Yankees. There's no way the Yankees can beat the Dodgers. Yeah, they lost the game, and they lost the tight game, and the Dodgers made the play and hit the home run. But I didn't watch that game and say, man, the Yankees have no chance against this team, or that they're not on the same level as this team. They showed up. Cole pitched great. And again, if Cole pitches like this in the postseason, the Yankees are going to be in good shape.
And I'll never make excuses or anything. Weathers is going to be that arm you're talking about in the bullpen, which is going to be great.
Oh, for the 8th inning? Back. I don't know if you can rely on that. I like him as that second lefty as opposed to Hill.
Yeah,
I like him as the second lefty. Maybe he earns that spot, but I can't just assume it. I can't go into the trade deadline assuming I'm going to get that from Weathers. But I do like him as the second lefty out of the bullpen. Better than I like Tim Hill out of the second lefty out of the bullpen right now. That's for sure. But I can't go into it assuming that he's going to be the 8th inning guy. Maybe he becomes that. Maybe he does. That's not. I mean, with his stuff, it's not a impossibility. But I can't assume it. The Yankees need to look for that guy at the trade deadline. But I don't disagree with you. You know I don't. Last night's a frustrating loss. Last night, you're coming out of the All-Star break. You're trying to make a point against the Dodgers. You get an excellent pitching performance from Cole. And the manager makes a decision that I think most of us have, at the very least, have no issue with. Gives up the home run. And the Yankees have a base running decision from the third base coach that I don't love, and show one of their weaknesses, which is there's a lot of guys in the lineup that aren't athletic or good on the base path. There are a lot of guys who are. Jazz is really good on the base paths. Caballero, while sometimes he'll get picked off too much for my liking, is dynamic on the base path. They have guys who are good at it, guys who aren't. Unfortunately, their leadoff hitter is one of the guys who isn't good at it. And I thought the decision to send him home was a tough one. But ultimately, again, that's the best team in baseball. That's the 2-time division champs. They came into Yankee Stadium. I didn't get the feel that the Dodgers were on another level than the Yankees. I didn't get the feel that this team is vastly superior. Maybe I will tonight. Maybe we will on Sunday. Maybe they'll come in and kick the crap out of the Yankees the next 2 nights, and we'll leave the series going, well, we got a lot of work to do. Maybe we will. I didn't feel that way coming off of last night, but they still lost the game, and it's about winning the division. They might not even have to play the Dodgers in the World Series if they even get there. It's about winning the division. And even with the loss, they picked up half a game. So you could say they competed with the best team in baseball, and they picked up a half a game in the division. They've had worse nights, for sure. Richard in Manhattan. What's up, Rich?
Chris, last week Yankees, Emmanuel and Ricky were doing the game. Rice was on first. They were coming back against Washington.
Yeah.
And I thought it was curious. Boone pitch ran for Bird, and they were tied at the time. And Ricky doing the game, he didn't make a big thing. He says, it's curious why you would take out your best hitter. The game is tied. This can go into extra innings. Anyway, the guy after hit the home run, so it was inconsequential. So you can't blame Boone for not bringing in a pinch runner. He knows who can run and can't run. He was thinking the right way even that time last week. But what a game last night. Now, I'll tell you this. Let's look at a lot of positives. What about the relief pitching? All three guys were fantastic.
That's
fantastic.
true. Hedrick came in and got 3 straight outs. Cruz gives up the leadoff.
9 outs from 3 guys. They were all perfect.
Yeah, and Cruz gives up the leadoff double to Edman, the 9 hitter, and then goes through one. Then he goes 1-2-3 and gets out of it to the top of the order. That was an impressive performance from Cruz. You're right. The bullpen did a really good job last night.
Sasaki over 5 ERA. We should have scored off him. That's not good.
That's why they lost.
Now on the play in question, I'm with you 100%. Grisham lollygagged from first to second. We don't know the reason. Then he turned it on second. The slide was beautiful. The tag was beautiful.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts, that throw across, I've never seen that.
That's a really
like that.
Throwing it across his
It looked
body.
like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I got you, Rich, and I'm with you. I thought that was a great play. Again, I'll disagree with lollygag. And not to, I don't care to say, you want to say he was lollygagging, fine. He wasn't lollygagging. Lollygagging, like to me, insinuates he purposely did not run hard. He didn't get a good read. He wasn't like, oh yeah, that one's in the gap. Oh man, I should run because of that. Like he wasn't sure for too long. He should have been. He should have been more confident that ball was going to drop a good second and a half before he started running. So you want to call it lollygagging? Fine. But that's where the problem was. He didn't get a good enough read, and from first to second, he didn't start running fast enough. Once he started running, I don't have a problem with how he ran. I don't think it was a lack of hustle. I don't think he hesitated around third base. I think once he started running, he did everything he could have to score. The problem was he didn't start running soon enough because he got a bad jump. And for me, that's up to the third base coach to recognize that ball was on its way in practically before even the hesitation around third in question even happened. And I know the throw is offline, and Mookie Betts has to make a hell of a play. I probably still would have held him. I thought he should have been held. Robert in Fairview. What's up, Robert?
Hey, how are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Thank you for picking up.
Thank you.
Great.
For calling.
I want to comment on the two situations yesterday.
Yes.
First is Cole. He's the best pitcher in your team, and if leaving him keep going will give him the confidence for this second half of the season. Of course, I'm gonna leave him pitch 100 more times. He's just coming from the IL. The guy is gaining back his confidence.
Yeah.
It's the best team in MLB that we're facing.
Yep.
I'm going to give him the ball 100 more times. If that will translate in full confidence.
Yeah,
the thing with Grisham,
yes.
The thing that I saw with Grisham is based on I'm talking about baseball basically.
Okay.
You have a plan. You are on base and you have a plan. He didn't have a plan. His first step coming up first base was not scoring. He didn't have that plan on his head. And I believe that was the issue of him then having to extra accelerate because he was sent to score. He didn't start running to score.
Yeah, I guess. He didn't start running to score. Like, it wasn't in his head, I'll score on this. I can't speak to that. I don't know what was in his head. I can tell you it was a bad jump. That's all I can tell you. We could try and speculate why. Did he think the ball was out? I don't think that either. I think he wasn't sure if that was going to... it's a bad jump. I put that on Grisham. Grisham did not get a good enough jump. I don't think after that it was like a lack of running. I think that it wasn't a good jump. And I don't know what his mentality was. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. It was a bad base running decision. It was a bad base running play. again, I think it's more of the send, and I think it's less of, he, lost his momentum in between second and third. I don't think that was as much to do with it. Anthony in Bridgewater. What's up, Ant? As soon as I got you, there you go.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you, buddy?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. Just real quick, not to change the thing about the Mets, but listen, let me ask you a question. Why is this Lindor? Like 2 years ago, he's hitting a home run to get the Mets to the playoffs. He's hitting a grand slam to beat the Phillies. So why is this Soto?
Yeah.
It seems like ever since Soto got here, this is a bit of debacle. Like, why Lindor?
Yeah, I'm going to let you go, Anthony. I think I got your gist anyway, but your phone was tucking in and out. I got to be honest. I know Frank the Tank was here yesterday, and he's, Lindor must go. But he's a pessimist, he doesn't really like anybody on the Mets. I have been surprised by the willingness to move on from Lindor and the vitriol felt around Lindor. I understand that he's been injured. I understand that he's diminished his skill set at shortstop a little bit. I understand that they haven't won with him. But to your point, when guys do things for me, and that home run in the doubleheader, the first game of the doubleheader against Atlanta to clinch the playoff spot, and then the home run against Philadelphia, and even before that, taking leadership of the team and calling the meeting and speaking out publicly, and then playing like an MVP the entire second half, carrying them to the most enjoyable and fun season. And I know it's been backed up by two of the least enjoyable seasons, and this one's an embarrassment. But that 24 season was special, and he carried them there. And he's been a good Met, and I am surprised. Now, having said that, yes, clearly there has been issues inside the room, and clearly there are issues with him and Soto. And I don't know if they're going anywhere, and I don't know if, he's the causal reason why David Stearns decided to move on from guys like Nimmo and McNeil. I 100% think, and I don't care what anybody says, Lindor had nothing to do with moving on from Pete Alonso. That's the most egregious one to me, although I hated the trade for Nimmo in what you got back in Simeon. But the most egregious decision is to move on from Pete Alonso. That had nothing to do with Lindor. Nothing. That was David Stearns desperate to reshape this team and stamp his image on it. And Pete Alonso ain't his kind of ball player. I think Pete Alonso played with Lindor and was begging to come back the year before when he signed the 1-year contract. Like, I don't think that's such a relationship that had anything to do with decision making. Maybe his relationship with Nimmo. Certainly possible to have it be about McNeil, although I don't know how anyone could clamor to keep McNeil. But that decision to move on from Pete is 100% on David Stearns. And yet there's this real belief that he broke up the team. Sure, there might have been relationships that weren't great. That doesn't give him the power to break up the team. Like, they just announced they're selling everybody and will listen on him. So with one hand, they're willing to move on from him the second things go south. But on the other hand, he made all the decisions on how they shaped the team. Like, those two things don't go together. Last year's offseason, just a couple months ago, less than a year ago, he was so powerful that they were like, man, we got to appease Lindor. We got to trade this guy. We got to get rid of that guy. It doesn't work with Lindor and these guys. We got to get rid of him. And then half a season later, they're like, okay, we can trade Lindor. Like, why would they trait their entire organization based around what works for Lindor? And then I know they're 16 games under 500 and it's ugly, but now because of these two injuries and this lousy season, they're willing to pivot right off of that and say, hey, who wants to take on Lindor's contract? Like, it just sounds like he's not the reason the team was broken up. David Stearns had a vision for this baseball team, and that's why it was broken up. And yes, him and Soto aren't best friends. And yes, him and Soto's relationship isn't good. And maybe there's an issue inside the room with Lindor still. But I'm surprised as many Met fans are just willing to just throw him out. I know it's an ugly season, but I had Met fans here saying, oh yeah, trade him to the Yankees, what do I care? This miserable season that Met fans are going through right now, 16 games under 500, season dead, first 2 years after thinking bringing Juan Soto here changed the landscape of New York sports. Like, that signing for Met fans changed the landscape of New York sports. And you were expected with the richest owner and the young executive and the smart executive who was building a pitching lab that turned every lousy pitcher into an ace. Like, you were about to become a force inside the National League. And yes, it's been 2 miserable seasons. I get it. But you want to sit here and tell me that off of this misery, you'll be fine watching your guy who a year ago, half the fan base wanted to make the captain. You want to see him go play in pinstripes and go hit home runs at Yankee Stadium in the World Series? Are you crazy? Now, that doesn't mean getting traded there would come to fruition, but it could. You want to go send him to Philadelphia? We had Met fans. I don't care where you send him. I'm surprised that everybody is so quick to get off the Lindor train after he's been one hell of a Met. And who else are you going to build around? Just Alonso in the outfield? I like Ewing. I like Benj. You're telling me you've already decided that they are cornerstones of your team moving forward forever? Like, I get it. Next year, they're in the outfield. It's the two of them and Soto. I have no problem with it. Not even that's what I would do. But you're sure they're locked in? Because I've seen Gleyber Torres hit 39 home runs, and then feel like I had to have him off the team. I saw Gary Sanchez come up and be the greatest power hitting catcher in the sport for 2 years, and then feel like I had to get rid of him. We have seen players come up and produce. Miguel Andujar led the Yankees in extra base hits his rookie season, and now he's playing for his 11th team in the last 4 years. I like those two kids, but you're ready to build on them? You don't think Lindor is still a useful piece to this team? And what are you going to get for him? You can get nothing for him. I'm surprised Met fans are so quick to already just be done with Francisco Lindor. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll come back live from Fanatics Fest as everybody's hanging out, still walking around, enjoying the Knicks championship, among other things. No? Yes. Are you a Nets fan? No? Just don't like the NBA. All right. That's okay. Better than being a Nets fan. I can respect that. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. We'll give you the Yankee turning point of the game, which is fairly obvious. And we'll continue to take your calls. A little bit of Mets and their trade situation. I've told you I think everyone should go, including Weaver and Holmes, which seems to be a holdup for some Met fans. And we'll get to the Aaron Judge news and what I glean from it and what I think it means for the Yankees then at the trade deadline. 888-808-1019. We'll come back with your calls and the Yankee turning point right here on The Fan.
From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Monday, July 20th, when the Yankees host the Pittsburgh Pirates, and be ready to receive a traditional Yankees giveaway. It's Yankees T-shirt night, presented by Sato. The first 15,000 guests will receive a Yankees T-shirt. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Pirates for Yankees T-shirt night, presented by Sato, on Monday, July 20th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. restrictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Enjoy the excitement of the World Soccer Championship with Schweppes Ginger Ale. Crisp, refreshing, and full of classic flavor. Schweppes is the perfect companion for every match and game-winning goal. Pick up the iconic taste of Schweppes Ginger Ale at your local ShopRite to make every match a win.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. There are real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, two fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait. That's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible. But Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. After years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. With Red Pocket Mobile, you lock in your rate and you keep it. No price creep, no sudden jumps, just straightforward pricing and premium 5G plans starting at $10 a month. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Orgavadazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, you know what that music means. It's time for the Yankee Turning Point contest, and it's time for the Yankees Turning Point of the game. Be the first caller to correctly identify yesterday's turning point of the game at 866-540-WFAN. That's 866-540-9326, and you'll receive $100 gift card from our friends at Wendy's. Eat great, even late at Wendy's. It's all from your flagship station for New York Yankees baseball, The Fan. That shouldn't be too tough of a call. I think we all know what the turning point of last night's game was. I don't even want to say it because it's obvious. And the Yankees fall 2-1 to the Dodgers. We'll see about the weather tonight. I don't think the weather's going to be all that great tonight, but Weathers will be on the mound if they play against the Dodgers tonight, looking to try and take this series. They still have an opportunity to, and they'll have an awesome, Sunday night is going to be great. Yamamoto versus Cam Schlittler on Sunday Night Baseball is going to be a great game. We'll get into Judge, his injury stuff. We'll get into the Mets and their trading. We talked yesterday about the Mets and their AI program that's dictating what pitch they should throw next. That's an interesting baseball talking point, not just a Met talking point, but a baseball talking point. And we can get into football as well, as we saw plenty of football fans here as well. I think someone just told me, Giant fans, that they were talking and meeting with Lawrence Taylor. So LT is in the building. My guy LT. So we'll see if you guys want to talk some football as we get ready for the football season, which is just weeks away at this point. God, do we need it. Let's get back to the calls, though. Jonathan in Los Angeles. What's up, John?
T-Mac, my guy, how's it going, man?
What's up, brother?
T-Mac. As a diehard Yankee fan, it's tough to live in LA, especially when games like this happen, just like yesterday. But I tell you one thing, Aaron Boone, if I was in Aaron Boone's shoes, I'm cool that he left Cole pitching, because what would have been the question today? What would have been all these people calling in? Why did they put Cole out? Well, Hendricks gave up the lead. Or Duvall gave up the lead. Cole was pitching his butt off. Why did they took him out? No, it's why did they leave him in? Honestly, man, Garrett Cole was pitching his butt off. I take the moral victory. Like you say, if Cole is pitching like this in October, I'll take him, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And John, I don't know if I'd call it a moral victory, but I do think it's fair. I know a lot of, it's hard to feel this way sometimes as being a fan. It's a frustrating loss last night, no doubt. But I do think there's a world where you could be a Yankee fan and look at last night and say the biggest impact of the game last night, moving forward, is that Cole looked like Cole last night. I think that is a reasonable response to last night's game. Cole looked great. He got swing and miss stuff. He was incredible. And that's what you're looking for. And that's the hope come postseason time, again, that you have Cam, you have Fried, you have Cole. Those three. Rodon right now would be your fourth if healthy. Maybe that changes at the trade deadline. I'm not so sure about that. But those three guys pitching in a 5, and a 7, and a 3, if wild card is needed, which right now would be if it ended today. You go into a wild card series and those are your three starting pitchers, I'll take my chances. That's part of it. But they got to be better offensively, because the other talking point of last night's game is this offense stinks still. Despite winning 4 games in a row prior, despite sweeping the Nats, offensively haven't really put up a good performance outside of that breakout inning against the Rays in the final game of that 4-game set. Tony in Middletown. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's up, Golden Pipes, McMonigle?
That's right, Golden Pipes.
That's right. So, hey, I think all Yankee fans understand this, that we get every team that plays us, it's their World Series, okay? And there's only one team that I think we actually get up for like that, and that's probably the Dodgers. So the fact that every year, in and out, every one of our games is like a World Series game for the opponent, you got to look at us. I mean, we are an amazing franchise because we get the best from everybody every single game. So The Yankees are the number one team in the universe.
You're talking to the right guy. I'm the shill. How can I argue with that? Number one team in the universe. Here's what I would say. You're right. They get their best. I mean, the Dodgers typically get their best. I know they got swept in the series by the Diamondbacks heading into the All-Star break. But there are two instances now where it felt like, and we'll see what Sasaki does from this point forward, but it did feel like Mazeroski was having like an up and down year. Like, he still's got great stuff, but he wasn't like having this dominant season. And then he faced the Yankees and threw 104 and threw like 10 of his 12 fastest pitches of the entire season and dominated the Yankees. And from that moment on, that's where he found himself. And he's had this incredible run here out in the National League with the Brewers. Last night was, again, I haven't watched all of his starts, but I know he threw as fast as he's thrown all year. And I can tell you, yes, Sasaki was filthy last night. That doesn't excuse scoring only one run on an error and a wild pitch. It's not good enough. I don't care who's throwing. So I'm not saying, hey, what are you going to do? You get shut down by pitches sometimes. No, not good enough. Not with a pitcher with a 5 ERA. Not good enough. Offense was not good enough. But at the same time, Bellinger with a huge pop-up after the walk. They still had an opportunity, even after Grisham getting thrown out. They have an opportunity to score runs there. They intentionally walk Goldschmidt to face Bellinger. Like, Bellinger needs to come through in that spot. Like, it's unfair. It's baseball. You come through 3 times out of 10. You're a Hall of Famer. All the cliches we say. He's got to come through in that spot. He didn't. And although he had a better series in Washington, he's not been good enough the second, since Judge went down. They need guys to be better. But yes, did it look like Sasaki threw the ball as well as he's thrown all year? Yeah. But that's not an excuse. It's not good enough. Lou in Astoria. What's up, Lou?
Hey, Chris, how you doing? Thank you.
Good, how are you? Thank you for making it.
Chris, pitching is not the problem with the Yankees. The hitting is, like you just said.
Yes.
I mean, Jason Dominguez gets a double, and he scored by a pitcher that was right in the middle of the plate and the pass ball, okay?
Yep.
We have to stop hitting the ball, guys. And also, another quick thing on Boone. Please, I know everybody does this. Don't tell me that you made the decision to keep there. He convinced you to stay. Okay? That's what I want to do here. Take care, brother.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, no, look, and again, the idea, because I saw a lot of this too. Oh, like, is the player ever going to tell you he's not okay? No, we all know. Like, going out, it's still a matter of reading. Like, as Boone said in the postgame, you're with these guys. You know these guys. He's been there since 2019. Or 2020, rather, excuse me. He's been there since 2020. It's been 6 years of working with Garrett Cole every single day. Now, that's not to say he can't be fooled or that it was the right decision. I'm not saying it's the right decision because he knows Garrett Cole. But like, oh, is he ever going to say no? Is he ever going to say, take me out of the game? No, he's not. But there are other factors. You could tell by his breathing. You can tell by his body language. Like, the guy a little bit. Now, those aren't guaranteed telltale signs. If he does this, I know for a fact he's got to come out of the game. But like if Joe Torre did it, how many times did Joe Torre go out to a mound and then leave a pitcher in? Like, we're criticizing it because we don't like Boone. I mean, really, either be decisive or not. It's not like Boone, he's going to change your mind out there on the mound. What do you expect him to say? No. Yeah, I expect him to say, I can go. But sometimes you say it sometimes you're, Mike Mussina, pushing Joe Girardi back into pushing Joe Torre back into the dugout and being fierce about it. And then sometimes it's like, I could get this guy. And then there are differences. And whatever the case was, he chose to stick with his guy, and it hurt them. Jacob in Fairhaven. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, C-Mac. Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
I watched the game last night with my dad, and I think that's a tough spot for Boone. I mean, it's right on that edge. You're preaching it.
It is a coin flip.
And Robert,
I would not have been upset if he took him out. I'm not upset he left him in. I think it's a complete coin flip. It's just the decision he made ended up costing them the game.
Yeah, it's very much damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yep.
I mean, Roberts had a similar situation with Sasaki at the top of the end.
Yeah.
And it worked out, but
that's
really
right.
Hard to say. I just want to ask this quick question.
Sure.
Where, obviously there's been a lot of questions with the pitching going forward. A lot of Yankee fans like myself are looking at the trade deadline. but obviously there's also some needs on offense. So where do you think would be a better use of resources during the trade deadline? Offensively or defensively on the pitching side? That's my question.
Yeah. I think they need one more reliever. I would love to get one more reliever that I felt confident could be the eighth inning guy. The idea that they need to revamp the whole bullpen, no. I would take one quality guy, one eighth inning guy. That's it. I don't need a lot more than that. Would I take more than that? Sure. I'm not saying, hey, get that one guy and then stop trying. We're great. But that's the one piece they need to me pitching-wise. Outside of that, would I add another starter if there was a impact starter and I couldn't get that reliever? Like, yeah, you try and make the team as good as you can. So it's not that I want to ignore the pitching. I think they need one more real quality arm, and they're going to get some guys out of the rotation as well, Weathers and Warren possibly. And, you're going to get more guys coming back you're going to get Clark Schmidt back, who probably would go into the bullpen as well. I think it's much more offensively. And I talked about this, and maybe I'll tease this a little bit going into the break. With the Judge news, I find it fascinating what they would do if Judge is unavailable. Obviously, you found out yesterday the news is that the bone is healing. It is not healed. And this is the one thing I'll say, because I'm getting a lot of, hey, it's pretty much what Cashman said. It's a fairly positive. We knew this report. No, not entirely. Yes, we were told that the bone don't expect the bone to be fully healed, and that's what we heard. Expect some healing, not total healing, and that's what we got. But we also got, we're hopeful or hoping that the news and the update will allow him to start baseball activities. That's not what we got yesterday. We're waiting on one more doctor to whether or not he's going to be cleared to get back into baseball activities. He needs to get back to doing baseball activities before I even think about him coming back. So, everyone's like, well, that's pretty much what we expected. I was hopeful and expecting, hey, there's been enough healing where now we can start this. We didn't get that. We got, hey, there's been some healing. That's not enough. I needed that second sentence of, and now he's going to start swinging a baseball bat, or now he's going to start doing push-ups, or now he's going to start throwing. We got none of that. There's been some healing. We're waiting on a doctor. Not good enough. And I'm really curious, because obviously your answer to your question is they need a bat. They're not scoring runs. And if Judge doesn't come back, I think this is a fascinating question, and I'm curious how Brian Cashman, the Yankees, are going to handle it. And my gut is, and listening to Ken Rosenthal talk about this and others, if they deem that Judge is not coming back, I don't think they're going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. I think they're going to view it as, we can't win without Judge. I'm not trading big-time prospects to chase a championship with a Judge-less team. Is it possible they could win? Yeah, I know people bring up the 21 Braves, and they won without Ronald Acuna, who got hurt that year. It's possible, but are you going to trade a top prospect? You're going to trade Lombard. You're going to trade LeGrand. You're going to trade Ben Hess, who's one of your top pitching prospects. You're going to trade these guys, Kilby, the other shortstop prospect. Are you trading big-time prospects to chase a championship without Judge? I'm not saying they won't make moves. They'll go trade for a bullpen guy. They'll go trade for a catcher. But it won't be Hunter Goodman that's going to cost you big-time prospects. It's not going to be, Mason Miller, who's going to cost you big-time prospects. I would be surprised if Judge is down and they go out and make big, big moves. If he's back, I think they'll be more aggressive to chase the championship. If they say, hey, Judge is back, we expect him back by September. That's a full month run-up of at-bats leading into the postseason, and he's the best hitter in the world. If we have him in the middle of the lineup and Stanton's back, now I'll go aggressive with trying to get a really dominant, a good hitting catcher like Jeffers or Hunter Goodman and really see what I could do. Or I'll be willing to go trade for Mason Miller and give up top prospects for his control and the ability to win this year. I'm very fascinated to see how Brian Cashman handles it. I think if they're less aggressive at the deadline, it speaks to Judge's timeline being not great. But first, he's got to get back to doing baseball activities. We haven't even heard that. But what do they need most? They need offense. They need a catcher, first and foremost. And they will. They'll get a catcher. I don't know at what level. It might be, Kyle Higashioka, as Evan said last week. It might be Kyle Higashioka to come in and be the right-handed complement to Wells. It's something. It's better. But it ain't anything that's going to get us excited. But they will get a catcher on this roster. They need a catcher. They need another infielder. I'm aggressive. I want Luis Arraez. I want Devers. I want a lot of guys. And as we get closer, we'll start to talk about the possibilities and realities of that. But there have been some reports that Mason Miller is available, or Mason Miller at least is being discussed by San Diego as maybe possibly willing to move him. That's the guy. I would go all in. I'd give up Lombard. I would give up LeGrand. Maybe not both in that trade, but it's certainly one of them. To get the best reliever in baseball under control for 3 years, that's the guy I would go all in on, 100%. But is he available? Is San Diego honestly considering him? And if so, do you have to take on a bad contract? Does Xander Bogaerts have to come back? So there's a lot to discuss there. But the Judge injury, I'm sorry, it's a negative report for me until I hear him, until someone tells me he can come back and do baseball activities and start ramping up towards playing. How could you be positive he's going to come back at all? So that's a major factor. I did see Stanton is back to running outside again. That's great. He's running. Let's see if we can get Stanton back as well. I'm not optimistic about that either. Right now, it's hard to be optimistic about the Yankee injuries. 888-808-1019. Quick break. McMonigle here with you live from Fanatics Fest. Here at the Javits Center, the lines are starting to get big for whoever people are coming to see. The crowd here is starting to get bigger. Everyone's in Knicks stuff, man. Knicks, the champions. I love it. Last year, we didn't see as much Knicks stuff. Didn't see as much Knicks stuff when they got knocked out in the Eastern Conference Finals. But this year, they are champions, and it's still hard to imagine. It's still pinch yourself kind of stuff, and it's brought a different element to Fanatics Fest as opposed to the last 3 years. But we'll come back, continue to take your calls, take your Met calls, take your Yankee calls. You can mix in football as well. Anything's on the table the final hour or so as we take you to 1 o'clock before Tommy Lugauer is here live and in person right here at Fanatics Fest. We'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Malik Neighbors, let's say, is banged up. He's day-to-day. I don't know if he's going to play. I worry about it because it's one of 17 games. In Major League Baseball, if a guy goes on the IL, it's usually just like, all right, whatever. He's going to miss 10 days. Right. 15 days if it's pitcher. He's going to miss time, and who cares? He's still going to play 140 games.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Baseball season is here, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade who will win the big game awards, which teams will win their division right now. You can even trade who the next manager for Boston and Philadelphia will be, as well as the date when a manager will be fired by. Maybe you want to trade on who will win the championship. The team from the Bronx is trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $655 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com.regulatory.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web.
With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is designed to give you more of what matters. More passenger space and headroom for greater comfort. More cargo space, a lower lift-in height, and a standard power liftgate on every model. More connectivity with Google built-in integration, plus Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All in a family-friendly SUV that delivers exceptional value. Drive a Mazda during the Mazda's More to Move You sales event and discover what makes Mazda the safest new car brand by Consumer Reports. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and it covers your whole morning all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast, it's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions, participations and times may vary. Offer prices varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival, and by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Talk sports after hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Yeah. All right, McMonigle here with you until 1 o'clock live from Fanatics Fest. One more hour until Tommy comes your way. Thanks to everybody stopping by, saying hello. It's been awesome. What a great experience. And you recognize the reach of the fan in this huge event. And we did such a great setup and everything, but people have been coming through this entire time, the last couple of days, huge crowds, everybody hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a great experience. It always is. Last year was fun too. This year was even crazier. And I told you before, last year, it was as crazy as it was last year. We came in on a Saturday. I did my Saturday show from here last year. And I came here with the kids, 9 o'clock or whatever. I was on at 10, same time. And I went to go find street parking, like on 28th or whatever, like a couple blocks away, because you can't park right around the Javits Center. And I pulled down the street, and it was wide open. I didn't even think twice about it. So today when we left, I was like, I don't even need to find time. Like, the streets would be open. I was driving around for 40 minutes looking for a parking spot. It feels like it's taken to another level, and mainly because of the Knicks. There's no doubt about it. There is a vibe around this place. Anywhere Jose Alvarado walked through, he might have been the former president. He was just surrounded by security and police officers, and you could see the gaggle of people moving with him. And not to knock Jose Alvarado, huge part of the team, obviously, and the adjustment. Him and Brunson, it was an honor to get to talk to him. Him and Brunson on the floor at the same time, and how impactful that was. But he's not one of the stars of the team. We know he's a role player who played a great role, and that's really the story of the Knicks and their ability to have those role players make such impact in that dominant run. But, man, you couldn't get anywhere near him, and the people just following. This Knick team is going to go down, and the further we get away from it, the more you want to cling on to it. And you talk about the dominance, and now you get the news Jalen Brunson was doing it with a wrist forearm injury that needed surgery, and he felt it in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. He played another 7 games after he felt it, and including an all-time closeout performance. This team is tough, and outside of Mitch, they're running it back. But right now, there are so many things to take away from that championship run and who they are and what they did and what they accomplished here. And I'm telling you, it feels... I was around the parade. I wasn't at the parade, but me and Craig kind of walked around the parade. The city was just crazy. We were blocks. We were 2 blocks over and 3 blocks down, and the street was closed off, and it was just madness. And now you look at this, and how many Knicks fans and how many people walking around with Knicks championship gear. It's brought a different element, and this team will be beloved for a long time. You do what they did, and you are, and everyone associated with it. Alvarado, as I said, Coach Brown, who deserves so much credit. But what they did, then they sweep the ESPYs. They're the best team in any sport this year. They're the most dominant. It's hard to fathom. We had Rossi Takes on yesterday. She's a social media content creator. She's the young girl who goes nuts with Philly losses, specifically the 76ers during this playoff run. And I was talking to her. I'm not sure if I asked it on air, but we were talking off air a little bit. And it was, no one expected this from the Knicks. Could they have been the best team in the East going in? Like a lot of us felt they could be the best team in the East. But from what they did from Game 3 on, it's hard to understand. And as Rossi is a 76ers fan, it's hard to understand that they had no chance against the Knicks. The Knicks took it to a level where the 76ers stood no chance. The Cleveland Cavaliers stood no chance. And quite frankly, despite, leading every game by 10 in the first quarter, the Spurs really stood no chance. The idea that this team became a juggernaut through the postseason and just batted away every opponent, it's hard to come to terms with. It's hard to understand exactly how special it is. It's hard to put it in a box and nicely. Eventually, the Yankees dynasty, as crazy it is, and as far as we are removed from it now, and you look back and you go, well, it was Mo and it was Jeter and it was special and we'll never see it again. And but it seems easier to put into a box. Amazing group that did it for multiple years, that came together and found a way to win these games, and they had the greatest closer at the end that we've ever seen in baseball history. And it was just a special group who knew how to play in big moments and got big hits. And we can put it in a nice little box. And maybe in 3 years we'll be able to put this group in a box if they continue to win. But it's hard to conceptualize exactly what this Knicks team is, because they went so far and beyond what we even thought they were capable of. And they became something. It was like looking at the sun. It's just how do you even comprehend what this team is doing? And you're watching it now at Fanatics Fest. I can just tell you, I know many of you listening haven't had a chance to come down over the first 2 days today and might not even come tomorrow. But it feels like the epicenter of New York right now. And I can just tell you, it is overrun with Knicks fans off a championship. It feels different than a lot of championships we've experienced. And it's been a long time, and that's part of it. 888-808-1019. So let's take your calls. Maybe we'll have a guest come through. I don't know. I'm only here for an hour, but stay tuned because Lugie's on for a while. Then we got Keith on till later tonight. So as people come in, as celebrities and sports athletes, typically athletes usually are involved with sports. That was probably a bit redundant, but what the hell? Athletes come by, celebrities come by, start finishing up with their autographs and their signing times. Who knows? At any point today, I know I literally got to look at LT. So I'd be honored if he came by in the hour, but maybe there's a chance he comes by today. So listen, because you never know. Today, literally everyone under the sun is here. So you have no idea who'll come on at some point today. So stay locked and loaded here on WFAN. If not for me in the next hour, Lugie moving forward, and Keith after him, right here from Fanatics Fest. We've owned this thing. We've owned it. Nobody else has imitation toaster pastries. Nobody else has fake newspapers and fake cherries. Nobody else. Just us. So come on down, hang out if you're at Fanatics Fest and listening. If not, give me a call. We'll talk Mets, Yankees, football if you want. We did a lot over the week on Jackson Dart and the Giant offense and my expectations of this team and his play. And I think those two are intertwined because to me, as much as I want the Giants to win, and obviously it's about winning, the second most important thing is solidifying Jackson Dart as the franchise leader, franchise quarterback, and one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, because that's what brings sustained winning. So we'll get into all of that. Anything you want to talk about? Jets. We talked with Gary V yesterday, who still hopes to buy the New York Jets. All on the table for the last hour or so, as I got you till 1 before Loogie. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, what's going on?
What up?
Yeah, good show.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm really feel the same way about the Knicks. I want to make one quick point about Grisham, right?
Yeah.
So you're right and you're wrong. One thing I was reading, so I said, what really happened? Because to me it was evident he wasn't running hard. Let's not use the word hustle. Then I heard that he said afterwards, and I don't think anybody said this, he was worried about his hamstring injury that he had, and he was careful the way he was running until he hit third base.
Now that's first. I watched the post game with him last night, so maybe you have a different. I saw him last night mention it. The question was posed, and again, I hear what you're saying, and maybe he is favoring it, but he didn't say that specifically. He was asked, "Are you aware of your hamstring while you're running?" And he said, "I'm always aware of the hamstring, but I don't think it hampered me in any way." And he certainly didn't indicate that he slowed down around third. He said, "No, I was running the whole time." So he answer he answered the question that was specifically asked. Are you aware of your hamstring while running at full speed out there? To which he did answer, "Yes, I'm always aware of it, but I don't think it impacted me on that play." That was his response in the postgame. It wasn't, "Hey, just so you guys all know, I'm not running that hard because I'm worried about my hamstring." That's not exactly what happened.
Right. But when I read it, when I went online and read it, that's what it said. It said that he was, and to me,
he's aware. He was asked specifically, "Are you aware of your hand?" How it was put. I watched it last night. My wife will tell you I was up till 1:30 in the morning because we didn't get home until late, and I watch everything on DVR. Actually, a funny story last night. I actually caught some older gentleman off guard last night who was a little taken aback by my response. We went to a restaurant after we left here. I had my kids with me today and yesterday. So we leave here, I don't know, 7:15, 7:20. Traffic, whatever. We don't get home until late. We stopped at a restaurant. So I'm walking out of the restaurant after dinner at, I don't know, 9:45 or so, something like that, 9:30 to 10 o'clock, somewhere in that gap. And as we're walking out, there was, in front of the restaurant, there was some outdoor seating, and there was an older gentleman sitting there, and he saw the boys both wearing Yankee hats. So as we're walking by, he just turns to the kids, and he goes, "Hey, did the Yankees do it?" And I immediately went, no, we have no idea. Because Daddy's weird, and he hasn't watched the game on DVR yet. So please, we have no idea what happened. And the guy was like, "All right, then." That's how I am. I was like, "Don't you slip and tell me the score. It's Yankees-Dodgers is the big one. I'm going home and watching it on DVR till 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what I do, and I can't wait till everyone's asleep and it's quiet and it's just me. And I can wake them all up when Muncy hits the home run." But that guy was like, "All right, I just was asking if they won the game." I was like, I know. I'm weird. Sorry, bye. Welcome to hell. Mike in Clifton Park. What's up, Mike?
Hey, great show.
Thank you.
I have a Met and Nick questions for you. So the Mets, I think they value Clay Holmes. It sounds like they're going to dangle him out there. If you don't get anything good back for him, do you think they'll put a sign him
listen,
and extend him? And then,
I would not, and I'll tell you why, Mike, and I'll let you get to your next point too. I have no problem with valuing Clay Holmes, and if I'm David Stearns, I would value him too, because quite honestly, it's the only damn decision he's made since becoming the Mets general manager or president of baseball operations that's been any damn good. Him transitioning Clay Holmes from reliever to starter has been a massive, massive success. One of, if not the only, massive success of David Stearns' tenure as the president of baseball operations. But I'm sorry, I have the richest owner in the sport. And I know the finances are up in the air next year. I don't care. If I would communicate to him that I'm doing what's best for the franchise, and we have every intention of talking to you in the offseason, knowing that doesn't guarantee them that somebody else doesn't give him some outrageous number that David Stearns wouldn't be comfortable with. But I'm not doing that just because David Stearns doesn't like to give out contracts, and maybe I can get an extension on the with good money if I extend Clay Holmes now. I'm trading him, and here's the other thing, and the main reason I'm trading him. I don't know how many other teams are trading pieces. And Clay Holmes is a valuable piece because he can do two things. If you're a team that needs a starter, you can trade for him. If you're a team that needs a reliever, you could probably transition him off this injury to being in the bullpen. Hell, if you need both, say you need the fifth man in the rotation to get you into the playoffs, and then once you're in the playoffs, you might be able to get through with your starting pitching, but could use a bullpen guy from that point on. This guy can do multiple things for you in a market that I don't know how many teams are actually selling. So I'm open to trade him. I wouldn't give him away, but if I get a really good return, which I think he might get, as well as Weaver, I'm trading him, and if I like him, I'll sign him in the offseason. I have the richest owner in baseball, and he seems to have liked his time here, so I would take the chance and be willing to look at free agency with him. But if I don't trade him, then I'm looking to extend him.
Okay, and then with the Knicks, they're like a big short, I think. So have you heard any rumors about that? And do you think any of the draft picks this year will be on the Knicks roster and maybe like a Daddy A goes? Thanks for the time, Chris.
You got it. No, I mean, they did what they did to replace Mitch. They pretty much brought back everybody else. I don't think there's another significant move coming. There's not another significant move coming from the Knicks. And I got to be totally honest with you. And you know, maybe a sports show host shouldn't say this. I don't care. I'm really having a tough time caring about how the Knicks are going to build it. Like, it's set it and forget it. Leon Rose is running the show. God bless Leon. Whatever you do, it's the right. He's had the Midas touch. He has built this team up. Look at this team. Not a single. Mitch Robinson was the only drafted Knick on the team. There was not and Bridges and Cat, obviously. Like, there's hardly first-round picks on the team. He just went out and acquired, like, just piece by piece, even decisions that we didn't like, trading away players we loved for OG Anunoby, who's, oh, yeah, sure, he's a great defensive player. Like, you just traded away players you wouldn't give away for Mitchell, and you gave him away for OG Anunoby. Like, I am fully on board, and it's hard to question, and it's hard to quibble, and it's hard to say they need this, they need that. I trust Leon Rose to do it, and right now we're basking in the glow of a championship that, like, Mitch Robinson left, and I was like, good for you, Mitch. You got money. You got paid. Oh, he's a Celtic? I mean, that sucks. I'm not sure he'll look good in green or not, but, like, it's hard. I think we're going to have to get a lot closer to the actual season and away from this championship before I feel any real way about how this team's moving forward. Jeff in Whitestone. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Chris, I'd like to make a quick like Lindor Judge and a quick quote on Francisco Alvarez, if I may. Okay,
yeah.
So Francisco Lindor, a great player. But he started off the season, he had the hammy injury, he went on a DL with another injury. Sometimes, you know, it's just a lost season. Guys get hurt, and they just can't get it together. That's my comparison to Judge. Judge has a rib injury. I mean, I don't know. Even if Judge does come back in September, he's got to get it together again. It may be one of those things with Judge that maybe it just doesn't happen.
Of course. I mean, it may not happen. Of course, everything's on the table. It may not happen. Here's what I would say: he's the best hitter on the planet. So I don't view him as Stanton. Stanton has to come back and get a month full of at bats before I feel good about Stanton's swing. I don't think Judge needs a month full of at bats. I don't. As long as he feels good, as long as he can swing without pain, as long as he feels he's in a position health-wise to do what he does, I am not all that concerned that Judge doesn't have enough time. I mean, can he show up game one of the wild card and/or ALDS and feel good about him? No, he'll need some run-up. But if he comes back, what's the final game of the year? Let me just check the schedule real quick. The final game of the year is September 27th. So playoffs usually start a couple days after. A wild card might start the next day, but whatever. So let's just say the last game of the season, September 27th. If he is back for the 13th and he gets a full 2-week run of getting at bats, I'll be fairly confident Judge is Judge. Give me 2 weeks. If you told me he's back right now on September 13th and he has 2 full weeks of at bats, it's not great. I'd love that full month. But if he's healthy, the swing is free, there's no pain, he is completely healed, 2 weeks and I'll feel good about it. So that's all the Yankees need to judge it by. Like, are they going to, and at the trade deadline, do they know if that's on the table? Like, I'm very fascinated by how the Yankees handle the trade deadline if Judge's status is still in question. Corey in Manalapan. What's up, Corey?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for making it.
I just have a quick question. I'm a big Yankee fan, and I don't understand what's the fascination, what's the beauty about Aaron Boone? He's been horrible, in my estimation, over a couple of years. He's not a really good, I think, really not in-game manager. Yesterday, he even admitted, I should have did this, I should have did that. Every time I hear him talk, everybody's good. It's getting tiring, and I don't know what. And I know that the ownership loves this guy, or the general manager loves this guy, because maybe he can tell them what to do. I mean,
well, that's going to be any manager moving forward. I mean, again, not telling what to do specifically, but on the same page, working together, overarching themes about how they envision baseball and the team. That's going to be the case no matter who they hire. They're not hiring, they're not digging up Earl Weaver and bringing him out there so he can kick dirt on the umpire. Like, it's not happening.
I understand, but let me ask you a question. What's my recourse? I have to watch the games and get upset.
What's your recourse for what? What?
I watch the games all the time. I love the Yankees.
Yeah.
So even when I say I'm not going to watch it, I watch it.
Well, why wouldn't you watch it? They win 90 games every year. I know they don't win the championship, but you're telling me the 6 months of the baseball season is such a drag on you that you've considered not watching it? Like, that's where I lose it with Yankee fans. I'm sorry. I'm not saying not winning a championship is okay. It's not. You need to win championships. But April through September is such a devastatingly bad watch. Go be another fan and tell me, I'm sorry. The idea that you should boycott watching the team is absolutely flabbergasting to me, that anyone consider. Now, your points about Aaron Boone, I hear you, and I don't think many Yankee fans do consider him a great manager. I don't consider him a great manager. I think he's a good manager. I think he's better than you lead on. I think he handles the team. I think he obviously has issues. They all do. I don't agree with everything he does. I didn't agree with him last night, but I don't think it was a reason why they lost. And year in and year out, they win ball games. He's got a top 5 historical win-loss record for Yankee managers. Again, he has to win. He has to win. And his contract is up at the end of next year. If they don't win a championship either this year or next year, I'll be the first one to tell you, it's going to be hard to justify giving him another contract. You can't be the manager of the New York Yankees for a decade and not win a championship. So I'm not saying he's Miller Huggins. I'm not saying he's the best manager in baseball. I'm saying he is a good, solid manager. This is a tougher job than most, despite what you think. They win a lot of games, and they have come up short in the postseason, mainly because their players who carry them to the good record that gets them there don't perform, including their superstar, Aaron Judge. I was just having a conversation with a guy before about Aaron Judge. Despite how great he is, he hasn't really carried the franchise to any real high level as opposed to the 10 years prior. And, it's hard to argue, as great as a player as he is, he hasn't. And again, I know many would say he can't do it alone. Well, that's more of a question for Brian Cashman than it is the manager. But he hasn't performed in the biggest moments. Should they move on from him? Do you trade Judge because he hasn't performed in the biggest games? Because he dropped the ball in center field in Game 5 of the World Series? You need your guys to come through. You look at the champions, they pretty much are champions because their guys go off. Look at the Texas Rangers in 23. You can't tell me that 23 Rangers team is better than any Aaron Judge-era Yankee team. You can't tell me that team is better. What happened? Corey Seager's their best player. He had a home run every day. Corey Seager went off and carried them offensively. And what happened? Guys like Nathan Eovaldi became Nathan Eovaldi again and pitched well in the postseason. You had other guys step up and perform really well and turn into aces. You need your players to perform. So, look, I think Aaron Boone's a fine manager, but he doesn't get to keep this job forever. And I can't imagine him getting a contract extension after next year if they don't win a title between now and then. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll continue to take your calls live from Fanatics Fest here at the Javits Center, as you never know when something's going to happen. It's funny. All of a sudden, you'll hear a bell or a ding or just a little eruption of a crowd, and suddenly everybody takes off. You see people sprinting in some direction. Why? They don't even know. They heard the same thing I heard and just assumed, I'm going to run over there instead of watching the big guy in blue talk about the Yankees for an hour and a half. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Continue to take your calls for another half hour until we get to Lugauer at 1 live from Fanatics Fest.
Saturday Night Baseball is on WFAN. The Yankees and Dodgers meet up in the Bronx. 8:08 tonight.
That baby's gone! God.
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. AM 660, 1019 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, July 31st, PNC Bank Arts Center. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Motley Crue, part of the Cadillac Tri-State Concert Series.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
This is Mary at the Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
Hi, I've been dreaming of having an epic college setup.
But your college budget is less than epic.
Way less.
Well, with IKEA, you can get everything you need for college, from bedding to storage and decor, all at a great price.
That's good economics.
Sounds like someone just found their major. Visit IKEA in-store or at IKEA.us to get ready for college. IKEA, dream the possibilities.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hi, this is New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport. Speeding puts everyone at risk. That's why officers and troopers are actively looking for drivers who drive too fast. Don't let speeding be the reason that you or someone else doesn't make it home. Slow down and drive safely, New Jersey.
Most tire dealers will sell Bridgestone tires, but Town Fair Tire sells Bridgestone tires for an unbeatable combination of the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life. Town Fair is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. So when you're in the market for a new set of Bridgestone tires, get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Total Orthopedics is expanding across Long Island and New Jersey, with offices coming to Babylon, West Babylon, Comac, and West Orange. From sprains and broken bones to complex sports injuries, they're the experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com today.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, 2 fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait, that's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff, friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
The Mets are making noise in Queens. What's your take on the Amazings? Call us now at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
All right, McMonigle here with you live from Fanatics Fest as we take you through the next, half hour or so. Loogie comes your way then, right here on the Fan. Let's do the Fan Focus, brought to you by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. Obviously, we talked a lot about last night. The Yankees fall to the Dodgers 2-1. Aaron Boone leaves in Garrett Cole after a leadoff walk to Mookie Betts in the 7th, and Muncy gets a hanging slider and hits it 400 feet into the upper deck in right field. Yankees get thrown out at home in the 8th. Grisham didn't get a good read. Mookie Betts makes an incredible throw on the run to shut down the Yankee rally in the 8th, and the Yankees fall 2-1 to open the series. They're back at it tonight, weather pending, with Weathers on the mound, going up against the Dodgers tonight to try and see if they can win this series. That is a little bit of a litmus test, obviously, against the defending champs. Sam Burns, who shot a 62 yesterday, is leading the Open Championship with a score of 9 under. So that'll get underway. I think it is, right? Obviously, into the third round. But we've got the Open Championship coming up Saturday, today, and tomorrow. And Burns, again, in the lead at 9 under through 8 today, shooting a -4 through 8 today. That's the Fan Focus, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. All right, so let's get to the calls. Anything you guys want to talk about? Mets, Yankees. A little bit of football as well. We'll always open it up to football, talking about Jackson Dart. I've seen a lot of Cowboys fans here, too. I've had pleasure in telling them the Giants are going to win the first game of the year. Because they're going to. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Mark in Manhattan. What's up, Mark?
Not too much, C-Mac. 2 quick points. One,
Yes.
you spot on the Grisham situation. I mean, Rojas has got to read that better than he did.
I think that's it. Yeah, I think so, too. I mean, again, it's a bad read from Grisham. I'm not saying it's not. He needs to be better. And he's just not that fast. It was a bad read, and I thought it was up to I don't care where the throw was. I thought it was a bad send.
Exactly. And the other part is saying that with the how in the hell is the Olympic hockey team not the team of the year? Like when you look
I'm sorry. I totally disagree with you.
All-Star team. It's an NHL All-Star team, and they beat the best teams in the world. How are they not the team of the year?
No, because they are. Because they're an all-star. Because they are an all-star team. They're an all-star team. They were in the gold medal game last Olympics as well, and they won by 1 goal in the final game against Canada. The Knicks were a dominant force through the postseason, the likes of which we've never seen in NBA history. Sorry. I'm sorry. And that's a team. I hate to say this. I hate to be a bad guy. I don't want to knock America. Not here today in front of all you fine people at the Javits Center. I don't want to do it. But that's hardly a team. They were together for 3 weeks. I'm sorry. I love America. I'm happy they won. And they came together and did something a U.S. hockey team hasn't done in a long freaking time. I know because I've seen a million documentaries about it. That 1980 team, I've seen so many documentaries about it. So I get it. But they hardly. I'm sorry. You can't call the best team in sports to a glorified, and that comes off as a bad term. I don't mean it that way, but a glorified all-star team that played in the Olympics that were together for a month, as opposed to a Knicks team that went through a season, the ups and downs, the trials and tribulations. They win the cup. They go into a tailspin at that point. In February, we're questioning this team and this group and this specifically the starting 5. And their cohesiveness and the ability of Brunson and Cat to play together, all this stuff. Questioning it up until going into the postseason. And then they lose the first 2 of 3, and then they go on a dominant run, the likes of which we've never seen. It's the best point differential ever in a postseason run, and honestly, they lost 3 games by a total of 6 points. And they beat Wemby, who is the face of the NBA, arguably, moving forward. Sorry, the best team award went to the right team. Now, do I care about the ESPYs? I do not. Chris and Seagirt. What's up, Chris?
Well, first, I'm an obnoxious Mets fan, and I have nothing to cheer about, but I know you're a Yankee shill. So
yes.
I have to ask, plus I want to say I'm very happy for you with what's going on with your career. You're a nice person. You have a pleasant voice. Even when you're knocking the Mets, you just do it in such a pleasant way, it doesn't hurt as much. But they have this giveaway going on at Yankee Stadium on Tuesday where they're going to have people being sorted. It's like an Aaron Judge, Harry Potter giveaway.
I did see that.
So,
do they have the hat there? If they have the hat there that they put on your head and determine which bobblehead you get, I'm going.
Well,
and I'm not even a Harry Potter guy, but that's awesome.
Is the sorting hat going to have a Yankee symbol on it? You know, both going to have a Yankee emblem on it?
That would be.
But what house would Babe Ruth be sorted into, or Joe DiMaggio, or Mickey Mantle? I mean, again,
yeah, I think they're all. They're all Gryffindor. I don't know. You're trying to knock the Yankees through their giveaway, and Aaron Judge won't be there for his Harry Potter giveaway. I hear you. Kind of a lame take. I don't know if they're actually doing the sorting hat. I just think they're giving out a Harry Potter bobblehead, and it's from all the different. I don't even know what they're called. Factions. What are they? Schools? What do they call them in Harry Potter? I know it's Slytherin. It's Gryffindor. I think those are the only 2 I know. You know more? Hufflepuff, of course. Hufflepuff. What else? And Ravenclaw. I knew it. And by the way, he's wearing a Mets jersey. You tried to knock the Yankees for their Harry Potter. The Harry Potter nerd right there. Kid looks like he skateboards 24 hours a day wearing a Mets jersey, wearing a Mets shirt. He knew Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. I don't know. But I think it's just they're making bobbleheads of Judge in all 4 of them, and you get whatever you get. I don't think there's a sorting hat. But that would be awesome. But that's a good giveaway. They need Lord of the Rings. And anyone who likes Harry Potter, for the Met fan who knows Hufflepuff, Lord of the Rings, check it out if you haven't. Okay, you got it? You're a Lord of the Rings guy too, or no? Yeah? They're made. The Hobbit's okay. Go watch The Lord of the Rings. They're coming out with a new, I think it's coming out December of 27. The Search for Gollum. I just saw Andy Serkis, who's going to direct it, who plays Gollum. Saw a little bit of a sort of a teaser. I don't even think you call it a teaser, but it was just like him starting production. Can't wait. Let's go to Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Ant?
Hey, Chris. I definitely miss you at night, but,
Thank you.
The career is a lot better, and you're doing a great job with Carlton.
Thank you.
We always, not that I expect you to remember, but we talked about this a lot. I don't think Boone's a bad manager. I just think that you come to a point where if you're not going to win and you're not winning, you got to make a change. And like you said, I'm okay with I think they should do it now, but I'm definitely okay with what you're saying about, wait until his contract is up. Here's the issue that I have with Boone, and if somebody already brought it up, I'm sorry, but that, to me, who's the manager he's supposed to manage, okay? Cole, his last outing pitched pretty good. It wasn't a great team. He pitched good. Okay, now he's pitching against the Dodgers. He's got 6 innings. Okay, an awesome start. You take him out because you want him to, and I know the major league are making all this money.
No, you want them
to feel good.
Yeah. It is Cole.
Sorry.
It is Cole and not a rookie, but it's not like someone who I don't think can recover from losing that game and giving up that home run. It's not like,
he can,
but I hear you.
He always has the emotion on his face. He's always so. Instead of him, even if they wind up losing the game later on, he still feels great about himself. Man, I pitched against the world champions. I'm coming back. I just had Tommy John. I pitched 6 innings.
Yeah.
When's my next start? Now he's thinking about why.
So
did I throw that?
would you have brought him out to begin with?
Yes, I wouldn't even have put him. Yes, absolutely.
You would have brought in Hedrick to start the inning.
6 innings, 90-something pitches. You're coming off of Tommy John. You look great.
Yeah, but you're also trying to find out what he can do. At some point, you got to push him. Like, I had no problem with it. I get your point, and yeah, you want to. In that moment, he walks Mookie Betts. You take him out. He can't win. He can't lose the game, right? You feel good, even if you give up the one run, if the bullpen blows it on you. Not that he would be all that happy if they lose the game no matter what. But I understand that thought process. Take him out while it's still a positive before he gives up the home run, and now you feel like the outing wasn't good. The outing was excellent. And I think if any starter in all of baseball, let alone just on the Yankees, can understand, hey, I pitched well, I had a good game, knows himself, and knows he made one mistake. Like, he's the one guy. Like, if you're trying to get Carlos Rodon on a run, and I bring him up because he's a veteran too, it doesn't just mean young pitchers, but certainly young pitchers or even Carlos Rodon, who's been up and down. You get him on a good run. All right, let's take it out. Well, it's all still positive. Cole's the one guy I'm less concerned about that. But it's a thought, and it's definitely something that goes into the thought process. Like, hey, let's take him out now while this is still a positive. But you're also trying to figure out about Cole. All right, there's a little bit of Yankee news here. The Yankees, and don't overreact to it, the Yankees have signed a right-handed pitcher, Bradley Hanner, to a major league contract and optioned him to AAA to make room on the 40-man, because when you sign someone to a major league contract, he has to go on the 40-man. To make room for the 40-man, the Yankees have transferred Aaron Judge's injury to the 60-day IL. So I know most of you know this, but for those of you who don't, that doesn't mean he's gone for 60 days from today. It means he can't come back from 60 days from when he initially went on the IL, which is June 5th. So that would still put him on pace for early August, is now the earliest he could come back. All of June, all of July. So he would still, and I don't think anyone expected him back the first week of August anyway. So this is just roster manipulation. This is just to get another man on the 40-man and open up a 40-man spot. But I don't think this impacts how we feel about Judge's injury at all. It's a 60 IL, but that's from June 5th. The earliest he can come back now is like the first week of August. That wasn't going to happen anyway. So it's just a matter of opening up a roster spot for a pitcher who might help the bullpen. Pat, or might just impact the team in some way. Pat and Suffern, what's up, Pat?
C-Mac, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, I love the C-Mac show every day from 2 to 6. But listen, real quick, I want to just talk about the Yankees a little bit. I think I agree with you on this. I applaud Aaron Boone for leaving him in there. That last caller, I totally disagree with that. Everybody gets the...
All right, I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know if it was just your feedback or you were listening on the radio, but it was just too loud. I'm glad you agree with me. I'm sorry? Okay, I can break here. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come right back with your calls. Wrap up the show as we are live from Fanatics Fest, but don't change that dial. We got Lugauer coming up next. We got Keith after him. We are going to keep a strong presence here at the Bodega, the WFAN Bodega, live here at Fanatics Fest. We'll come back, continue to take your calls. McMonigle with you for another segment or so as we take you till 1 o'clock right here on The Fan. Be right back.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonigle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Are you comfortable trading Lindor and watching him go win a World Series? You want to add that to the pile of crap Met fans have to go? You want to watch Lindor, who was going to be your guy, who led you to the NLCS 2 years ago, who a lot of people were clamoring on David Wright Day to make him captain of the New York Mets. All of that is falling apart. I get it. You want to watch him go win a championship with the Yankees?
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started today. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure, has all the betting markets you could possibly want, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, please call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, in the game, you always need a backup plan, and your phone is no different. A second line from Red Pocket Mobile is perfect for side gigs, keeping your work and personal numbers separate, and just staying connected without the big carrier price tag. Starting at just $10 a month, you get your choice of 3 major 5G networks with no contracts or credit checks. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, it's Sean Morash. I got to sit down with Will Ferrell and the cast of The Hawk. So how does Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins compare to other Will sports characters?
I guess there's more Ricky Bobby in Lonnie, but I would say that Lonnie's the biggest narcissist I've ever played.
It may be the greatest comeback story in golf history. Classic Will Ferrell in The Hawk. And The Hawk is now streaming on Netflix.
Recovering from an addiction is an individual accomplishment. A young mother who chose recovery to care for her family. A high school athlete overcoming opioid addiction. A couple celebrating his recovery. Everyone's recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help you find the recovery option that's best for you. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
Every opinion counts with Evan and Tiki. Join the conversation weekdays from 10 to 2. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
All right. It's bittersweet for me right now, too, as we come to an end here at Fanatics Fest. I'm going to get to it. The sweet part is I'm going to get to experience it a little bit now with the boys. We're going to go hang out, go around. Hi. My son Tommy's waving at me. We're going to go around and do some things, so I'll get to experience it. But it's bitter because I got to go now, and I won't be able to talk to you, find people, or say hello to everybody. That was great. So it is bittersweet. But let's finish up with your phone calls. What's the first thing we do, Tommy? Where are we going? Where are we going once we leave here? What do you want to do? You want to go to Dick's or do the dive and catch for the 100,000th time? They have like a dive and catch thing where it's like just a big pad and the guy's throwing a football. You jump into the pad and catch it. It's right next to the WFAN booth. He's done it, I don't know, 300 times. This poor bastard there throwing footballs to the same kid over and over again at 10 o'clock in the morning. Amazing. All right, let's get to your calls as we wrap up the show. Barry in L.A. What's up, Barry?
Hey, Chris. Thanks so much for taking the call.
You got it.
I wanted to talk about the Mets deadline. And if someone's mentioned this before, I apologize. But shouldn't the Mets strategy, I'm a huge Mets fan, go back to the beginning, shouldn't the Mets strategy have something to do with the lockout? I mean, Cohn's a hedge fund manager.
Right.
And meaning that anybody that has a 2-year contract, I'm trading. You know, Weaver, I love him. He's been fantastic. He has a 2-year contract. You can't count on him being around for the second year.
That's fair.
And why not? And why not offer to eat money on the second year of the contract? Like Polanco, if you can find somebody and say, I'll take 75% of Polanco's second year.
Yeah.
So you can have Polanco.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
There was a report that Steve Cohen is not going to be as eager to eat money the way he did with the Scherzer contract and the Verlander contract that got them better prospects a handful of years ago when they did that. But like Weaver, I'm not worried about his $11 million. I don't think the teams trading for him next year are either. Sure, maybe could you get a slight upgrade in prospect if you eat a little bit of the money? Fine. But I don't think it's a major thing. If you're trading Lindor, that's the kind of deal where you're like, well, how much money am I have to eat? Like the other guys, who have 2-year contracts, I'm not all that concerned with. If you're going to trade Devin Williams, that's a guy, multiple years, long-time money. But I agree with you. Like, the point with Weaver, it's not like, again, one, you don't know, to your point, we don't know if there's baseball next year, first point. And second point, I don't know if Weaver's going to be that good next year. And that's not to knock him. He's been great. I'm a Yankee fan. He was the closer into the World Series. Weaver's having an incredible year, and I would expect this year to continue the same way. I think he's having a good year, and he'll have a good year. But there is no position in maybe all of sports that is more fickle season to season than relievers, and especially, average to above average relievers. Like, there's no guarantee. He was terrible last year for the Yankees. He might be terrible next year. And I think right now you can get a good deal for him, considering how many teams are going to be looking for bullpen help and how many teams are actually selling. So I would absolutely move on from Weaver, take my chances next year with finding his replacement, and get as much as I can for him. But yeah, I'm with you. I think they should trade a lot. I don't know if the money is that big a factor, and apparently reports are that he would be less eager to eat the money like he did with Verlander and Scherzer. James in Scarsdale. What's up, James?
Hey, Chris, how are you? Well, thank you for taking the call.
Thank you. Thank you for making
doing a great job. Doing a great job on your afternoon show.
Thank you.
The issue I have, Chris, it's not so much with Boone, but with Cashman, and this has been going on. Any Yankee fan knows this for years. You look at Wells, you look at the Yankees up the middle. what they went into the season with Wells, Volpe, even Grisham, and then over on the left-hand side at third base with McMahon. These are all Cashman-type moves, and these players are all hitting below 230. I think Grisham's at 236. Wells probably shouldn't even be on the team. The reality, Chris, is the Yankees don't win the World Series until Cashman is no longer in his job.
I think that's just easy to say. Yeah, that's just easy to say. I mean, they're a team. Yeah, okay. I mean, again, like I said, I think that
$320 million payroll. This is not a $320 million payroll team.
You say so. All right. Well, how much? I guess. But let me ask you a question. Again, like it's easy to say that. Do you know how much the Toronto Blue Jays spend? Because it's right there with the Yankees. And how's that look? I know they went to the World Series last year. Did they win? And where are they now? Last place, getting their doors blown off by the White Sox last night. The second highest payroll in baseball is the Mets. How's their situation looking? Now, I'm not saying that he hasn't had mistakes and that there aren't issues. There are. But I don't believe in the narrative that he can't build a team that can win a championship because right now, despite all its faults, I think he's built a team that's the best in the American League. That's what I think.
The Yankees are a joke.
And I think that you say that, no one's hitting over 230. You know what the batting average across Major League Baseball is? I think it's like 237. They need to be better offensively, and they hopefully will be when Judge comes back. If he comes back, he's just been placed on the 60-day IL, which means nothing. Thank you guys for hanging out with me live at Fanatics Fest. Loogie is next. We'll talk to you on Monday at 2. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
The road to kickoff 2026 starts now. From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Summer's heating up and pest season is officially here. Mosquitoes, ticks, ants, and wildlife are becoming more active across the greater New York area as summer temperatures rise. Enjoy your summer, not the pests. JP McHale Pest Management helps protect your home, family, pets, employees, and customers all summer long. With local offices around the tri-state area, their local experts are ready with seasonal residential savings and free commercial inspections. Visit nopests.com. That's NOPESTS.com. JP McHale Pest Management, not just good, guaranteed.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
If you're looking for the drink of the summer, grab a Spiked-Aid. It's your favorite sports drink flavors spiked with vodka. 0 sugar, no bubbles, and just 100 calories. Next time you're stocking up, make it Spiked-Aid and follow them on Instagram and TikTok at Drink Spiked Aid.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival, and by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Start the day with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Tommy Lugauer. Start Dart. I love Tommy.
No biggie.
Yeah, dudes, dogs, and damage. I believe in positive Tommy.
Oh, I've been working nights.
They call me Tommy the Rationalizer.
We all know Tommy Lugauer is a generational talent.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer on the Fan.
Say it, honey.
All right, let's go. Tommy Lugauer. Loogie. I guess it really isn't after hours. It might be before hours. Let's call it Loogie in the light of day, live from Javits Center, live from Fanatics Fest. And my YouTube people tell me we are live on YouTube, so I don't really know where to put my hands. I don't really know what camera to look in, and I guess I have to keep my pants on throughout the show, which normally I don't do when I'm back at the station because it's just me and the producer. But since we're here at Fanatics Fest, they'd probably remove me from the facility if I started doing that. So we are here at Javits Center. We are here at Fanatics Fest. I got to be honest with you. I feel like a little bit of a zoo animal right now. People are staring at me talk. I feel like I'm like the penguin section, although if I had to be an animal, I'd probably want to be the animal that they pay the most. I don't know if they actually pay animals, but if they did, I'd want to be the one that gets paid the most. So we are here. If you are at the Javits Center or you're thinking about coming here, you're going to have to fight through the rain a little bit. It is pouring out there, or at least last I checked, it was literally coming down cats and dogs, and I think it's supposed to rain until Sunday morning. So if you are heading out here, bring a poncho, bring an umbrella, and we'll keep you posted on whether or not the Yankee game will be played tonight. I would say it's doubtful, just based on the weather report and what I walked in. And we'll also keep you posted on the Met game as well. They are down in Philadelphia. That is a 4 o'clock start, and the Yankee game is at 7 o'clock. We have a lot to get to today, but let's start with this. The Mets are not trading Francisco Lindor, nor should they. Let's start with why they shouldn't. Francisco Lindor, let's take this year and put it to a side. Let's not be prisoners of the moment. I'm not going to base Francisco Lindor's career on a couple of months, especially when he's been injured. It's been a weird year. It is an unexplainable year. I tell my wife all the time, when I leave the toilet seat up, I'm like, honey, it's unexplainable. I don't know why I left it up. Or when I don't do my chores, or when she's mad at me about something, I just say it's unexplainable. Now leave me alone. That's exactly what's going on with Francisco Lindor. It's unexplainable. And if you look at his body of work, not just with Cleveland, but most importantly with the Mets, he has been not only a consistent player, plays every single day, 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases, 90 RBIs, 100 runs scored, great defense, great locker room guy. That is the type of player that I would want to keep around. And for the sake of the conversation, let's just say that Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor don't get along. Because Francisco Lindor likes to go to, a fashion show on Saturday night, and Juan Soto, like Evan, wants to go to a batting cage on Saturday night. All right, they don't have the same personalities. I work with 1 million people. There's like 3 people I would go and hang out with after hours. So really, you don't have to get along with every single person you work with. I barely get along with my family, but I have to be, around them because they're my family. And that's what a baseball team is. We get too hung up on chemistry when it comes to baseball. It's not basketball where I have to pass you the ball or we have to have continuity and chemistry to win a championship like the Knicks did. It's baseball. You sit there and you watch grass grow for 3 hours. I mean, Juan Soto's basically staring at Francisco Lindor's, there's kids here, so I'll say behind for 3 straight hours. I mean, that's what he's doing. You have to have chemistry in order to play baseball together. But for the sake of this conversation, let's just say that Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto don't get along. You don't trade Francisco Lindor because of that. You hire the right manager. In this case, it would be Alex Cora, much like the Giants did with John Harbaugh, a CEO, an adult in the room, a taskmaster that could come in and build the bridge between Soto and Lindor. Again, for the sake of this conversation, if they don't get along. That's why you don't do it. That's why you keep Francisco Lindor. Now, as far as why the Mets won't trade him outside of the baseball stuff, they're not going to eat his contract, and you'd be trading him when he's not at his peak value. So business-wise, it makes absolutely no sense. I understand my fellow Met fans, they want red meat. They already got it with Carlos Mendoza. They want it with David Stearns, and quite frankly, they want it with Positive Tommy. But they're not going to get a piece of Positive Tommy. Not yet. I'm not waving the white flag, and I understand you're upset, you're frustrated, you're aggravated, you are anxious about the future, but being a prisoner of the moment is not the way to, it's okay as a fan, but as a business, as an organization, as a franchise, you are trading away one of your best players. And I know a lot of Met fans, my fellow Met fans, were upset that the Mets let Pete Alonso walk out the door. Why? Pete Alonso hit one of the biggest home runs that, at least in my lifetime as a Met fan. Francisco Lindor, the next series, hit a bigger home run. So why is it okay to mourn for Pete, but with Francisco Lindor, we want to kick him out the door? I am not for the drama. If I want to watch reality TV, I'll turn on Vanderpump Rules. I don't care about what Francisco Lindor's wife has to say. I don't care if she does a podcast with Mamdani. I don't care about stuff like that. I care about what's going on with my baseball team and as far as who is going to be on the field and give them the best chance to win. The Mets are a better team with Francisco. I don't know where to look. I'm looking into every single camera here. Everybody's staring at me. So if I'm looking all over the place, I'm darting all over the place. I apologize because we're not only live on WFAN, we're not only live at Javits Center, we are live on YouTube. The Mets are a better team with Francisco Lindor. That's just a fact. And this year, his performance, Francisco Lindor, is unexplainable. I think it was Tiki who, I don't know if the right word is speculated, but he wondered out loud if Francisco Lindor suffered a concussion earlier in the year. He had a slide, I think it was like the first series against the Pirates. Perhaps that's what's going on. Who knows? But it's one of those years that you throw out the window and you don't erase his entire career as a Met. And the story that came out the other day from Chelsea Janes on SNY, where the Mets are open for business, Francisco Lindor's name was not on the untouchables list, but he should be, and he basically is untouchable. The Mets really can't move him because of the contract, because he's not at peak value. So I'm not trading Francisco Lindor for pennies on the dollar. That makes absolutely no sense, and I don't think David Stearns and Steve Cohen would do that. That's number one. And number two, you are trading away a great player. And we are being, I think, prisoners of the moment because we want red meat. And when we're upset, it's like being in traffic. It's like driving around New York City. What do we do when we're sitting in traffic? We honk our horn. Well, I've been on the planet 40 years, and I've honked horn in traffic, and it has never gotten me quicker to my destination. So it's just a way as Met fans or fans in general to be upset, and we feel like somebody has to pay for that. Well, they already got rid of the manager. I think they're going to at least put a full court press on for Alex Cora, and they should. I mean, to me, Alex Cora is right there with John Harbaugh. You're talking about a leader of men, a champion, a guy that has won a World Series, has dealt with superstars, has dealt with a market where there are high expectations, not only from the fans, but also from the media. To me, Alex Cora is number one on the offseason list. But that is the offseason. As far as the trade deadline, for the sake of the conversation, if the Mets are open for business, there are obviously several names that make sense to deal. I mean, Freddie Peralta, number one. He's on an expiring contract, and You can say what you want about Freddie Peralta this year, but Freddie Peralta throughout his career has been a damn good pitcher. He's been an all-star. He led the National League in wins last year. And if last year is any indication of what the starting pitching market's going to be, you can get a lot back for Freddie Peralta because of his track record. So he makes sense based on the contract and based on what you're going to get back for him. Luke Weaver's interesting. I think and I know I'm supposed to have a strong opinion one way or the other, but I'm torn on this one. Luke Weaver, you can get a lot back if you're the Mets because he's had such a great year. So the argument to trade him, I get, because I think outside of, if you traded Soto, which the Mets aren't doing, but the realistic people you can trade, Luke Weaver's a guy that you can get the most back for. So it does make sense on one hand, but on the other hand, Luke Weaver is on a 2-year deal. He makes $11 million a year. That is a really good contract based on the way he has pitched. And if you trade Raley, if you trade Minter, you need guys to pitch out of the bullpen next year. And I understand relievers are up and down, and that's the conundrum, and that's the pickle that I think the Mets are in. Gun to my head, do I think they trade him? Yes, but I think there's a strong argument either way. Let's put it this way, I'd be happy either way. If they kept Luke Weaver, I understand it. If the Mets got rid of Luke Weaver, I understand it. As far as the other relievers, Raley, Minter, they make total sense. I would keep Francisco Alvarez. This idea that they're going to shop him. Francisco Alvarez at one time was the number one prospect, not just with the Mets, but in baseball. He's been on a heater recently. And the deal with Francisco Alvarez is that every time he gets hot and every time he starts to really fulfill the prophecy and promise that he had as a prospect, he gets hurt. And that's obviously a risk that you have to take if you keep him. But the player that I think everybody thought he would be does exist. He just has to stay healthy. I would keep Alvarez. I would keep Terrence. As far as Clay Holmes, you have to extend Clay Holmes. This idea that you're not extending him, it would be absurd. You look at this rotation. Obviously, you love McLean. You love Scott. You like Thornton. We'll see more of him in the second half, but you like what you've seen so far. Clay Holmes would have been pitching in the All-Star game if he didn't get hurt. The guy had a sub-2 ERA. He was going deeper into games than he did in year one. There's a report out there that he's open to a contract extension. I am keeping Clay Holmes if I'm David Stearns. In fact, I'm getting that deal done as soon as humanly possible. Now, as far as Bo Bichette, it's on Bo, but I hope he opts in. Bo Bichette has fallen, again, unexplainable things. He has fallen into the same sort of pattern that other Met players have fallen into that have had a track record that have come to this team. Whether it's Piazza, whether it's Beltran, whether it's Soto, whether it's Lindor, all of those guys struggled early on in their Met tenure, and all of them turned it around. Now, I understand there are the Jason Bays, there are the Mo Vaughns, there are the Roberto Alomars, etc., that never turned it around, but I believe Bo Bichette is more a Piazza, Lindor, Soto, Beltran, meaning he will turn things around. I think he's going to have a big second half, and if he chooses to opt in, he will have a big second year with the Mets. And oh, by the way, where is he making this kind of money as far as in the offseason with a contract? So if you're Bo Bichette, what is he making, $42 million if he opts in? If WFAN paid me $42 million, I'd opt in today. I'd tell him, I'd call the architect right now and be like, I'm not going anywhere. Where exactly are you getting $42 million on the open market? Don't think it's happening. So I hope Bo Bichette opts in. I hope the Mets extend Clay Holmes. So this idea that the Mets are going to look a lot different next year, I think is a little bit hyperbolic. We know the outfield is coming back. I believe the catchers are coming back. Polanco's not going anywhere. Simeon's not going anywhere. I hope Bo Bichette's not going anywhere. So we're having these conversations, and all we're really talking about is relievers and Brett Beatty. That's really it. When you think about and Peralta, the relievers, and Brett Beatty. Vientos, who I love, is hurt, so they're not trading him, and that's unfortunate for Mark too. And the thing about Vientos, and I know I'm a Vientos stan and a Vientos supporter, and it's not even necessarily positive Tommy. And remember, this is positive Tommy in moderation. We've hit that point of the season. So you're not going to get over the top positive Tommy. You're going to get more positive Tommy in moderation. Vientos, because everybody got on him for his fielding. Well, yeah, he's not a first baseman. So if I'm not an astronaut. So if I tried to fly to space, I would struggle. He's not a first baseman. He's a DH. So he was put out of position, and now not because David Stearns is a moron, it's because the two first basemen got hurt. Polanco got hurt, and Jared Young got hurt. And that goes back to our Pete Alonso discussion that we'll go around and around in circles with for now till the end of eternity. The Mets, I believe, look at this from this perspective. If any other team had a core that had 2 collapses to their resume and didn't have a lot of playoff appearances, you would be okay with them breaking up the core. So it's not about necessarily letting Pete walk. It's the replacement, right? Well, you break up with your girlfriend, okay, cool, but then if you get the new girlfriend and she's kind of a pain in the ass, you're like, well, what the hell did I get rid of the old girlfriend for? So it's like, what the heck am I doing here? Or you quit your job and you get a new job and you're like, well, this job kind of sucks. I wish I had my old job. Polanco, as far as the replacement, getting injured kind of thwarted the entire plans of David Stearns. And David has been open about maybe in the future looking at a player and saying, hey, he's injury prone, maybe we'll stay away. But if Polanco or if Murakami was here or Ryan O'Hearn or Polanco would have stayed healthy, remember Jorge Polanco, and I get it, not everybody's staying up till 1 a.m. to watch Seattle Mariner baseball. Outside of Mariner fans and Evan, nobody really is watching him. But if you look at the postseason games and you look at Polanco's career, he had a huge October last year and he was great for Seattle. And I know that was last year and this is this year, but if Polanco was healthy, I think he would have had a similar year to what he had last year because when he is healthy, he is that type of player. So it's more about what the Mets did to fill the void of Alonso leaving. But Vientos should have never been at first base, but it's not anybody's fault. Guys got hurt. Polanco got hurt, Jared Young got hurt, and then Mark had to sit there at first base. Like I said, if somebody hired me one day to be like fly a spaceship to Mars, I wouldn't be able to do it because I'm a sports talk host. Although if you ask the internet, I'm not good at that either, but whatever. I mean, these are the people that sit at home and watch Murder, She Wrote all night, so I don't know what to tell you here. I'm under contract at least till the end of the year. But I digress. Where was I? Yes, so we are at Fanatics Fest. We are here at the Javits Center. We will take your calls throughout the day at 888-808-1019, although Rosenberg's working back at the station, so in all likelihood, I mean, he's somewhere between a banana and somebody sleeping. So in all likelihood, he can't answer the phone. So you're probably better off coming to this up here to my desk and asking me a question because Paulie's staring out the window at the weather. And Rosenberg's on rain duty here. He's got to let me know if the Yankee game gets banged because I got to let everybody. Friend. No, I'm not. No, we're not. That was me doing a 5-hour show, by the way. I get a little Astunat. I get a little Ubats in the brain if I'm doing 5 straight hours. I'm basically doing stand-up on a cruise ship up here. I mean, I'm doing a 5-hour solo show every night, so sometimes 4 hours in, I say things about Rosenberg that I don't believe. By the way, I love the setup here. I got to credit Jess for this. This is a great setup here, this bodega we got going on. Although my only critique of the setup is we don't really have a Tommy Lugauer section. There's no Zyn, there's no vape, I don't see any nudie mags, but there is like candy, although this old fella came by before. Can we say old fella now? I don't know if that's PC, but somebody a little later in life came by before and ate a banana, but the problem is the banana's plastic. So if you're walking by our setup here at the bodega, don't eat anything, because as far as I'm concerned, none of this is actually real outside of some of the cookies that I'm sitting here, but you have to be really nice for me to give it to you. All right, 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is Tommy Lugauer, Loogie in the light of day. We will take your calls throughout the show. We'll get into the Yankee situation, what happened last night. One thing I was okay with, one thing I was not okay with. We'll get into the Aaron Judge situation. We got I guess you'll call it an update about his injury status. That came out yesterday. We'll mix in some football. We'll talk some Knicks, of course. I got to say this. The Knicks are so represented here today. I've seen more Knick gear here than I've ever seen. It's just everybody's in Knick gear. I think I've seen one person in Met gear. I've seen more people dressed as Cody Rhodes than I've seen people in Met gear. You could wear him. This guy's got a Met hat shirt on. You could wear Met gear. It's okay. Nobody's going to say anything to you. Frank the Tank's not here today. He's not going to yell at you. Positive Tommy's here today. So it's all good. It's all positive vibes. You could wear Met gear. I say that as I'm wearing Knick gear, by the way. 888-808-1019. That is the phone number to call. It is Loogie in the late night of day. I'm used to say, what do you want me to tell you? It's on the teleprompter. I'll read it. Loogie in the light of day. It's after hours. Tommy Lugauer here on The Fan.
Saturday Night Baseball is on WFAN. The Yankees and Dodgers meet up in the Bronx. 8:08 tonight.
That baby's gone!
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. AM 660, 1019 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Relive an amazing Mets season when the 1986 World Series champions reunite at Citi Field on Saturday, August 1st. Be there to celebrate the players, memories, and moments that made 86 unforgettable. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, two fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait, that's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
If you're a small business owner, choosing the right wireless provider can make a huge difference. Trust me on this. That's why I've always and only partnered with Verizon Business. Their My Biz plan makes it easy to build a wireless plan that fits the exact way you work. Period. Stop. Get the flexibility and reliability your business deserves, including built-in security or international calling. Connect with a Verizon Business rep today at verizon.com/bizfans and get started right away.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, it's Sean Morash. I had a chance to sit down with Will Ferrell, Molly Shannon, and the cast of Netflix's The Hawk. So, Molly Shannon, did it ever occur to you how much we missed you and Will together?
I like that people respond to the nostalgia because what they're feeling is real.
Yes, the nostalgia and all the feels. It's the golf comeback story for the ages. And The Hawk is now streaming on Netflix.
The World Cup is here, and NJIT, the #1 public university in New Jersey for alumni success, is putting you in the action. Track how loud your city is with the Fan Sentiment Hub built by NJIT's Martin Tuckman School of Management. Visit njit-worldcup.com.
Gang Green fans, are the Jets ready to take the next step? Let us know what you think at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
.123 here on the Fan in New York City. Tommy Lugauer, Loogie. So we are live on YouTube today. So the rejoins that you normally get here on After Hours, you won't get, but that's okay. So the vibe will be a little bit more Blink 182. And what was that? Some Red Hot Chili Peppers there. That's cool. We're on YouTube. We are here at the Javits Center. We are here at Fanatics Fest for the third year running. So I had an opportunity to walk around here before I got on the air. And if you're thinking about coming today or thinking about coming tomorrow, you definitely should, because for a sports fan, this really is nirvana. The amount of setups they have here and everything, autograph sessions, live shows, and you never really know who you're going to bump into, whether it's Tom Brady or A-Rod or celebrities and athletes. And this is the third year running. This is the third year we are here, and we're happy to be a part of it once again. And I will be on the air till 5 o'clock. Keith McPherson will come your way after that. He will take you to, we'll call it Yankee pregame for now because the weather is a little shaky out there, but let's just call it Yankee pregame for now. And then Sean and Tiki will be back at 9 o'clock. Really, honestly, Evan should come here next week and do a show by himself. The fact that he skipped the podium and didn't come to Fanatics Fest this year so he did 16 Ricos from vacation. I mean, honestly, who does podcasts from vacation? I mean, you could really, that's why it's called a vacation. I can promise you when I'm on vacation, I'm not going to be doing radio shows, okay, unless they pay me a lot, which they won't. So I'm not going to be doing radio shows on vacation, but God bless him. I guess Pete Hoffman can't talk about the Mets for 2 straight hours on a podcast. But he should come here and do a straight week of shows because he skipped the podium and didn't come to Fanatics Fest. But you will have Sean and Tiki. They will round out our coverage here 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. tomorrow. And like I said, we have a great setup here. It's a bodega, although I've been checking for Zyn and vape and things that I like. I don't really see that. There's like soft drinks and dish detergent, but it's awesome. And by the way, if you're walking by, none of this stuff is real, including me. I'm actually AI. So Tommy's actually home sleeping because these are really my sleeping hours. I mean, 1:30. I was like, do you want to come do a show at 1? I'm like, can I do it from my bed? Oh, it's at Fanatics Fest? Yes, I'll be there. But normally I'm sleeping at 1 o'clock because I work after hours. We open with the Mets, why I don't think they should trade Francisco Lindor, why they won't trade Francisco Lindor. Now, as far as the Yankees, the Aaron Judge situation, and if you want to call the show, 888-808-1019, Mets, and now we open up the conversation for Yankee fans. The news we got on Aaron Judge yesterday was about what I expected. I didn't think we'd get the greatest of news. I didn't think we would get the worst of news. I figured it would be middle of the road, and that's exactly what we got. He's feeling better. He's not cleared for baseball activities. So it wasn't doomsday, which you knew it wouldn't be because Brian Cashman the week before came out and basically told you that it's not going to be the best of news. And I'm paraphrasing. It's not going to be the best of news. It's not going to be the worst of news. And that's exactly what it is. Now, I know there's a lot, my Yankee fan friends inside baseball, they think the Yankees lie about this stuff. They think it's cloak and dagger. I choose to believe people at their word. If the Yankees tell me, especially when it comes to Aaron Judge, I think Aaron Judge has a lot to say about his injuries, the information that gets out there. You know, he kind of runs the show. I choose to believe the Yankees. Now, my original projection for Judge was to come back mid-August. Now I'm leaning more towards early September, but that's plenty of time to get your sea legs. That's plenty of time to get a couple at bats underneath your belt before you enter October. And when you look at this Yankee team right now, they're not playing well. I mean, it's been, 4 straight games that they have been trailing in the 8th inning. Now, obviously, last night they were playing the Dodgers, which is a different animal than playing the Nationals, who have a horrific bullpen. The Yankees obviously have to play good baseball from now till at least the trade deadline, but the team you see right now is not going to be the team that is there in October. They are going to make moves. Brian Cashman is going to have an active trade deadline, and Aaron Judge I expect back early September. Stanton I expect back, I don't know, sometime in September, and Max Fried should be back before the end of the month. So you're going to have 3 star players return to this lineup, and then you have an entire trade deadline to improve this baseball team. The Yankees need a catcher. They will get one. They need an infielder. They will get one. And by the way, as far as Rafael Devers, I would not trade for him. Terrible contract, can't field, strikes out 200 times a year. The Yankees don't need to add more strikeouts to this team. I know he'll be motivated because he was a former Red Sox, but the contract is hideous. You already have a bad contract with Stanton. Why would you want to have a bad contract with Devers? He can't field, and he strikes out way too much. He hits for a lot of power and home runs, but so does basically everybody on the Yankees. Why would you want to add to what you already have? There's a surplus to begin with. The Yankees Brian Cashman needs to identify guys that don't strike out and put the ball in play and can field. That to me would be the three things I would be looking for. And then obviously multiple relief pitchers. I think Mason Miller is more of a pipe dream. I don't see why the Padres would trade for him. He's got too many years left on his deal. And he's one of the best relievers in baseball, and the Padres gave up a pretty penny for him. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for San Diego to move Mason Miller. And not for nothing, they're right around 500, so they're not out of it. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is Loogie in the light of day here, a very special after hours at Javits Center at Fanatics Fest. Let's kick it off with Rob in Queens here on the Fan. Rosenberg, I don't know how to use this thing, so you're going to have to punch him in. Now, I click on it. I got it. I clicked on it. All right, Robbie. I'm still learning the equipment here. This is one of my first times using the equipment, Robbo. So you are on, I think, and you want to talk about Aaron Judge, so go ahead.
I think he's done for the year. This is Rob, the hard hat guy from Queens.
Yeah, but why do you think he's done for the year? Why do you say that?
Because here's the deal. They don't know when he's coming back. It's a rib injury, right? He needs that to swing the bat. Okay? When he comes back, God knows he might take a swing.
Yeah, but you just said hold on a second, Rob. You just said he's not coming back, and then you said when he comes back. So those to be conflicting opinions.
I'm saying he's not coming back. They forced him to come back. He's not coming back. I'll see him next year.
Yeah, I mean, but I disagree with you. I think he'll be back early September. I think worst case right around mid-September, which should give him plenty of time to get ready to go for October. I know that, is this more doom and gloom, more pessimism, or the idea that they don't know when he's coming back is because he hasn't been cleared yet. Until he's cleared, they won't have a timetable. So what the Yankees don't want to do is give you a timetable when they don't have one. Because then if you say, like if you tell your wife, honey, I'm going to be home in an hour, and then you're home, I don't know, Tuesday, you're going to have a problem. Believe me, I've been there. So you want to be like, hey, honey, I'm going to be home in 4 days. Then she'll not be as upset with you when you're home in 4 days. So you don't want to say I'm going to be home in an hour or Aaron Judge is going to be back in August, and then he's not.
Well, that's because I'm in Paso, and I'll be home in 4 days. But that's a different story. Listen, the deal is that they don't know. They're not sure about the injury. And they're not sure exactly what it is. And they're not going to force him back. I'm telling you. They're not.
Rob, I gotta let you go. Rosenberg, do me a favor. When you talk to the callers, tell them not to be on speakerphone because I can barely hear anything because it's loud here. I know that's an extra step you have to do, and you've already been belly aching about everything you have to do for your job today. But if you could just do me the huge favor and tell the callers not to be on speakerphone, is that possible? Is that something?
Go.
No, I don't care about that. No. That's not AI, Tommy. That's not positive, Tommy. That does not reflect the opinions of positive Tommy. All the different personalities of Tommy LLC. That is AI driven. That soundbite. But yeah, do me a favor, handsome. Please tell them not to be on speakerphone because it's difficult to hear. There's a lot of music going on. Now I will say this. If you wanted to say the positive Tommy section here that I love, it's the FIFA area because they got a DJ over there and. Look, when it's soccer, I mean, it attracts a pretty good-looking girls that go over there. So the FIFA section, which is like right above me, like you know where I am, but right above me and then over to the right. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is Tommy Lugauer, Loogie in the light of day here on the Fan. Dave is calling us from Stamford, Connecticut. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Loogie, what's going on, man? Nice to talk to you. I got to meet Carton and C-Mac yesterday. I didn't get a chance to see you, but it was a great time at Fanatics Fest. I wanted to say that first and foremost.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it.
Hey, wanted to say, I think that the Mets have to do right by their fan base. This year has been an unmitigated disaster. Trying to stay positive here, but we all saw this being a Nico Harrison, Luka Doncic trade issue that Stearns did with Alonso. If the Mets and Cohen want to make it right, what they should do is say it's a mea culpa, whether it's this offseason. I don't think the Orioles would do it now with the trade dedeadline, but trade back for Alonso. You gave up all of these prospects for Peralta and all that. It didn't work out. Get back the homegrown guy.
Dave, they're not trading back for Pete Alonso. Let me ask you a question. Are you a Met fan?
Oh, diehard Met fan. And I said, as long as Stearns had a plan, I'd be happy. His plan's been a disaster.
Okay. What is your record the Mets would have if Pete Alonso was on the team?
Listen, maybe 5 more wins. I understand there's been issues, but what I would say is this: is that September game when Pete Alonso comes back, the place will be sold out for 3
No, I understand that. People are going to, I understand that. Pete Alonso has become like a martyr. I get that. And people are going to want to see him. And he represents sort of the people that want to see David Stearns basically walk the plank. I get all that. But this idea that the Mets are going to, like they're George Costanza and they're going to, or Larry David, and they're going to show up for work on Monday saying, oops, I was just kidding. I really didn't quit. They're not going to trade for Pete Alonso. That's not happening.
But that's what the Mavs ownership did by firing Nico Harrison. They said, hey, we messed up here. We believe this guy. He sold us a bill of goods. We were wrong. But
they're not getting rid of David Stearns. They have a plan. They have a long-term plan to turn the Mets into a sustained winner year in and year out. That's exactly what they're doing. Well, they went to the NLCS 2 years ago, by the way, and last year they were a game out from going to the postseason. I understand that how they played after June, but they still were one game back from that. And then this year, there's a lot of different factors that led to the 41-57 record. But this idea that they're going to trade for Pete Alonso is not happening. I like the outside-the-box thinking. It's very sports talk radio-ish, but, Dave, it's not happening.
To make the fans happy. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we're not here to make – yeah, but we make the fans happy. So what? Okay, so I buy my wife something to shut her up, to make her happy, or do I want to be a good husband? It's not about necessarily making all the fans happy. We're not – come on. It's about building a winner. So if Pete Alonso was here hitting 30 home runs and the team was 14 games under 500, it'd be all right because you're happy? You wouldn't be happy. Sorry about that. I did that. See, you get positive Tommy in moderation today. It's not about being happy, okay? Life is about the minutes of being happy, and then the rest of it is just, it is what it is. But the idea of making the fans happy by trading back to get Pete Alonso is not happening. And look, I love Pete, but here's the bottom line. The Orioles are 47-51 with him. They are. And the issues that the Mets have had this year, they're not really necessarily Pete Alonso driven. Let's go to Vinny. Oh, all of a sudden I'm like, wait, is everybody hearing me like this? Am I like that loud now? I don't think I need to be that loud, guys. I really don't. I mean, we're talking sports here. I'm sure plenty of people don't want to hear my voice that loud. Vinny is joining us from Rockland. Sorry about that, Vinny. They literally blasted the speakers here to where it like blew out my ears. I'll now be Steve Summers for the rest of my life where I won't be able to hear anything. Or Beningo. Actually, Craig's kind of deaf too. It's you know what it is? You blast these headphones for your entire life, and then by 50 years old, you can't hear anything. I'm 41. I could barely hear anything at this point. They just literally blew my eardrums out. What's going on?
Wait till you get to my age. Anyway, this is positive Vinny, but I'm a longtime Yankee fan, but I have to think reality here. I don't think they're going to get Judge back this year, and I'll tell you why. All they're saying is he continues to heal. No kidding. Yeah, he's continuing to heal. He still can't swing the bat. This is an injury that he's had in the past, and they can't take a chance of him coming back too early because one bad swing, and he could be out into next year.
Well, Vinny, it's not even taking a chance. He has to get cleared first, so there's no chances even taken. But I'm saying, like, once he gets cleared, then they're going to – it's almost like he has to go through spring training again. He's got to lift weights. He's got to swing a bat. So I don't see any scenario, Vin, where he is rushed back. I think the Yankees are going to treat this with kid gloves. Like, it's obviously their most prized possession, and it's a very serious injury. They were checking him for, like, things that could keep him out for the year. So, Vin, I don't think they're going to rush him back.
I hope so. I mean, the best they could hope for is to get their four starters back. Get Rodon and Fried, and they got Cole and Schlittler. They got to rely on those four starters. They got to get either a good shortstop or a good catcher in this trade deadline. If they could get both, that would be great. They at least need one of those two. I wouldn't go for Tariq.
Yeah, I think they'll do both. I think they're going to get a catcher and they're going to get an infielder. Now, the whole Volpe-Caballero debate, you could upgrade at shortstop for sure. Caballero's good. I like him, but I wouldn't say he's great. There are probably better options out there. Or you could trade for a third baseman. There are multiple infielders the Yankees need, and they need multiple relievers. And I expect Brian Cashman to be, just like he was last year, active at the deadline. And you just nailed it. Getting Max Fried back in a couple weeks is going to be a huge... And Garrett Cole pitched unbelievable last night.
Yeah, he pitched good. I mean, I'm not worried about McMahon, to tell you the truth, because I think if it's possible for him, if he could raise that batting average about 15 points, I think we could live with that.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's going to raise it, and I appreciate the call, Vin. But he's not a high-average guy. I mean, he's not going to wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden be a better hitter than he's been. I think Ryan McMahon, definitely at this stage of his career, is more of a defensive replacement and more of a guy you could put, to come off the bench and pop a home run. I mean, that's really where I think he's at. So that's why if I was the Yankees, I would upgrade at third base. They certainly need
a upgrade at catcher. Austin Wells, I'll put it nicely, he stinks. He's just not good. He's been awful. He's got, like 12 RBIs, and we're midway through July, and you're the starting catcher for the Yankees. So that's not good. So they're going to have to, Brian Cashman and the Yankees, upgrade a catcher. They're going to have to upgrade with another infielder, and they're going to have to get multiple relievers. Now, as far as the big names out there, I would not trade for Skubal at all. That, to me, makes no sense if you're the Yankees. This team is not in a position where they are, hey, we're going to block Skubal from the Dodgers. That's why we're trading for him. They're not in that type of position. You already have a surplus at starting pitching. If you can't win a World Series with Schlittler, with Fried, and with Cole, then pack it up. I mean, you already have 3 number 1 starting pitchers. And if Cole is going to be like he was yesterday, and by the way, I have no issue with Aaron Boone leaving him in the game. I actually was about to criticize on my couch Aaron Boone when he was walking out to the mound I was thinking that he was going to take Gerrit Cole out of the game. He didn't. I think it was the right decision to keep him in the game. They were playing the Dodgers, and the Dodgers are back-to-back champs for a reason. Max Muncy is a power hitter. If he works along at bat like he did, and Gerrit Cole is right around 100 pitches, he's going to get one he likes, and he put one in the seats. But I have no issue with what Aaron Boone did there with Gerrit Cole, leaving him in that game. I do have an issue with Luis Rojas. I mean, you're sending Trent Grisham around. I mean, Trent Grisham is about as fast as I am. I mean, I don't know what the heck you're thinking there. That was a bad send. You took the bat out of Paul Goldschmidt's hand, a guy that completely and utterly just destroys left-handed pitching. So, and the Dodgers were able to walk Goldschmidt for Bellinger outside of an all-star game. The guy can't get a hit for the last 5 weeks. So Luis Rojas, to me, was more of the culprit for that loss last night. But when you play the Dodgers, it's about the margin sometimes. They don't do things to lose games, meaning they don't make a lot of mistakes. Even though they made a couple in that game to give up 1 run, when it came down to the end there, they were able to make the relay throws. Muncy had the great at-bat, and then they slammed the door shut on the Yankees in the final 2 innings. You have to be perfect when you play LA. Perfect. You can't make mistakes because they're gonna make you pay. And we'll see if they play the game tonight. I doubt it. And Rosenberg, you could take the day off. I don't need you. I don't need weather reports today. I could look out the window and see that it's pouring. So, and by the way, you've been asleep at the wheel. I didn't get one text from you today about the weather. I didn't get one text about you from anything else other than you belly aching about some of the things that are going on here. Well, I got news for you, pal. If you don't like the way the situation's going around here, then get your ass out to Javits Center. I don't need your Monday morning quarterbacking from the station. So he's texting me about all this stuff. I'm like, Paulie, if you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. But I don't need to hear about the weather from you because I can look out the window. And it looks absolutely
false, and you know that.
Well, okay. It's absolutely awful outside. I do know that. And I doubt they're going to play this game. So when they can it, just hit the sounder, and I'll let the audience know that they're not playing in this game. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is after hours, but not really. It's more like Loogie in the light of day here on The Fan. We'll continue to take your calls. I got you till 5 o'clock. So if you want to come by Fanatics Fest today and you haven't made that decision, come along. I'll be here till 5. Keith McPherson will come your way at 5. We'll take your calls, like I said, on the Yankees, on the Mets. We'll get into the football. We'll get into the Knicks. So we'll mix it around all the sports. It's that time of year where everything's on the menu, and we have a full menu today. It is Tommy Lugauer, Positive Tommy. It is Loogie in the light of day right here on The Fan.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I would rather see Benj, Ewing, and Soto in the outfield. Now, obviously, you have the DH. You can move things around. And I know everybody wants to act like Juan Soto's going to be a DH next season. I don't necessarily see that happening. I still think he has a home out there in the outfield for some time. And I think the 3 guys I just mentioned, Benj, Soto, Ewing, are the pillars of this team.
Get After Hours on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
At Citizens, we know the world has gotten smarter since you started banking. Rings track your sleep, taxis don't need drivers, refrigerators have Wi-Fi. So why hasn't the way you bank kept up? Maybe it's time to upgrade to Citizens, so you stay ready all the time. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure and has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks. Plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Orgavatazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The night belongs to the fans. Join Tommy Lugauer for After Hours. Weekdays at 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
All right, 147 here on the Fan in New York City. Tommy Lugauer, Loogie. It is After Hours, sort of. I mean, it's a little Loogie in the light of day. Here Loogie. All right, enough out of you. It is Javits Center. It is Fanatics Fest. It is a great show. And by the way, when I do these type of shows, I do feel like a zoo animal a little bit. I feel like, have you seen the Lugauer exhibition today? But it's cool. You get to see me talk. I mean, I'm not going to do a trapeze act up here. You're just going to basically see me talk. And then during the breaks, we'll take a picture. But everybody's been super cool. We are represented very much by the Knicks here. I mean, there's tons of Knicks swag. I mean, nobody's wearing a Met hat. I've been looking for somebody to wear a Met shirt around here. But I will say this. It really is just Knicks and Giants. And we're going to get into the Giants coming up in just a little bit. I have giant expectations for this season.
I've only had one off-air Giant conversation with a fellow who came by before, and I get it, he echoes a lot of my fellow Giant fans, and that is the worry of Malik Neighbors. Now, I'm not a doctor, although I can be Tommy the therapist and Tommy the doctor at times, but today I'm not going to be because I don't really know when Malik Neighbors is going to return. I'm hopeful it is week 1 or 2, but in all likelihood, it's probably going to be week 4, 5, 6, maybe even week 7. Here's the thing, though, and we'll talk more Giants later, but I think it's going to be a power running game. You bring in a fullback. I mean, the I formation with Scatterbo, I mean, that's going to feed families during the fall. I mean, that's literally a dream come true for not only old school Giant fans, new school Giant fans. I think we can all agree as Giant fans, a power running game with a good defense and a quarterback with the rock star good looks. There's a lot to be excited about. I want Neighbors back week 1 just as much as anybody, but the Giants, I think, are equipped, and I think their style of play, especially on offense, is going to be smash mouth, punch you in the mouth, make you play for 4 quarters and tackle Scatterbo and Tracy and Dart and basically pound you into submission, where in the 4th quarter you want to wave the white flag, much like the Eagles did last year when the Giants played them on that Thursday night game. I mean, the Eagles quit in the game. They didn't want any more of the smoke that the Giants were bringing them, and I think the Giants and this team, especially with Harbaugh at the helm, that's going to be the style and the way they do their business. And then once Malik Neighbors is back, hey, you have a vertical passing game. But Isaiah Likely, and if you listen to me for 2 minutes over the last 6 months, you know what I feel about Isaiah Likely. I think he was so much underutilized in Baltimore, and no fault to anybody. I mean, Mark Andrews was there. You got a Pro Bowl tight end. But Isaiah Likely, Theo Johnson, they're going to be heavily involved this year for the Giants. Last night, I had no issue with Garrett Cole staying in the game. I know we always want to pile on Aaron Boone and all the decisions he makes, and everybody. And Cohn was great on the broadcast about this, because Cohn, when they were talking about the home run after it happened, the Muncy home run, he said, listen, the Yankees are often criticized for the analytics. Analytics, like they manage their game out of a notebook. Last night, Aaron Boone managed with his gut. He trusted his player. He trusted one of his aces. And I applaud that decision. It didn't work, but I'm not going to sit here and be a Monday morning quarterback. I'm not going to do hindsight is 2020. I thought it was the right decision to keep Garrett Cole in the game. It backfired. The Luis Rojas sending Trent Grisham, to me, was a far bigger offense than leaving Cole in the game. Let's go to JR in Manhattan. He joins us. It is Tommy Lugauer here at Javits Center Fanatics Fest. JR, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going there, buddy?
What's happening?
Hey, listen, so a couple of things. If Aaron Boone was going to leave him in, I would have, instead of him going out, he should have just had the pitching coach go out. I think.
Because you know why? He wants to look in Garrett Cole's eyes. Yeah, I know it sounds romantic, but it's like nothing, there's anything wrong with that. But I mean, He walked out there and he wanted to see and talk to Garrett Cole. So if you send the pitching coach out there, you're kind of playing telephone. You want to be the manager and go out there and look at your ace or one of your aces in the eyes. They've had a relationship for a long time as far as manager and player. They have a lot of trust for each other. So Boone wanted to see what Garrett Cole said, and they wanted to look into his eyes.
Yes, because I had no decision with leaving him in there. It's just unfortunate that's the way it ended up. The other thing is, I was very taken aback by the fact that he didn't pinch run for Trent Grisham so late in the game with Volpe.
That's fair.
The bench.
Yeah, that's fair.
Grisham
is slow. Yeah, no doubt. And if you're not going to pinch run, you're right, either pinch run or don't send Grisham. He's slow. He's been thrown out at the plate a lot. You took the bat out of Paul Goldschmidt's hand, and Paul Goldschmidt is basically Babe Ruth and Barry Bonds combined against left-handed pitchers. You don't want to take the bat out of his hand. For Bellinger, who's been struggling mightily, and it played right into the Dodgers' hands, and JR got to let you go because there's a lot of background noise. Here's the thing. Normally, I don't mind the background noise, but I also have background noise. You have background noise, and the background noise doesn't cancel each other out. Now, if you remember, a couple of years ago, Positive Tommy was hired by Jet fans to instill, this was really at the height of Positive Tommy's positivity with the Mets. I was hired as the positive spokesperson for the Jets. And I understand it. It was the Aaron Rodgers era, but not the first year where there was a lot of positivity, and obviously that positivity lasted about a series when Rodgers got hurt, but it was the next year where Aaron Rodgers was struggling. Anywho, I was hired to be a positive spokesperson, and then I was subsequently fired about a week later. Hey, those are the breaks, but I have not thrown my hat in the ring to be the positive spokesperson for the Jets this year, but I do have a 5-year plan to get the Jets. I can't even say it with a straight. I apologize. We'll take 2. I have a 5-year plan to get the Jets to where, maybe not where the Knicks literally are right now, but close. Because for years I heard on this radio station, the Knicks will never win a championship as long as James Dolan owns the team. Hi, first time, long time. I love you. I've never going to see a Knicks championship as long as James Dolan owns the Knicks. Well, last I checked, James Dolan owns the Knicks. And remind me, the Knicks run the Basketball Association last time I checked, and they're champions. So everybody says now, Woody Johnson, the Jets can't win a Super Bowl as long as Woody Johnson owns the team. That's not true. He just has to hire the right person. And I don't know about this Muji. I mean, he might be the guy. So far, so good. But the Jets need to find their Jalen Brunson. And this idea that Arch Manning won't come to the Jets, that's something that I won't tolerate on the show. So if you're going to tell me that, you're going to get yelled at. I apologize. And you know what? We yell. I'm Italian. We yell at each other. As my late grandma would say, who's yelling? We're talking. But that's the way I'm raised, to yell. But it's not really yelling, it's just talking, as far as I'm concerned. If you don't like yelling on the radio, I would suggest moving to Kentucky and listening to Paducah radio. I mean, this is New York. We yell at each other all the time. Lugauer screams too much on the radio. I'm a New York radio host. That's all we do is scream. So I just think I'm talking loudly. Anywho, where was I? Yeah, so I believe that the Jets can get to where they're at, where the Knicks are at, I should say, if they find their Jalen Brunson. And as far as Arch Manning not wanting to come to New York, first of all, you have not talked to Arch Manning. You have no idea if he wants to come here. By the way, ask Boomer Esiason, what did more for his career, playing in Cincinnati or playing in New York? Now, maybe he won't tell you that, he wants to be nice to the Cincinnati people, but I'll answer for him. New York. You want to come to New York. I know that the Giants, look, I'm not trying to make it a big brother, little brother thing. The Giants have obviously had a better history than the Jets, and they obviously are more fans, whatever the case you want to be. But you're still the quarterback of a freaking New York football team. And if you want to step out of the shadows of your 2 famous uncles, I have an idea. Lead the Jets to a Super Bowl. So that sounds like a pretty damn good idea. And by the way, if I was a young guy in Austin, you know how I would want to continue that trend of being around pretty girls? I would move to New York. I would want to go to Cincinnati or somewhere like that. So I would probably want to go to New York. And I would want to step out of the shadow of my 2 famous uncles. And all you got to do is call your one uncle Eli I can't turn on the television and not see Eli Manning. And I love Eli, but geez, how many damn television shows do you have? I want a television show. Anyway, I would absolutely throw out the window this idea that Arch Manning doesn't want to play for the Jets. The Jets' offensive line is getting better. They have a running back locked up for long term. They have a number 1 wide receiver. I'm pretty sure that the Jets are going to have an interception this year, so it's progress on defense. And I think the Jets are heading, believe it or not, in the right direction. Now, I can't give you positivity for this year because Geno Smith stinks. And this Cade Klubnik's awful. I don't know why the Jets drafted him. I mean, they traded up for him. He's horrible. And Lugauer doesn't watch college football. You're damn right I do. What, are you kidding me? I'm sitting on the couch on Saturday and Sunday. I'm watching Red Zone. My wife goes, hey, can you help me out next commercial? I said, sure, no problem. Little does she know the next commercial is at 11:30 at night. So needless to say, I didn't take out the trash. But the bottom line is I'm watching a lot of college football. I watched a ton of Clemson. This Klubnik is awful. I'm rooting for him. I hope he's good, but I don't think he's very good. So in all likelihood, the Jets are not going to get good quarterback play. Now, it'll be better than last year because they couldn't complete a freaking pass, 3 feet in front of them because Fields is awful. But I don't think the quarterback play is going to be good. I think the Jets are going to win right around 3 or 4 games, which sets them up perfectly to draft their guy, their Jalen Brunson. And then the curse that has existed with this team is gone. Joe Beningo doesn't have to be a clock. Evan Roberts doesn't have to be a candle. Fireman Ed doesn't have to be a teacup. They don't have to be cursed anymore as a franchise because they will have a quarterback. That's what it takes to win in this league, and that's why I'm so bullish. Is it bullish or bearish? I have no idea. What's the good one? Bullish, everybody? Bullish if you're positive? Nobody's listening. So I think it's bullish if you're positive and bearish if you're negative. I have no idea. But I'm definitely into the Giants this year, and I have Giant expectations. Anyway, 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. I have to meet all the people here and take pictures. And by the way, I went heavy on the deodorant today, everybody. I went 20 swipes. So if I smell, I apologize. But I went 20 swipes. And so I got to take a lot of pictures today. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. I just pulled a Jimmy Fallon where I'm laughing at my own material. Somebody's got to laugh. Rosenberg's back there half asleep. We'll take your calls on the Yankees, on the Mets, Knicks. We have a... Thank you, Paul. That really fit. We will hear from a positive Jet fan coming up in the next hour to sort of add to the positivity here. A lot on the menu, a lot to do. We are live from the Javits Center. It is Fanatics Fest. It is Loogie in the light of day. Tommy Lugauer, a special edition of After Hours here on The Fan.
Training camp is right around the corner, and nobody gets you ready for football season like WFAN.
It's a good variety of coverage.
From luster moves to quarterback questions to the biggest stories in the NFL, our experts have you covered. Get ready for Kickoff 2026 on WFAN.
This message is brought to you by Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. A few missing pills, a sudden change in behavior, trouble at school, sleeping all day. Sometimes the signs of opioid addiction start small. Seeing the signs early can save a life. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or a loved one needs help, call 516-227-TALK. That's 516-227-TALK. It could save a life.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Bring the flavor to the World Soccer Championship with Crush Orange Soda. Bursting with bold citrus flavor, Crush is the perfect pick for every match, highlight, and game-winning goal. Make every match even sweeter. Crush Orange Soda is available now at your local ShopRite.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Optimal Fibers in the house. Y'all know the number. 877-393-4448. Optimum Fiber, so fresh, so fine. Got another provider leaving behind. Come on, everybody, let's get online. 30 a month, gonna blow your mind. 5 whole years, don't hesitate. Lock it in now before it's too late. 877-393-4448. Terms apply. See Optimum.com for details.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival, and by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Optimal Fibers in the house. Y'all know the number. 877-393-4448. Optimum Fiber, so fresh, so fine. Got another provider leaving behind. Come on, everybody, let's get online. 30 a month, gonna blow your mind. 5 whole years, don't hesitate. Lock it in now before it's too late. 877-393-4448. Terms apply. See optimum.com for details.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. It has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York.
Till 5 o'clock. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call if you can hear my voice, whether you're coming to Fanatics Fest today or you're at Fanatics Fest. Just swing by level 1. That's where our setup is. We have a bodega. And no, I'm not selling soda or fruits and vegetables. Most of this is fake. We actually had an old fella come by. I don't know if that's PC, but we had a man that's a little bit older than the rest of us come by and try to eat something over here, and it's plastic. So, I mean, you can have it if you want, but I'm sure you'll probably suffer some type of illness when you eat it. So I probably wouldn't eat it. But yeah, we have soda here. It's very much a setup, very much like a New York bodega, although I've been looking for Zyn and vape, and I haven't been able to find it. But if you do find it, let me know. Point me in that direction. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. We're really running the gamut today. Mets, Yankees, football, Knicks, and I got to say the Knicks are very well represented here. Not only their players, and they've really been the toast of this Fanatics Fest. It's really like the Knicks Fest because they've done a ton. They did the Roommates podcast. I know they were doing something in the theater today, the Knicks players. I just talked to a young kid and his mom about how Karl Anthony Towns got them to sign his Mikal Bridges jersey, so that's super cool. So that's the one thing about Fanatics Fest. I mean, you could literally walk around and bump into celebrities and athletes, and it's a great immersive experience. This is the 3rd year running. They expanded it this year to 4 days. It is an awesome event, and it's an event that we at WFAN are happy to be at. This is our 3rd year running with them as well. Let's head out to, where do I want to go here? Okay, let's go. Now, is it Farrell or Pharrell? I would imagine it's Farrell. It's Farrell, right?
It's Farrell, Tommy. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm good. So I'm going to give you my the positive Jet spin. Well, first off, I'm going to say that with a Knick title, it's so great having a Knick title, being a diehard Met and Jet fan. Because it's almost like when your wife, it's like your wife leaves you, but you're dating a supermodel, basically.
Yeah. Well, wait, is that being offered right now? Oh, okay. No.
So here's the deal. You said one thing before. You said one thing last week. You talked about the Jets' offensive line, about Breece Hall could be unleashed. Frank Reich hopefully is now the coach of the offense.
I think Frank Reich's going to be a welcomed addition. I think he's going to be a big help for this offense.
Yeah.
Now they got to get good quarterback play. I'm not sure if they're going to, but they're definitely heading in the right direction, especially with their own line.
So that's my segue. So I think. Listen, I could be a sucker like everybody else. I watched Geno Smith's highlights, and the guy was 27 and 22, with 3 years with the Seahawks. It wasn't the Legion of Boom Seahawks.
Right,
either.
and
So
listen, what Geno are you getting? The Seattle Geno or the Raider Geno? Now, listen, Vegas was a mess last year. Their offensive line was atrocious. They couldn't run the ball. Geno was horrible. So if you want to chalk that up just to a bad situation and you're getting the Geno Smith of 2 years ago when he threw for 4,000 yards?
Yep. I think it was a bad situation. I think the guy has a big chip. I think we're going to be surprised. Now, listen, I'm looking at the schedule.
Well, what's surprise? I mean, what's surprise? You're surprised if the Jets win how many games? What's the win total you're going with?
Okay, I'm going with we have 12 games before the bye. I mean, I'm looking at who we're playing. We play Cleveland. We play New England twice. We play the Raiders. We play Arizona. I think we could be 6-6 going into a bye. And then let the chips fall where they may.
Well, and what do you have on the year then? So you have them winning over 6 games. Let's just call it like that.
Listen, I've been listening to you guys since day one. I'll go to Beningo. I'm sick of having the season end by Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
Forget that. I mean, the season's over in August. And that's the thing, Farrell, and I appreciate the call. The positivity with the Jet fan usually is in July. I mean, the Jets have won 12 Super Bowls in the month of July. But I do think there is a positive plan that I have set forth that could get the Jets to where the Knicks are, or at least close to where the Knicks are now in 5 years. And I know that sounds crazy, but the Jets are now where the Knicks were. The Knicks were a brutal franchise. They were the worst in the NBA. You could argue the worst in sports. There were many that said they would never win with James Dolan as their owner. And look where the Knicks are now. But you have to hire the right person. Leon Rose, the architect who built the Knicks brick by brick by brick by brick. And then, of course, you get Jalen Brunson, a superstar, the unlikeliest of superstars. But Jalen Brunson, to me, now is the face of the league. He's the best player in the league, and he's the hardest working guy in the league. And to me, when I looked at Jalen Brunson, and I was, 50 feet from that stage during the parade, Jalen Brunson, to me, looked like a guy that has unfinished business. And I'm not blaming the rest of his players. But the rest of his players were sitting there dancing and smiling, and who wouldn't? I mean, Alicia Keys is within 5 feet of you. I don't blame them. But Jalen Brunson was sitting there just looking miserable because Jalen Brunson knows that the job is not finished. And he's already a legend in this town. His legacy is already set. But I think Jalen Brunson is going for another title. It might even be next year. I think Jalen Brunson understands that the job is not finished and he wants to win more championships. But he's built different. He's wired differently. The great ones are the Bradys, the Tiger Woods, the Derek Jeters, guys that win a lot of championships or a lot of, in Tiger's case, a lot of majors. The great athletes, the great winners are wired differently because they work harder. They work harder than everybody else, and that's why they're winners. And that's what Jalen Brunson is. He's won on every single level. He's won on high school, he's won on college, and now he's won in the pros. The Jets need to find their Jalen Brunson, and they need to find their Leon Rose. And maybe Muji's that guy, but if the Jets get their quarterback, all of a sudden, they can be right in that conversation. They could be in the dance, and they could be where the Knicks are now. I've seen it. Nobody thought it was possible with the Knicks. Nobody. Even the most positive of people, a bunch of years ago, did not think this team would be champions of basketball because it was so bad for so long. And the Jets are even worse than what the Knicks were when you think about just because of the longest drought across the 4 major sports. But there is hope. Let's head out to Mineola. Paul joins us on the fan. What's up, Paul?
What's up, Lugie?
Hey, what's up?
All right, 2 things. First one is Yankees, and the second one's about you. So last night, you can't really blame Cole or Boone. The Yankees lineup was anemic. You can't pitch a shutout every time he throws the ball. So the Yankee lineup has to take some something to that also, you know?
Yeah, it was a tightrope to walk, and I have no problem with Aaron Boone leaving Garrett Cole in the game. It is managing from your gut, from your heart, from your eyes, and I have no issue with that. It backfired, but the decision was the correct one. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, they only got to run on the pass ball anyway. They still didn't get any hits. Anyway, so have you ever seen the show F is for Family?
What's the show called?
F is for Family.
No, I don't know that show.
Okay, it stars a comedian who you sound exactly like.
This is a cartoon? This is a sitcom based on my research here? What do you mean I sound like him?
You are Bill Burr, man.
Oh, Bill Burr. Okay, gotcha. He's what? The
You sound like
voice
Bill Burr.
Well, listen, when I do one of these shows here, I always say this when I'm back at the shop, and I appreciate it, Paul. When I'm working at 345, I don't know if I'm funny or not. Like, I'm doing jokes up there, and nobody's around, so I don't know if I'm funny. So I figured when I'm around people, I'll do my jokes to see if I'm funny, and based on the reactions of the crowd, I'm, in fact, not funny because nobody seems to be reacting. But that's okay. That's all right. You keep going out there. You keep taking your swings. I tell everybody all the time, just keep asking, just keep asking. By the way, during the breaks, I feel like I'm going to prom again. I mean, there's literally like a million photos, and everybody, I got to look at this camera, I got to look at that camera. I don't know what to do with my hands. I get in Ricky Bobby autograph mode. I think I signed a baby in the break. But you know what? That's what Fanatics Fest is. It's an immersive experience. You have an opportunity not only to see Jalen Brunson talk, but you get an opportunity to see positive Tommy talk. And really, yes, thank you. You have two generational talents there. Let's head out to Mario. He joins us from Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
What's going on, my friend?
What's
nice
happening?
Show.
Thank you.
Nice show.
Oh, thank you.
Listen, about the Knicks, right? This whole thing, wow, it's kind of loud there. You must be having a good time. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mario. I'm sorry. Okay. I was just a pretty girl walked by. I was staring at her. Don't tell my wife. It's all right. I had to make a decision there. Pretty girl and Mario. I'm sorry, Mario. You're walking the plank there. But you said, it sounds like I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time here. It's unbelievable. And you know what? I'm here and I'm doing the thing I love. And this Fanatics Fest every year is an amazing, amazing event. Even if I wasn't working, I would be out here.
Right. So there's three things about the Knicks that's going to change the landscape. I agree with what you were saying. Brunson's the best player in the NBA. So now what's going to happen next year is he's the face of the NBA. They're going to protect him. He's going to go to the foul line a lot more next year. When he gets bumped, he's
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think the Knicks are going to be viewed differently because when you're champions, you just get treated differently. And that's whether that's award season like they were at the ESPYs where they basically cleaned house, or whether it's with the whistle, with the officials. So I agree with that. I think Brunson will get more of the superstar call because it's impossible to deny. And by the way, he wins the Finals MVP, and we found out here at Fanatics Fest that we knew he got surgery on the wrist, but he apparently hurt it in Game 2 against the Cavs. So he played 2 series in a row with the wrist that needed surgery. So to me, that adds to Jalen Brunson's legend.
Unbelievable. And the second thing is by him doing what he did with the salary, taking less money. Yeah. Now they're looking at everybody to do the same thing. All the other teams.
Well, listen, Tom Brady did that for years. Brady did that for years. He knew, Mario, that in order for me to achieve team success, I need to take a pay cut. And that will allow this team to be better because they could spend more money. And Tom Brady and Jalen Brunson are smart enough and business savvy enough to know that they'll make that money back post-career. So it behooves them and their brand and their legacy to have a better team surrounding them because Jalen Brunson on his own can't win a championship. He knows they need OG and Cat and Hart and Bridges, etc. And this bench, this great depth that they have. So he's very smart, Jalen Brunson. And same thing with Tom Brady. Take less money, have a better team, win more championships.
Tommy, one thing that Brady had going from his wife was making more money than him at the time.
Yeah, well, right? I know the feeling. So, I mean, he's not alone. But really, everyone's wife makes more than I do. But yeah, 888-808-1019. Hopefully the architect's not listening. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Let's head out to Manhattan. Richard joins us. What's up, Richard? It is, by the way, before you get going there, Richard, I know you always shot out of a cannon. I just have to reset. It's what we do here in radio. This is Tommy Lugauer. We're at Javits Center, Fanatics Fest. What's up, Rich?
Tommy, you refer to Connor all the time. Oh, he's asleep back there. That reminds me of Don Rickles when he'd get on Johnny Carson. He'd be on a roll. Then he'd refer to Ed McMahon. So what's that do? Oh, Ed's asleep back there. Same exact cadence.
I appreciate you comparing me to Don Rickles, Rich. I really appreciate
you were great. You're just as good. You're funny. You're good. Now,
thank you. You're good,
the guy, Grisham getting thrown out at home reminded me of 46 years ago
Hold on a second, Rich. I got to push back immediately. You're telling me that when somebody gets thrown out at home, it reminds you of 46 years ago? There hasn't been anything in 46 years that reminds you of somebody getting thrown out at home? People get thrown out at home every night.
Luggie, George fired the third base coach, Mike Ferrero, right after the game because Willie Randolph got thrown out by Kansas City in the playoff game. He didn't like the fact that he sent him. Anyway, Luggie, as far as the Yankee game tonight, if it gets rained out, they'll play a day-night, 2 games tomorrow.
Oh, I would imagine, because last time I checked, Los Angeles is far, and I don't think they want to come back here.
And they got to start the game early because I would think they'd want to get the game in before the World Cup.
How early do you want to? They're not going to start at 7. No, I don't think they care about that. What do you want them to start at 7 in the morning? They're probably going to start around
12:30.
Nah, I think they'll probably start at 1, and then they have the night game. They're the Sunday night game. So what is that?
And
7,
then they got to clear the stadium out and get ready for the night game. Okay, so they're not going to lose any money that way. They'll get 2 full crowds both games, no matter what.
Rich, I don't expect them to play this game based on the weather that I've seen and based on the weather that I was in walking here from Penn Station. It's supposed to pour. And what is this air quality again? I'm checking my phone. The air quality's poor again? I thought we moved past these wildfires, but apparently the air quality's bad. The rain is bad. So I'm not making a prediction, but I would be not surprised if the Yankee game got banged tonight.
Luggie, last night's game was a perfect game. I don't know how you can improve on a pure baseball game. It had everything. Everything. Exciting plays. And I love the way that center fielder on L.A. played the carom off the wall.
Great player.
Not even his stadium. And Mookie Betts' throw to home, that was like Patrick Mahomes. Crossed the body. He sees Jason Kelsey running across the field. That's just how that throw went.
Very descriptive there, Rich. Well, that's why they're back-to-back champions, because they do the little things. They do the things in the margins, and that's why they have won 2 championships in a row. And you think of that series last year, I mean, the Blue Jays had them on the ropes in the World Series, not only in Game 6 and Game 7, but LA had just every trick in their bag that they had to use, and that's why they won again, and that's why they're very difficult to dethrone.
But you got this thing with Cole staying in the game. That's going to be better for him and better for the Yankees because he knows now that he doesn't have to look over his shoulder that Boone is going to take him out.
Right.
He knows that Boone's got confidence. He's got his back. That was great. I don't care. I'd rather get beat by my best. Your best pitcher's pitching a great game. How do you take him out? I agree 100%.
No, they did the right thing, Rich. It just backfired. That's okay. Things happen. They made the right decision. Aaron Boone made the right decision. You know, everybody that wants to get on the Yankees for the analytics and all the stuff that they do with a notebook or all the, like I said, analytics and stuff that a lot of our, especially old school fans, don't appreciate. Last night, Aaron Boone managed from his gut. He managed from his heart. He managed with his eyes. But it backfired, and that's fine. That's okay. I have no issue with it. I think he did the right thing, especially with Garrett Cole. When it comes to Fried, when it comes to Schlittler, when it comes to Cole, you have to trust those guys. They're your aces. And come postseason time, come October, especially if this bullpen doesn't get better. Now, look, the Yankees are going to try to improve it. But if it doesn't get to the point where you fully trust them, you're going to need to trust those 3 aces when you get deep into the games, when you get into the deep waters, 7th, maybe even 8th inning. You know, that to me is the recipe for success for the Yankees, this starting rotation. That's their strength. That's why I wouldn't trade for Skubal. You already have 3 aces. You don't need a 4th. It, to me, would be unwise. And you're going to have to pay a pretty penny, and you're not re-signing him in the offseason. We've already seen this. You did it with Soto. He went to the Mets. You bring in Skubal for a couple of months when you already have 3 aces, and you have to trade a lot for him. The Tigers are not just giving him away. And, oh, by the way, the AL Central sucks. So it's possible that Detroit looks at this and says, hey, we have a shot. We could still figure out a way to get back into this race, even though they're 7 games back, or 7 games under 500, I should say, Detroit. You know, they're not facing an uphill climb because I don't think the White Sox are very good. Cleveland's not very good. The American League is just awful. I mean, it really is. I mean, Seattle is basically sleepless in Seattle. They're 2 games under 500. They are god-awful. The Rangers are hideous. They're 1 game above 500. They're in first place. Don't look now, though. The Red Sox are red hot. They've won, 11 in a row? And Boston went from sellers to buyers. And you've been waiting on this team to sort of emerge in the American League that could give the Yankees problems. Because, like I said, I'm not buying Chicago. I'm not buying Cleveland. I'm not buying Texas. I'm not buying Seattle. Tampa could be tough, especially down at the Trop. It's like playing miniature golf. You hit the ball through the clown's mouth. There's a windmill out in right field. The place is a total dump. But it's Tampa's dump. And they have the ability to use that place to their advantage.
and Tampa does some things on the field that give the Yankees problems, I still think, especially if the Yankees have home field, they will beat Tampa in October. The Red Sox, though, just because of the rivalry, and last year's last year, I mean, this year's this year, Boston, if they get that momentum, much like Philly got, and both, by the way, fired their managers early, take that for whatever you want, they being Boston are on fire right now. They're red hot, and they are rolling. And if they get themselves into a wild card spot and they have to face the Yankees, look, these Aaron Boone teams, these Aaron era of Yankee baseball, Boone and Judge, they have dominated the Central. They have done well against the West, except for Houston, obviously, but Houston was a dynasty. The Yankees struggle against these. They've been knocked out by Tampa. They've been knocked out by Boston. They've been knocked out by Toronto. So the last thing that Aaron Boone wants is the Red Sox or another team in the American League East to find their way to October. Now, that being said, I think the Yankees are going to the World Series. I think they're the best team in the American League. What we are watching right now is not the Yankee team we're going to see by the end of the year. Stanton will be back. He's on his summer sabbatical, summer vacation, like the rest of us. The Stanton's like, it's warm out. I'm going to go hang out, and I'll be back by October when it starts to get cold out. Who can blame him? If I could take the summer off, I would too, but I can't. As far as Judge, I think he's back in September. Max Fried will be back in a couple of weeks. And then I think the trade deadline is going to be one that is very active for the Yankees. I see multiple relievers. By the way, I would not trade for Rafael Devers at all. The contract's horrible. He doesn't play any defense, and he strikes out 200 times a year. You want to add more strikeouts to this team? That would be a major, major, major mistake. I would not take on that contract for that type of defense for a guy who strikes out. What the Yankees need to do, what Brian Cashman needs to do at the deadline, is to identify players that don't strike out and hit for a high average. That is the best course of action. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is Tommy Lugauer. It is Loogie in the Light of Day. A very special after hours here at the Javits Center here at Fanatics Fest. I got you for another quick manta, 2.5 more hours till 5 o'clock. Keith McPherson comes your way at that time. We will continue to take your calls on the baseball, the trade deadline. Knicks will mix in the Giants and Jets as we roll along here till 5 o'clock. The phone number to join the conversation, 888-808-1019. It is Tommy Lugauer here on The Fan.
Saturday Night Baseball is on WFAN. The Yankees and Dodgers meet up in the Bronx. 8:08 tonight.
That baby's gone!
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. AM 660, 1019 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Where the West Village, Tribeca, and Soho meet, Hudson Square has been reimagined as one of the city's most compelling creative hubs. For over a decade, Hudson Square Properties has brought together the world's leading technology, media, and fashion companies across a 13-building office and retail portfolio. They offer full floors to entire buildings, from pre-built to raw space, with the flexibility to scale without ever leaving the neighborhood. And Hudson Square was just declared the newest dining destination by the New York Post. Hudson Square Properties, where great stories start.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want, with zero down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop at NielsenDodge.com. Make this the summer event.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey Yankees fans, gather a group of 10 or more and take advantage of our 2026 Yankees group ticket specials. Whether you're getting together with family and friends, organizing a fundraiser, or entertaining clients, your group will love bonding over the Bronx Bombers. Start planning your 2026 group outings today. Log on to Yankees.com/groups. Call 212-YANKEES or email us at groups@Yankees.com. That's 2026 group tickets. Call 212-YANKEES or visit Yankees.com/groups today.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival, and by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of the country that can, with the vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can see this country in all its beauty, in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV. And I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. And right now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe or Wrangler 4xe lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Sport S for $299 a month for 36 months with $3,899 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 8/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started today. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure, has all the betting markets you could possibly want, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, please call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369.
Your New York Yankees are chasing another championship. Talk Yankees baseball with the Fan at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus.
This is a very special after hours Loogie in the Light of Day here at Fanatics Fest, here at the Javits Center. I got to say one thing though here about, and this is nobody's fault here as far as the Javits Center or Fanatics Fest, it's just the people that are at Fanatics Fest. So during the break, I say hello to everybody, taking pictures, whatever I need to do. Don't want to be rude. So I'm talking to everybody, and then I realize, oh boy, I got to go to the bathroom. All right, I'm a guy. I'm going to go 2 minutes. I'll be in and out. I get to the guys' room. There's a line. There can never be a line in a guy's room. That is absolutely unacceptable. Get in, get out. I quite frankly, there shouldn't be a line in the women's room either. I mean, you have one extra step besides a guy. I'll give you one extra step. You don't get 3 extra steps. You got one extra step that we don't have. If you're sitting there in the mirror talking about us, get out of there so other people can go in the bathroom. But I walked over to the guys' room, and there's literally a line. Move, get in and out. I'm sitting there for 6 minutes trying to go to the bathroom. That's unacceptable. In and out, that always drives me crazy. Like you, if you have stage fright, that's on you. Maybe perhaps you should work on that. But you got to get in, you got to get out, quickly. I waited nearly 25 minutes on the guys' room just to get a little tinkle in. But I am back, and we are here at Fanatics Fest. We are here at the Javits Center. I got you till 5 o'clock. First, the Fan Focus, and we'll get back to your calls, by the way, at 888-808-1019. This Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. This will be a big topic over the next couple of months, and certainly in the offseason. And I've already kind of planted my flag, and I've already endorsed the candidate that I want to be the next Met manager, and his name is Alex Cora. To me, it starts there, and if the Mets don't hire Cora, we can go from there. But I'm 80% sure that the Mets are going to hire Carlos Beltran for their general manager position. Yes, David Stearns would remain here, president of baseball operations, and then we got a boo there from David Stearns. Well, hold on a second. I'm giving you David Stearns in a different role with Carlos Beltran as the general manager. You don't even want him as the... Well, I mean, this is the problem. You got to learn this sometimes. Like, David Stearns now, you can't even say his name. Even if if Carlos Beltran's the general manager, then David Stearns would just be working with the minor league system and the draft, kind of like what Joe Shane is doing right now. I mean, everybody wanted to boo Joe Shane. Meanwhile, the Giants gave him a contract extension, and John Harbaugh loves him. So things aren't always as bad as they seem, and sometimes they're not always as great as they seem. It usually is somewhere around the middle. But as far as the managerial search, I would hire Alex Cora. To me, very similar to John Harbaugh. A CEO, an adult in the room, a taskmaster, a guy who has won a championship, who has dealt with a tough market before, who has dealt with a demanding fan base before. He has dealt with superstar players. And for the sake of this conversation, if there is an issue between Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor, rather than trading Lindor, you hire Alex Cora to mend that fence, to build that bridge between those two players. To me, that makes a heck of a lot more sense than trading one of your best players away for pennies on a dollar, and you have to eat part of their contract. That absolutely makes no sense business-wise, and it makes no sense personnel-wise for your baseball team, trading away one of your best players. So Lindor, to me, is not getting traded, nor will the Mets trade him, and nor should they. But as far as the manager, it's Alex Cora for me. That's where I'm at, and you can't push me off that unless Cora goes somewhere else. And I got news for you. If Don Mattingly doesn't win the World Series, they will run him out of Philly because they've been bridesmaids forever, that team, and they will be right there at the front of the line. The Phillies will be to hire Alex Cora. And the last thing you want to do is lose Alex Cora, and you certainly don't want to lose him to the Phillies. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Tom joins us from Oneonta. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's up, Tommy? Hey. I think you're very funny, man.
Thank you. So you and my mom share that. Yeah, we got two people that think I'm funny, my mom and you. So I appreciate that, Tommy. And you have a great name, by the way. You're sucking up to me. I'll suck up to you. It's a great name. Now, do you go by Tom or Thomas or Tommy? Where do you land on that? You go Tom?
Tommy, usually.
Yeah, I go Tommy, too. People think it's juvenile, but I think it's because it's Rugrats, Tommy Pickles. But I like Tommy. It depends on when you met me in my life. Some people call me Lugauer. Some people call me Tommy. Some people call me Thomas or Tom. I like Tommy the best out of all of them, but it said Tom on the screen, so I went with Tom. Loogie!
Yeah, I watched Rugrats as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't watch Rugrats as a kid because I didn't have cable till I was like 12 or 13. By the time I got cable, I was more interested in things that weren't involved with cartoons. You know what I mean? I was more into the MTV Spring Break. I was into more of Howard Stern on E! I was into more Married with Children. That's where my hormones and my adrenaline was at. Christina Aguilera on TRL. So at any point, I could just see like hot girls on the television. That's where I was going, not to watch a cartoon show. So, but that if I had it at a younger age, Tommy, I would have been watching Rugrats.
I just heard your suggestion on Alex Cora.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Why not stay like within the team organization? Like go to like maybe Keith Hernandez.
Yeah, they're not going to hire. I don't want to speak for Keith, but Keith, I don't think wants to be there every single day managing the baseball team. I don't think that's something that Keith Hernandez would want to do. So that's not really staying within the organization. Now, they've hired Andy Green, or they promoted Andy Green as the interim manager, but David Stearns quickly said that they like Andy Green in his former role, and Andy Green will be going back to that role. So they had an opportunity here with Green to promote within. They didn't. If they felt like they wanted to promote somebody within, they would have given that guy the job and a chance to earn that. So clearly there's nobody within the organization that they view as the manager of the future. That's why, to me, it's an open forum here. And for me, the guy is Alex Cora. He's at the top of the list.
I'm going to be sarcastic before I get off.
Yeah, I mean, you were sarcastic for the first one, but I thought you were sarcastic with the Keith Hernandez thing. So now you're telling me this is going to be the sarcastic part of the phone call?
Yeah, it is.
We're waiting. We're waiting with bated breath, Tommy. Yes.
All right. Here, Danny Heap.
Rosenberg, you're doing a tremendous job, really. I mean, you have to applaud you. You've put one caller on that wants to trade Pete Alonso, and now people want to hire Keith Hernandez as the manager. And then I couldn't even hear the joke. I mean, anytime you have to set something up with, I'm going to be sarcastic now, it's in all likelihood not going to be sarcastic and not going to be funny. I've learned that in my years of, being funny, is that you probably don't have to set up the funny part with saying, hey, you're about to hear something funny. Let's go to Anthony in Waterbury, Connecticut. Whoa, Anthony's talking to somebody there. Ant, you got me, Tone, or no? You were having a side conversation.
I got you. It's just a clown driving behind me like a nut.
Well, I don't want you to have a little bit of road rage here. I mean, is he tailgating you? Is tailgating you?
Nah, yeah, I'm good. I
hate tailgaters, by the way. What's the deal with that stuff?
I do, too. And I hate lines in the bathroom.
I
hate lines in the bathroom.
Lines in the bathroom is an absolute no-no. And by the way, that goes for the women's room. Get in, get out. What is it? It's not you're not having a meeting in there.
You got to do your deed and get the hell out.
That's right. I agree with you. Or there should be an easy pass bathroom. Meaning, there should be multiple bathrooms. One bathroom is for gossiping and going to the bathroom and spending 15 minutes in there. And the other bathroom should be people that just want to get to the bathroom and get out of there. And by the way, that's for male and female.
Exactly.
If I was made president or ruler of the world, I would instill that.
Exactly. Or I would put a clock in there, just like you do it for a pitch clock.
I like that. A pitch clock. Or in this case, I don't know what I could say on the radio, but let's just call it the number one clock. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
Throw the rule book out the window, but I like that. A pitch clock on the bathroom.
There you go.
By the way, Tony, what would you set the pitch clock at? A minute, 2 minutes to get out of there? And I assume if you're going one or you're going two, you obviously get a little bit more time. If you're,
it varies.
Yeah.
Either that or you pay for the time.
I like that. You pay for, or is it like soccer where you get a little extra time? It's like, hey, I got a little bit of a stomach issue.
Just in case, you never know.
Yeah, add like 3 minutes to the clock.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, there you go. But on the Red Sox, I'll tell you one thing. The Yankees need a couple of pitchers in the bullpen, and they need a hitter, either a catcher or a third baseman, one or the other.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think
Sox,
they need both. I think they need a catcher and another infielder and reliever. So I think they need not only those two infielders, but all three things you said.
Yeah, I don't buy friggin' the Red Sox either. They're going to storm up just to get to 500, and then they're going to take 10 steps back, probably.
Well, I mean, they've already gotten a 500, so we're going to find out quickly if your proclamation is accurate because they've already stormed their way to 500. They've won, 11 in a row? And by the way, their momentum, which is interesting, their momentum continued through the break. They had their entire break, couple days off, and they continued that momentum by sweeping the Rays in a doubleheader on Friday.
Anthony back, you never know.
Yeah, I missed half of what you said there. Make sure you get to where you got to get to safely there. I hate tailgaters, by the way. It drives me nuts, and I don't like people that drive fast. I mean, what's the rush? I mean, where are you rushing to exactly? I mean, the way I view it, especially on Long Island, you're rushing to get to the next traffic light. I mean, that's really all it is. Oh, big deal. You got to the light 3 seconds quicker than I did. I hate people that drive fast, and I know there's a fast lane, so to speak. And by the way, my wife wants me to drive faster. I said, I'm not going to drive fast. First of all, I'll drive fast. You pay for the ticket then. I'm not paying for the ticket. I'm already paying for enough. And I got to pay for these tickets because we're driving fast. So I don't like driving fast. Plus, it's dangerous. Plus, it's pouring rain outside. You're telling me somebody's tailgating you right now, Tony? I have a big issue with that. But I like your idea. My wife is a dingbat. Well, she is. I mean, she's completely out to lunch. But she's from California, so that's really par for the course for the people out there. She's really just not of the universe that we all live on. I don't think the Yankee... I'm all over the place, I get it. But my brain is just... I'm at an event today where, first of all, I'm a little bit... You're out of your element, Donnie. I'm out of my element a little bit here. I'm at Fanatics Fest. People are staring at me, watching me talk, which I appreciate. I get to meet the listeners. I get to meet all the callers and those that... Well, it's two things. I get two type of people coming up to me. Number one, it's fans, people that listen. And then it's pretty girls that come up to me. I'm like, ooh, this will be great. And she goes, my boyfriend listens. I'm like, well, wasn't as great as I thought it would be. But you know what? I appreciate the boyfriend listening. She has no idea who I am. She has no idea WFAN exists. But at least the boyfriend does, which is cool, which I appreciate all the listeners. And it's great to be out in the daylight here, out in the wild. Normally I'm doing the radio show at 11 o'clock. I mean, people think that the architect's my uncle and that there's nepotism. If there's nepotism, I'd be doing the afternoon show. I wouldn't be sitting here at 11 o'clock at night, which I love doing. I love those hours, by the way. But I digress. I don't think the Yankee game is going to get played tonight. I don't. The weather is awful. They'll probably play a doubleheader tomorrow. Once we get that information, we will pass it along to you. I would imagine, and Rosenberg, you could text me or write it on the screen, that we would have had a decision in Philly by now. The Mets are supposed to play at 4 o'clock. I would think the weather and the air quality would be not great down there either, and they would have banged the game by now if it was going to get postponed. The fact that they haven't makes me think the Mets will be playing, and that game takes place in about an hour and 15 minutes as the Mets look to build on their momentum from game one. And look, Christian Scott has pitched well, pitched great the other night. Francisco Alvarez, who I would not trade. I would not trade him. I would not trade Lindor. I've gone back and forth on Luke Weaver. I could argue, hey, Luke Weaver, you're going to get a lot back for him. Relievers year in and year out, you don't know if they're going to be good, you don't know if they're going to be awful. There's a select few, like a Mason Miller, Edwin Diaz when he's healthy, that you know are going to be great year in and year out. But most relievers fall under that category of some years great, some years bad. So I understand if you think this is Luke Weaver at his biggest sort of earning potential as far as getting something back. But then on the flip side, he's under a 2-year deal. He's making $11 million a year, which based on this production is a bargain. And you need guys to pitch in the bullpen next year, and you could trade Raley, you could trade Minter. So there are guys you can move in the bullpen and keep Luke Weaver. So I've kind of gone back and forth on that. For the sake of this conversation, if the Mets end up selling off a bunch of players, which it sounds like they're going to based on the report out of SNY a couple days ago, if they trade Weaver, the Mets, I will be cool with it. If they don't trade him, I'll be cool with it. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it, because I think both sides make sense. Now, as far as Vientos, you're not trading him. He's hurt. Clay Holmes, I would extend him, forget trading him, and there's already been a report out there from The Athletic that Clay Holmes wants to get a contract extension with the Mets. I'd be all over that. I mean, Clay Holmes would have been in the All-Star game if he didn't have a freak injury, if he didn't take a line drive off his leg. He would have been pitching in Philadelphia this week. And really, in year 2, Clay Holmes elevated his game from year 1, the transition from reliever to starter was absolutely magnificent, and Holmes was going deeper in games. So to me, that's a guy that I would want to be in the long-term business with. And as far as Bo Bichette, I would hope that he would opt in. Now, one of the reasons why I think Bo Bichette will opt in, or could opt in, let's say, is that he's making a ton of money. And where is he going to make that money on the free agent market? I mean, the Mets are paying him a lot. So it would be beneficial to him, financially speaking, to opt in. And as far as his production, I fully expect... Rosa, what do I do here if I have to... now, I'm choking on a loogie right now, which is kind of ironic because I go by loogie. I don't have a cough button here, so what do I do? Just drop that on the air? I don't know how that works. I'm sure that would be pretty... radio host that calls himself...
Tommy from the past.
Oh, thank you.
Present Tommy is having a tough time catching his breath right now, so we're going to take a slight pause from After Hours. Both present Tommy, along with future Tommy, would like me to remind you that he is a generational talent and that you should always stay positive. The Knicks have dudes, the Knicks have dogs, and they will always do damage. Oh, and one final thing.
Yes.
If anyone out there listening right now has Sydney Sweeney's phone number,
thank you.
Please pass that along to future Tommy.
Thank you.
If not, we will take Tiffany Amber Thiessen's as a backup.
Yes, we will, by the way.
We now return you to After Hours.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen, the gift that keeps on giving, by the way. Yeah, I had to catch my breath there. Good job by Rosenberg. He actually woke up from his coma to play that. We haven't busted that one out in a while, but usually I have a cough button or I can go to a caller, but I had a loogie in my throat there, and I thought it would be quite ironic that a radio host named Loogie would choke to death at Javits Center, choking on a loogie. So we do appreciate that. That was Tommy from the past. This is Tommy from the present, and soon you can take pictures with Tommy in the future. That's coming up in just a little bit. You don't have to take bows, Rosenberg.
You're welcome.
You don't need
I
bows.
appreciate that.
No. You don't get bows for that. See, when you do your job, you do your job. If you were to go above and beyond and do something that was extraordinary, then fine. I would give you your flowers, and I would go to upper management and be like, this Rosenberg, he's got a future. But not for doing something that I literally told you and the rest of the producers to do throughout the show's existence. Hey, if I'm struggling, if my voice is going, if it's 3 o'clock in the morning and my voice is basically somewhere at a bar somewhere because I left it there, then I need you to play this.
Of course.
But the idea that you...
Ready.
No. But you did what you needed to do. Half the time you don't. So when you actually do what you're expected to do, you don't get a raise, you don't get a pat on the back. You want an attaboy. That's what you want. You want an attaboy.
One more thing on the attaboys. Mets moved up to 305 today.
The Mets are moved up to 305, is that what you're telling me?
Mets and Phillies moved up to 305.
When were you planning on telling me that?
I assumed you knew the Phillies released.
What do you mean you assumed I knew? I already told you before the show. I don't know anything. I'm walking around here with a chicken with his head cut off. I have no idea what's going on. I can walk outside, the world could be gone. I have no idea. I'm basically in a warehouse. What do you mean I knew that? How would I know that?
Because they tweeted it out at 11:30.
I'm not on Twitter.
You're not on Twitter?
I'm not sitting here on Twitter, Paulie. Why would I be sitting here on Twitter?
Well,
I'm trying to do my job.
At 11:30 in the morning, you should be.
No, I'm not sitting here at 11:30 in the morning looking at Twitter. I'm not sitting here looking at Twitter. Why would I do that? What do I have here? What do I have you here for then? What are we paying you here to do? Sit there and collect dust?
I would have told you. I assumed you knew.
No, don't assume. You love to assume. You know what assume does? It makes you into an ass, which is a familiar position for you.
Well,
all I need for you, Paulie, all I need from you is to pass on the information. I don't need passive-aggressive, snarky comments. I thought you knew. Don't assume I know anything. Assume I'm stupid. Assume I know nothing. Think like the internet thinks, that I don't know what I'm talking about. So please pass along the information to me when you have it. Write it on I have a little computer here. You can type it to me.
I did.
It's like back in the day. Remember the AOL chat rooms? You probably do. But remember how you could type in there, and you write, move game up to 305. If you would have been on top of your game, you would have done that. But you didn't do that.
Look at the screen.
I don't see anything.
Oh, then that's an issue.
Well, that's a you issue.
No, it's not.
It's a you issue.
Control that.
Yes, you do. No, God, do I have to explain this to you a million times? If something doesn't work at the studio, you have to find the people that can fix it. So it is a you problem. So if it's not a you problem and it's not a me problem, then whose problem is it?
How am
you think travelers and explorers are going to show up at 345 Hudson Street and fix it? Someone's got to fix it.
How am I supposed to know you didn't see that message?
Because I did it. I'll give you a reason, genius, because I didn't say it on the air. You think I would have said it if I saw it?
I don't know, because I think you knew.
Paul, if something like that, which is very important to our audience, people that want to sit down, watch a Met game, and it was at 4 o'clock, now it's at 3 o'clock, don't you think I would have gotten that information to everybody as quickly as humanly possible?
I think the information is out there because the Phillies released it at 11:20.
No, you say the information's out there. What out there? We are all here at Fanatics Fest. You're acting like we're sitting here and everybody's passing it along like it's high school, like it's a rumor, like someone has cooties and we're passing it along. Nobody knows the Met game got moved.
If you're a Mets fan, you know it got moved up.
No, you don't.
Have a brain.
Let's not have a brain. Why? You got one to spare? Doubt it. All I need you to do is write things on the screen. Never ever say, oh, I thought you knew about it. So you think I had this information and I was keeping it a secret?
Honestly, it shows that you're not a real Met fan.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It means I'm hosting a show and I'm doing my job,
but
and I'm basically
hosting a show at 11 o'clock in the morning.
No, but that's not about 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm walking in torrential downpour to get to the Javits Center. You want me to pull my phone out?
You haven't looked at your phone once, Tom?
Yes, but I've told you this before. Every time I turn on my phone, I pop on Instagram and it's Sydney Sweeney in lingerie. You think I care about the Met game being moved up to 3 o'clock when that's on my phone? You are a producer. Thank you for the laugh. But you don't have to do anything but give me the information. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, we don't need you there. We could put a robot there. We could have AI Paul Rosenberg sit there and hit a button. Don't let me give upper management any ideas, by the way. But either way, you have to pass on the information, Paulie. That's it. That's all I ask for you.
You want the Met lineup? That's information.
No, I don't. What do you mean, do I want the Met? What are you going to send it to me via carrier pigeon? How am I getting the Met lineup? I could just go on Twitter. I could just check that.
Now you can go on Twitter.
Of course. Well, now I'm sitting here. I'm positioned. I am set up. I'm ready to go. I'm doing the show. And now I can do that. But anything beforehand was very hectic. And anything during breaks, I literally texted you this before the show. When you were sitting there belly aching to me about all your problems in life, I was telling you that if there's any breaking news, just text it to me. That's it.
It wasn't breaking news. That was 3 hours before.
By the way, it just occurred to me that probably the audience here doesn't hear your voice, so they just think I'm yelling to myself like I'm a weirdo. That's possible. People probably think I'm just literally having a conversation with myself, which I often do as an only child. I mean, I literally walk around the house talking to myself. I have 3 options. I talk to myself, talk to my wife, or talk to my cat. I usually pick the best option, which is me. Do we have to break? Are you awake? Are you alive back there? Yes? No? We don't like to call it breaks around here. We don't like to call it breaks. Upper management hates the word break, even though I think our audience is smart enough to know that we do go to commercial breaks. So we will, in the spirit of FIFA, in the spirit of the World Cup, we will take a hydration break because I do need a cup of water, and there are millions of people here that want to meet me. So 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. What do we got here? Oh, quick math. I got you till 5 o'clock. Keith McPherson comes your way at that time. If you want to hop on board right now, really anything that's on your mind. Mets, Yankees, trade deadline, Knicks, Giants. If you've been at Fanatics Fest, we were there yesterday, you want to give your experiences on the air, you can. Jets, Giants, football, we'll open up the Malik Nape. Do I need a soundbite when I'm talking? Was that you or was that somebody here, by the way? I just heard a soundbite in my ear. I can't really tell what's going on. I hear 16 different things in my ear right now. One of them is my voice. And by the way, I apologize. I know people that don't like my voice. The fact that I can actually hear my voice up to this point now, I can apologize. But what do you want me to do? This is my voice. I know basically 16 pigeons hear my voice and they choose to leave this earth, by the way, rather than listen to my voice. But what do you want me to tell you? It's the voice I have. I'm not going to give you a hokey radio voice. Was that you, Rosenberg, or not? I'm asking you a question. He's not there. Okay. 888-808. Paul Rosenberg has officially left the building. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is After Hours, a very special edition of After Hours, a little loogie in the light of day. Tommy Lugauer here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan. 101.9 FM.
With Juan Soto, I'm just picturing, other buddies of his that he maybe hasn't seen or isn't texting with going, oh my God, dude, we're brutal. What is happening? Him going, this GM sucks. Lindor's an a-hole. I mean, listen, I can't wait for that opt-out.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey
At Town
app.
Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, July 31st, PNC Bank Arts Center. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Motley Crue, part of the Cadillac Tri-State Concert Series.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, 2 fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait. That's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, 2 strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hey, it's Sean Morash. I got to sit down with Will Ferrell and the cast of The Hawk. So how does Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins compare to other Will sports characters?
I guess there's more Ricky Bobby in Lonnie, but I would say that Lonnie's the biggest narcissist I've ever played.
It may be the greatest comeback story in golf history. Classic Will Ferrell in The Hawk. And The Hawk is now streaming on Netflix.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hi, this is New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport. Thinking about speeding? Think again. Don't let speeding be the reason that you or someone else doesn't make it home. Slow down and drive safely, New Jersey.
This is Mary at the Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
Hi, I've been dreaming of having an epic college setup.
But your college budget is less than epic.
Way less.
Well, with IKEA, you can get everything you need for college, from bedding to storage and decor, all at a great price.
That's good economics.
Sounds like someone just found their major.
Visit IKEA in-store or at IKEA.us to get ready for college. IKEA, dream the possibilities.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Orgavada Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The Rico Bronya podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey.
It's a 4-day event, so today and tomorrow, Keith McPherson will come your way at 5 o'clock, and then he will take you up till either Yankee pregame or we'll figure it out if the game gets rained out. And then tomorrow, we will wrap up our coverage here at Fanatics Fest with Sean and Tiki. They will take you from 9 a.m. till 1 p.m., and it is Fanatics Fest, so there's a lot of cards and a lot of trading and purchasing, and I'll give him a pop here. This is from @Espo Doodles. Good. I've met him a couple times. He's called up the show before, so if you're a loyal listener, you know who he is. But he made a card of me, Positive Tommy. So some of the things that he wrote here, Lugauer, agree with that. Generational talent, agree with that. Tommy the Optimist, agree with that. Tommy the Closer, certainly agree with that, at least when I was single. Tommy the Voice of Reason, yes, 100%. Tommy the Realist, absolutely. And Tommy the Rationalizer, for sure. And it's a picture of me with a Met hat on and a sign that says Start Dart, which I am famous for because I was the only person on this radio station with the foresight and the vision to know that Jackson Dart should be the starter in week 1 and not a washed-up Russell Wilson. 888-808-1019. It is the phone number to call as we inch closer and closer to the trade deadline. Let me just say this about the Yankees. As far as the trade deadline, I think Mason Miller is more pie in the sky. I don't see the Padres moving off him. He's got a lot more years left of control. He's obviously a great closer, if not the best closer in the sport. The Padres gave up a lot for him. San Diego's still in the heart of the mix here, right around 500. So I just don't think Mason Miller is going to be moved. As far as Skubal, I would not trade for him. I think the Yankees have a surplus. As far as starting pitching, when you have Fried coming back, when you have Cole, the way he pitched, especially last night, and throughout his career, when you have Cam Schlittler, who's one of the best pitchers in baseball at an early stage of his career, he's already great, so he's only going to get better and better. You already have 3 number 1 starters. You have 3 aces. So this idea of trading for Skubal, to me, makes absolutely no sense. I would rather allocate my resources to something that would help the team, not something where, hey, I want to block the Dodgers from getting Skubal, and that's the reason that I'm doing it. As far as Rafael Devers, I definitely would not trade for him. Bad defense, bad contract, too many strikeouts. So those are 3, and Mike Trout too, but Mike Trout I think has already said he's not going to waive his no-trade clause. But I would not touch Mike Trout with a 10-foot pole. He's hurt too much. The contract is brutal. He's not the same player he once was, and it's just not somebody that I would want to bring onto this team. If I'm Brian Cashman, I'm looking at guys that don't strike out a lot, guys that hit for a high average. Luis Arise comes to mind. High average, low strikeouts. The Yankees strike out way, way, way too much. If they go home early and they don't achieve their ultimate goal, it's going to be because their offense doesn't hit consistently and they strike out too much. Because when you get to October, when you get to the postseason, the pitching's only going to get better and better and better. And guys that strike out a lot in the regular season are going to strike out just as much, if not more, when you get to October baseball. So if I'm Brian Cashman, I'm looking at guys that don't strike out, guys that hit for a high average. That would be the lane that I would take. I would not go the Devers route. I would not go the Skubal route. Mason Miller, I think, is more pie in the sky. 2 to 3 relievers make sense to trade for, and a catcher, third baseman. Now, I like Hunter Goodman, but so does everybody, and I'm sure the Rockies do too, so they're probably not going to move off him. But if they did, and I'm Brian Cashman, I would go all in there. And by the way, Hunter Goodman, his splits, he's better on the road this year than at home, because everybody's always worried about Rocky players, and, oh, he's better at Coors, and he's not good on the road. Hunter Goodman, has been way better away from Coors Field this year than he has been in Coors Field. And oh, by the way, Yankee Stadium is a hitter's park, so it's not like he's coming to this place where you can't hit because it's a barren wasteland and it's a big park. Yankee Stadium is a very spacious place for a hitter, meaning in a good way. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Steve joins us from Bayside. It is Tommy Lugauer here on The Fan. What's up, Steve?
What's up, Tommy? You know, it's very tough to trade for Cactus this season.
I can't make out what you're saying there, Steve, because it sounds like you are either in this weather outside or you have been abducted by Skynet with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm not sure, but it just sounds very robotic and very much like wind in the background. But I'll give you a second chance there.
Is that better?
Not really.
Can you hear me now?
Not really. No. I'll give it a third try. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Much
anyway,
better.
I'll just
See, third time was a charm there, Steve. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's very tough to trade for catchers in season, so I don't think the Yankees are going to go there.
But they can't. Wait, hold on a second. You're going to go with Austin Wells for the rest of the year? You can't do that either, though. Why is it hard to trade for catchers in the middle of the year?
Because it can affect your pitching, too, and this is a team that's heavily based on their pitching this year.
But what about the lack of offensive production that they've gotten from catcher?
That's one line.
Can you platoon? Can you platoon the catcher? Like, let's say you trade for Ryan Jeffers. Can't you platoon him with Austin Wells?
Yeah, I mean that I would pick my spots with somebody who I'm platooning. That I would try to work around. But an everyday catcher, I think, would be a big lift. That would be a very heavy lift. And I don't think the Yankees are going to trade for a reliever too. You know, this is Brian Cashman we're talking about, who didn't bother going after Bryce Harper when he told you had a full outfield. He trades for need. The Yankees are going to have.
You don't think they need bullpen help?
Okay, here. Let me get to my point. They're going to have Weathers. You're going to have Clark Schmidt. You're going to have. You're going to have they're not even going to be able to all the pitchers that they're going to have on their roster. They're going to have.
What are you moving Will Warren in the bullpen too?
Will Warren's going to wind up in the bullpen too. I mean, they're going to wind up with too many pitchers and not knowing what to do. So you're not going to give up assets for something you have an abundance.
Yeah, but what if you could get?
But
you're also talking about guys that haven't pitched the eighth inning of a high leverage situation. Wouldn't you rather have a guy there with experience rather than throwing either Weathers or Warren into that type of role? I know that's always a talk around this time of year, is converting a starter and making him a high leverage reliever. Well, I'm talking about the bridge to Bednar.
No, I'm not looking for high leverage because with the Achilles heel for the Yankees bullpen has been the bottom of the bullpen. It's been guys like Tim Hill and guys like Duvall. He was supposed to be high leverage, but he's not.
Right.
Guys, they have the back of their bullpen. They need to fill out the fifth and sixth inning, and those guys can do that.
Yeah, they can. They absolutely can, but I still think I would rather trade for guys that are more experienced and are actual relievers by trade. I know what you mean by those guys. And by the way, we don't know if you starting Rodon in October. Is that a foregone conclusion?
No, but if I need a spot start, I can get Elmer Rodriguez to give me one. I'm not worried about a start here or there just in case somebody's banged up. I'm thinking about lining the team up for October.
So where are you thinking about going then? If you're not going bullpen, you're not going catcher, then where are you going?
Well, I mean, I would go for Jeffers because I don't think he's going to cost that much, and I need that right-handed bat. And then, to be honest, I think that I would like to upgrade. I would do my preferred trade would be Devers for Jazz Chisholm straight up. That's what I would love to do.
See, I don't like Devers at all. He strikes out too much, plays bad defense, and his contract is awful.
Arise.
Oh, Arise. Oh, okay. No.
Then straight up. I misspoke.
No, all good. I figured you did only because of the position, but the thing with that is I hear what you're saying. That's what you would do. I don't think the Yankees are going to do that, but I think in a perfect world, the Yankees would take that swap in a heartbeat. That's not the way the Yankees go about their ways. They're not going to cut bait, I don't think, with Jazz. But Arise would be an upgrade over Jazz because Arise gives you things that the Yankees need, which is high average, not striking out.
And his defense is much better this year.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was working with Ron Washington, and he's had a huge increase in his defense. So,
yeah, and he might not want to move off. He might not want to move off second base, which remains to be seen, but it seems like he's kind of has a home there. But he has the ability to play multiple positions, but he might not want to not play second base. That might be the spot he wants to stay at.
Yeah, and I would even sweeten the pot and add another prospect on top of Jazz to get Arise on this team. I think Arise is the perfect fit for this team. They need a leadoff hitter. He's got the best contact rates in baseball.
Agree.
That's the guy that they need.
Agree. But they're in a situation where, and I like Arise, and in a perfect world, you'd make it happen. But like I said, he might not want to play a different position besides second base. So if you could move him somewhere else, fine, do it. But I agree with you. The Yankees need to be targeting. And I said this last year with Eugenio Suarez because that was the hot trade target. And I said the Yankees should not trade for him. I know a lot of people wanted him, and I said that would be a bad idea. Now, he stunk with Seattle, but that wasn't when he got traded there. But that wasn't even my reasoning. It was he hits too many home runs and he strikes out too much. The Yankees already have a lot of guys like that. You need contact hitters. You need guys that put the ball in play and don't strike out. And I'm going off of the assumption that Aaron Judge is coming back. And I know we didn't get great news on Aaron Judge yesterday. Well, we really got no news. We didn't get bad news. We didn't get great news. We got no news. It's getting better. We're all getting better. What does that mean? Getting better. Are you better? No. That's really, if you were to ask somebody, how you feeling? Well, I'm getting better. They'd be like, well, are you better? Like if the doctor said you're getting better, you'd be like, well, doc, really, what does that mean? I could drop dead in 2 days. What is that supposed to mean? I'm getting better. So when he is better and he is Aaron Judge cleared, then we could start to build that timeline. But I still think it's going to fall within the regular season. I think Aaron Judge will be back by September, probably right around late August or so. I expect Stanton back at some point. And Fried should be back within a couple of weeks. He already had a rehab assignment last night. So he is on the mend. He is on the way back. So you're getting Fried, you're getting Stanton, and you're getting Aaron Judge back before October. Plus whomever you trade for in a couple of weeks. So the Yankee team that you see right now that is struggling, because they did struggle against the Nationals. Now part of it is you give credit to the Yankees for coming back against that bullpen, but that bullpen in Washington is hideously bad. The Yankees, if that was a good bullpen, could have struggled going into the break as far as losing a bunch of games in D.C. They didn't. They were able to weather the storm, win 4 in a row, but then they lost the first game against the Dodgers. So overall, since the middle of June, the Yankees have not played well, but this is not the Yankees. This is not the same Yankee team we're going to see in October. And the American League is awful. And listen, the Knicks went through this, and great. If the path is easier, you always take an easier path. You don't throw that one away. You don't get a fish there and say, hey, I'm going to throw that fish back into the ocean. Now, the Red Sox are heated up, and maybe they could be a thorn in the Yankee side come October. But the current landscape, Tampa's good. They're not great. The Central, we know they could combine into one super team, and they still couldn't beat the Yankees. They'd probably get swept. The West sucks. I mean, Texas is awful. Seattle is sleepless in Seattle. They can't do anything, and they're gutless, by the way. They're a loser franchise. So I would never, ever, ever, ever fear them at all. They can't win. They've never even been to a World Series. And they're awful. They haven't. It's the midway point, actually further than the midway point, and they're under 500. They can't even take advantage of a weak division. So there really isn't a team currently that would worry me. Tampa getting home field over the Yankees would be a slight problem. But then again, who knows how the matchups go and if Tampa even gets to the Yankees. So we don't know. But I wouldn't have sleepless nights over the Tampa Rays either. Let's head out to Hartford, Connecticut. John joins us. It's Tommy Lugauer, very special after hours here at the Javits Center, here at Fanatics Fest. What's up, Johnny?
Loogie! Johnny,
what's going on?
Remember a couple nights ago we started the back of the conversation. It was my question I asked you, and I want to end with the Yankees. Let's start with the back of the future. You had a great comment. It's a little circle of love, your crew has been backing each other up for 20 years.
John, I got to be honest with you. I can't make out a word you're saying. I got to be honest with you. I can't hear any word you're saying right now. It's all sort of mished and moshed.
Right. I just wanted
you might be on speakerphone. You might be on speakerphone. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we'll hold for you, John. We're all waiting for you. Don't worry. I'll just sit here all day and wait on you. We're all on your.
Right, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no, we're waiting for you, John. It's all good. No, we'll wait for you. Whenever you're ready.
Sorry, John.
Don't let me jump. Don't let me jump the gun. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, back to the future. Just want to finish it off. You made a really good comment about you have a core of friends that's in this industry. You guys kind of support each other. There's banter back and forth. What would you say is the biggest thing that needs to happen to make it in this industry? A big break or just the grind of just sticking to it?
Making it in the industry that I'm in, the advice. Okay, so, and I've said this before on the Ask Tommy Anything segments, what is great about the business now compared to when I was coming up in the business is that there are a million more opportunities to make it. You can start a podcast. You can have an Instagram channel, a YouTube channel. There are so many ways to become famous and leave your imprint in this business, where it used to be you hoped you get an internship at WFAN, or you would work in Albany and go work in, nothing against Albany, but you'd go work in other markets with the hope of maybe one day working in New York City. Now it's different. It's just a different world right now. So what I tell everybody is create a brand, build that brand. You got to know that you're working 24/7, but it's a labor of love. I mean, you love sports, you love creating content. So it's not really work, but you got to do it all the time for basically no money starting out. And then you work your way up and you never give up. And a little bit of luck, some talent, some skill, some dedication, know the right people, and you can make it. But it's definitely easier these days. I mean, you could just walk around Fanatics Fest. Everybody's got a podcast. Everybody's content creators. Everybody's filming themselves. And back in the day, you couldn't do that. I mean, I couldn't pull up my beeper in 1993 and start filming myself. So everybody now has cameras with phones and everything. Or they have phones with cameras. I apologize. 2.5 hours into the show, I start to get a little student on. Everybody has cameras with phones and they can film themselves. Let's head out to Tommy in West Babylon. He joins us. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Tommy, the best, baby. Listen, hey. I came off the Knicks run. I'm so happy. And then I got to go to the Mets season. So I figured I'm going to call you because you are always happy. You're always positive with the Mets. So give me some advice.
Let me push. I'm always positive. I wouldn't say I'm always happy. When I get my Amazon bill at the end of the month with my wife, I'm not happy. I got to be honest with you. We have to have a discussion. Like, honey, I need you to stop spending money. Do me a favor. Lose my credit card. That's what I tell her all the time. I'm like, can we just do me a favor here? I mean, Bezos sends me a handwritten thank you note at the end of the year, Tommy. So I wouldn't say that I'm happy all the time, but I'm definitely positive all the time. But listen, you got to be, though, Tom.
Yeah. But I'm just hoping that the Mets do the right thing. You know, everyone's blaming Stearns. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to put a little of this on Cohen.
Why?
I'm going to ask you a question. Would George Steinbrenner, let Pete Alonso walk?
Don't get hung up on Pete Alonso. Tommy, what do you think the Mets record would be with Pete Alonso right now?
It's better than what it is now.
But would they be over 500?
Here's the thing, Tommy. Honestly, I
love you, Tom, but the fact that you sideswiped and moved over that question means you agree with what I'm saying. They would probably have 2 to 3 more wins with Alonso.
Possibly, but the problem is we didn't need to shake up the lineup. We needed to get pitching, agree?
Yeah, but don't you agree that the core wasn't winning? And any core that doesn't win in any sports, it's probably a good idea to break up that core?
Oh, I understand that. It's okay to move McNeil, Nimmo. I get that. I told you, but why did you get rid of Alonso? Leave Alonso and Soto.
Yeah, but Tommy, I know you're asking it almost rhetorically, but you know the answer. And we're going to find out years from now whether the Mets were right or whether they were wrong. They moved on from Pete Alonso because they didn't want to give him the type of contract that he was looking for, and they felt like at the back end of the contract he would not be a productive player anymore because of his age, because of the position that he plays. They didn't think it would be worth the money that they would have to pay throughout the contract, and that's why they didn't do it.
All right. That's why I call you. But Tommy, to help you out on that Amazon bill, give the guy $100 and tell him not to come no more.
Well, I mean, I figured or get a divorce. It'll probably be cheaper. I mean, it's unbelievable. Every month, I look at my credit card bill and I'm like, this is a problem. I need to get 16 new jobs. I mean, it will be contract season in the fall. I feel like I should just go to the architect and show him my wife's Amazon bill. Be like, hey, can you move my contract a couple more decimal points with the company miss it? I mean, I would surely appreciate it. My wife can't stop spending money. Like I said, a divorce would be cheaper, but it's unbelievable. I should have been invited to Jeff Bezos' wedding, the amount of money we pump into Amazon. Every day, the Amazon people are there. They're great, by the way. They get there within a day or two, so I appreciate their service. But it is just unbelievable how much they cost. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I would not get hung up on Pete Alonso. I know my fellow Met fans want to get hung up on him. I wouldn't. The team has moved on. Pete Alonso has moved on. And you, Tom, the rest of your fans that are feeling sports depressed need to move on. I'm just telling you that because it's healthy. It's the right way to go about things. And like I said, I'm not always happy, but I am always positive. And I look at the positives with the Mets. I look at an outfield that's very exciting. Ewing has been red hot, and he's showing you, I think, 5 tools. That could be a guy that could be a leadoff hitter, great defense, speed, power, all those things. Benj has been looked the part since opening day. And do I even need to say anything about Juan Soto, a generational talent? So the outfield is set. You like the young pitchers in McLean and Scott and Thornton. Clay Holmes, I think, should be extended. So there are things that you can grasp onto here as a Met fan or look at as a Met fan in the second half to the future. And things are never as bad as they seem, and they're never as great as they seem. Unless you win a championship, everything is great as it seems with the Knicks. But things aren't always as bad as they seem, and things aren't always as great as they seem. And I still believe the Mets have a bright future. I understand the first half they had, and I understand the frustrations and aggravation that my fellow Met fans have. And the fear, I want to focus more on the fear and anxiety for the future, because we can't be like Timon and Pumbaa here. You know, you got to put the behind in your past. You got to just let that go, let the offseason go. But we can look towards the future, to me, is the most healthy and productive thing we can do as Met fans. And focus on what is next, trade deadline, second half, and then the future, hiring a manager, things of that nature. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is after hours, a very special after hours, live at the Fanatics Fest, live at Javits Center. I got you for another hour and a half here, so plenty of time to take your calls. If we have some surprise guests, we'll let you know as we navigate for the final 90 minutes, but really whatever on your mind. I will start talking about football coming up here, Malik Neighbors, my expectations for this year, what John Harbaugh had to say about the usage of Jackson Dart. So that's coming up in this hour, but your calls as well, 888-808-1019. It is Tommy Lugauer, Positive Tommy, here on The Fan.
From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN.
Lights, camera, baseball. The spotlight is on Citi Field for one of the season's biggest series as the Mets take on the Los Angeles Dodgers Friday, July 24th through Sunday, July 26th. Don't miss this marquee matchup. For tickets, go to Mets.com/tickets.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure and has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. After years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. With Red Pocket Mobile, you lock in your rate and you keep it. No price creep, no sudden jumps, just straightforward pricing and premium 5G plans starting at $10 a month. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is designed to give you more of what matters. More passenger space and headroom for greater comfort. More cargo space, a lower lift-in height, and a standard power liftgate on every model. More connectivity with Google built-in integration, plus Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All in a family-friendly SUV that delivers exceptional value. Drive a Mazda during the Mazda's More to Move You sales event and discover what makes Mazda the safest new car brand by Consumer Reports. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not
lot to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Start your day with Boomer and Gio. Join the conversation weekday mornings from 6 to 10. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus.
3:29 here on the Fan in New York City. Tommy Lugauer, Loogie. It is after hours, a very special after hours. Loogie. Thank you. A little loogie in the light of day here at the Javits Center, here at Fanatics Fest. I am enjoying a Jolly Rancher. I tell you that for 2 reasons. Number one, it's delicious. Number two, I might choke on it. And if I choke on it, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have dead air for the next 3 hours. But I needed it because my throat was starting to get a little bad. And I have the water here. But I feel like Jazz Chisholm, would people criticize me like they did Jazz because I'm enjoying a Jolly Rancher when I'm doing a radio show? Because I really probably shouldn't be doing it because I'm talking. And I'm talking with a Jolly Rancher in my mouth. So it's not really professional. But it's tasty. And this is why I backed Jazz Chisholm. I mean, people were acting like he pulled a vape out of his pocket and he started smoking it. I mean, the guy literally had a lollipop in his mouth. It's not a big deal. And the idea that he could choke on it, well, listen, he could spit it out of his mouth if a ball is hit to him. I feel the same way here. If hopefully nobody does, but if somebody charged at me here on stage, I would just spit the Jolly Rancher out and I'd run for my life. That's what I would do. But I needed it. And I thought all the candy here was fake. Apparently it's not. So the Jolly Ranchers are real. I am not real. What do we got here? I almost said tomatoes. They're apples, bananas, grapes. They're all fake. This is not an actual bodega. It's just a bodega that we have set up here. And hats off to everybody in promotions, to Jess, for coming up with the concept. Last year we did more of a Yankees stadium. Yeah, you can have a Jolly Rancher. Touching all of them, by the way. Everybody's kind of rummaging. I'm teasing. Everybody's rummaging through. Now everybody's going for the Jolly Ranchers. Oh, they're free of charge. Which one? Do they have a blue one over there, fella? The guy's reaching his hand in there now. If they got a blue one there, yeah, chuck it over to me. I got good hands.
Are they not wrapped? It's okay if they're touching them.
I dropped both. What's that? What do you mean are they not wrapped? Everybody's throwing them at me now. I'm good now. Thank you.
Oh, it's like a
what do you mean are they not wrapped? Of course they're wrapped.
So it doesn't matter if people are touching them. They're wrapped.
These are known as jokes, what we're doing up here, Paulie. So if they're not funny, you can tell me that. But the idea that you have to take everything literal, I think, is a mistake. No, I'm good on the apple, sir. I appreciate that. A man in a tiger hat tried to throw me an apple. That's not good. And I think I might have dropped half the Jolly Ranchers that were thrown at me. But the audience is very nice. I will go. The problem with the blue raspberry Jolly Rancher is you end up getting the blue tongue. So you end up looking like the Blue Man Group up here. Where the watermelon one is red, so you already look like you have a red tongue, and you have a red tongue anyway, so it doesn't really have a major impact. But the blue tongue thing with the Jolly Rancher, I'll either look like I'm at a rave, which I'm not, or I would look like I'm in the Blue Man Group, which I am not. But I appreciate everybody throwing these out here. I will enjoy them throughout the rest of the show because they are quite tasty. And like I said, we do have a bodega shop here, so it's very much like you would see if you were in New York City. And to my right, some Corona, some energy drinks in there. What else they got going on in there? A little soda, a little Pepsi. I don't know what else. And they don't have any Zyn. I've been looking for that in vape, but they don't, or Nudie Mag, but they don't really have the Tommy Lugauer section. But this is more of the less likely the after hours section. If you walk into a bodega at 3 a.m. in New York City, there's going to be a lot more things that you can get nefarious-wise. But as far as this is more of the 2 o'clock in the afternoon bodega where you get a soft drink and some pancakes. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Now, as far as the Giants, let's start with Malik Neighbors. I don't expect him back by week 1. I hope he is. I don't expect him back. But I think the Giants are equipped to handle Malik Neighbors not being in the lineup for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, even as many as 7 weeks. And I'll tell you why. They are going to be the Giants a power running game. They signed a fullback. You have Scadaboo, you have Tracy, and yes, you have Jackson Dart. And I was thrilled. I have a smile from ear to ear. It was music to my ears when John Harbaugh came out this week and said the Giants are planning on utilizing Jackson Dart the same way the Ravens utilized Lamar Jackson and continue to utilize Lamar Jackson. And that's the way it should be. You should not neuter Jackson Dart. You should not put the training wheels on Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart, one of the reasons why we're all excited about him as a quarterback is his ability not only to throw the ball, but also to run. And when you look at the modern passer, and I understand Matthew Stafford won the MVP last year, he's a pocket passer. Matthew Stafford is a dying breed. That is not the modern quarterback presently or going into the future. You need to be able to move. You need to be able to run. That RPO, that run-pass option, has to be a part of your arsenal. It has to be a part of your game in order to confuse defenses. And I think the strategy with Harbaugh and with Jackson Dart, especially early on in the year without Neighbors, is going to be pound the rock, run the ball, beat the team that you are playing into submission while in the fourth quarter they want to wave the white flag and give up. That's going to be the strategy. And when you need to look to pass, you have two talented tight ends with Theo Johnson, who has a great rapport with Jackson Dart, and you also have Isaiah Likely, who I like a lot. He's a guy in Baltimore that always got less playing time because he was playing as a backup to Mark Andrews, who's a heck of a tight end, one of the best in the league. But Isaiah Likely, anytime he was given an opportunity to start or get more playing time, he performed at a high level. He has an extraordinary skill set. I think he actually profiles more as a wide receiver, and he could be in the slot, sort of replacing Wan'Dale Robinson in that production, and also be the tight end alongside Theo Johnson. So I think you have two talented tight ends. You brought in 1 million wide receivers. Now, when it comes to Beckham, I know he's not everybody's favorite, but he's like Carmelo Anthony. There is a generation of Giant fans that Odell Beckham is their guy. He brought a lot of excitement, and they don't care that he proposed to a net or he acted like a dog and he lifted his leg up and you know the rest. So there are some fans that don't care about that stuff. They care about the production. They care about how great he was. Now, Odell Beckham Jr. is not that player anymore, not even close, but I think you're getting a humbled Odell Beckham Jr. I think you're getting an Odell Beckham Jr. that's appreciative of the opportunity here that the Giants are giving him, which is a chance to sort of go out with the team that drafted him, and he can end his career with the Giants, which I think is a cool story. I think it's a cool first full circle moment. So I appreciate that the Giants did that. I was screaming for it for months. It's low risk. I wouldn't even say high reward, but medium reward. I mean, Beckham can be a nice presence in this locker room. I think the Odell Beckham Jr. you see today is not the Beckham that we saw with the Giants. If you were annoyed by those antics, I think he's matured. I think he's in a different place in life. He's obviously gone through this career with injuries, won a Super Bowl, and now he's been humbled, and I think he's appreciative of the chance, this second chance or new lease on life and an opportunity to be in the NFL again and to be on the Giants, which I think is very special to him. And it's special to a lot of the fans out there. So I think that was good. You brought in Smith-Schuster, maybe got something there. Berrios, I think, is more of a special teams addition, but Mooney, Calvin Austin, the Giants brought in a lot of wide receivers. Number one, their wide receiver room was awful. I mean, Slayton, Hyatt, they stink. But also, you don't know when Neighbors is going to return. And John Harbaugh spoke about that this week, and he gave, I thought, kind of a vague answer. It didn't really shine a lot of light on when Neighbors is going to be back because the Giants probably don't know. And when it comes to injuries, same thing with Aaron Judge, you don't want to say a player is coming back, let's say week 2 for Neighbors, and then he doesn't come back till week 7 because the fans will be irate. You'd rather say he's coming back week 7 and then he comes back week 4. So then it's ahead of schedule. That's the smarter strategy, especially when you're dealing with a star player. And that is what Malik Neighbors is. And he means a lot to this offense, but this offense is going to take on a new shape and new identity. And they will welcome Malik Neighbors back with open arms. But as far as the running game, it's going to be power eye, smash mouth, run the rock. Jackson Dart will run the football like you saw in Baltimore with Lamar. And I'm not suggesting that Jackson Dart is necessarily Lamar Jackson, but he does share similar qualities in terms of the ability to run. And that's something that you want to utilize if you're John Harbaugh. It's not something that you want to shy away from. And the injury stuff with Dart last year, to me, was hyperbolic. It was way over the top. I understand he was in the blue medical tent a lot, but he only suffered 1 concussion. So he was really only hurt one time. He got banged up a few times, but he was only injured 1 time. He only had to miss games 1 time. So I think all of that stuff is a little bit overblown. I think Jackson Dart will be healthy this year. He'll also be smarter in year 2. Last year he was a rookie. He's trying to take the world by storm. All the pressure in the world on his shoulders as the so-called savior, not only to the franchise, but also to Brian Dable's job. That's not there anymore. Now it's all about Harbaugh, this new regime, this adult in the room, this CEO, the Giants winning games, getting to the playoffs. It's not about the Jackson Dart show where he has to feel like he has to do extra in order to save this franchise or save the season or save jobs. Everybody's job is secure, including Joe Shane's. So everybody's good. Everybody is secure. Everybody is set. And it is a new era of Giants football and one that I'm very, very, very excited about. As I believe a lot of my fellow Giant fans are, because of this young nucleus, but most importantly, the head coach and the quarterback combination, which is the most important thing. When you have a strong head coach and a strong quarterback, that's what wins in the NFL. And you could go from the outhouse to the penthouse. We saw it last year with the Patriots. We saw it with Chicago. We saw it with Jacksonville. But the best example would be the Patriots, who went all the way to the Super Bowl. Now, I'm not suggesting the Giants are going to the Super Bowl, but I do think they're going to the playoffs. I do have Giant expectations, and I do think it would be a Giant disappointment if they don't get there. Now, I'm assuming everybody's healthy, which at least meaning what I know now. Like, I know that Neighbors is going to miss games, so I'm cooking that into my prediction. And even if Dart has to miss a game or two, I'm confident that Jameis Winston can fall out of bed and throw for 500 yards in a regular season football game because he's talented. So I have the Giants right around 9 or 10 wins and getting to the playoffs. Those are my expectations. And if they're not met, I know it's year 1. I don't look at it as a rebuilding year. I look at it as the first year of many that the Giants go to the playoffs with this regime. Alex is calling from New Haven. He joins us here on a very special After Hours. What's up, Alex?
What's up, Tommy? Thanks for the call.
Yeah, you got it.
How are the potholes been treating you?
How's the what now?
The potholes.
Well, you know I am Tommy, the pothole slayer. So knock on wood, I have not hit a pothole since the first time I drove my new car and busted a tire. So that's when I became Tommy, the pothole slayer. And I've been avoiding those potholes. But as you know, driving in Manhattan is like driving on the moon. I mean, there's a million friggin' potholes. I work after hours, much like Batman. So and I don't have the cars he has and the equipment. I have to sort of avoid these potholes every other way that I go. But you know what I do? I drive slow. I keep my eye on the road. And I've been good ever since that first incident. Tommy, the pothole slayer. That's right.
Right. And the cat, too? Everyone's good?
Yeah, the cat's good. I mean, the cat, he's my special boy, as you know. Cat's great. Wife is great. Everybody's good. I appreciate you asking.
All right. And before I get to my Giants point, I just want to agree with you. The blue tongue thing always freaked me out my whole life. I always steered away from blue candy.
Yeah, that's why I want to get involved. I want to get in the mix with these Jolly Rancher blue raspberries, but then you're going to have a blue tongue. And the thing is, there's a lot of people here that are meeting me for the first time, and if I walk around like a weirdo with a blue tongue, they may think I'm into some type of extracurricular activities or something like that. They're like, why is this idiot walking around with a blue tongue? They wouldn't have realized that I just enjoyed a delicious Jolly Rancher. But that being said, I think I'm still going to have one.
All right, go for it. I want to talk about the Giants real quick. Do you think Scadaboo is going to come back like 100%?
Yeah.
Or do you think he's going to be compromised?
No, I think he's going to come back 100%. Now, he's not going to change his game at all. Cam Scadaboo could run through a wall and be like merely a flesh wound. I mean, Cam Scadaboo is who he is. That's why we all love him. But he's not going to change his running style. He has a lot of mileage on him. He's one of those players where you're going to just ride him till the wheels fall off. I mean, if he has a short career, he has a short career. But there's no like alternate style for Cam Scadaboo. Scat is scat, and they're going to give him the ball a lot. And listen, the Giant offense was really exciting when Dart and Scadaboo were there. And that win against Philly, everything was amazing. And then he got hurt, that gruesome injury against Denver, Alex, and the wheels kind of fell off the season after that.
Right. Yeah, because I was just wondering because, his play style is, ground and pound. And I just want to make sure he was 100% because I'm really rooting for him this year.
You know what? I think he is because the injury news and updates that we've gotten about Scat have been way more, I think, positive than the ones we've heard about Neighbors. So in my mind, Scadaboo will be ready to go for week 1. We'll see him in the preseason. And then from there, you hope the best because I do think the Giants are going to give him the football a lot.
Yeah, no, me too. And before I go, do you have like a win total? I'm thinking around 9 wins, 8-9 wins.
Yeah, I'm right around 9 or 10 wins. That's where I'm at. Now, their number in Vegas is 7.5. And the Giants are going to come with a lot of hype. They're going to come with a lot of intrigue, not only locally, but nationally. That's what happens when, number one, you're the Giants, but you also have Harbaugh, you have Dart, there's going to be a lot of focus, a lot of attention, and also a lot of hype. Sometimes when teams are hyped up, they don't meet those expectations. So there is a little part of me that is worried about that. But as far as the X's and O's, as far as the team, as far as the culture, as far as this group winning games, I expect them to do that. I mean, I look at last year with the Giants. That was a coaching thing. Their coaching was horrible. We can go game by game here, but I don't want to bore you to death. The Giants, if they had Harbaugh last year and Dart starting from week 1, they would have been a heck of a lot better, and that record would have looked a heck of a lot better by the end of the year than what it was. So here in year 1 with Harbaugh, I expect a total change in philosophy, and also Harbaugh is going to teach this group the most important thing you could teach in football, and that's how to win. Because the Giants have forgotten that. They forgot. It's been outside of a year with Dable and a year with McAdoo, this franchise has been hideous for a very long time, really ever since Coughlin left. But those days are over. They are now back in the NFL. They have a real head coach. They have a quarterback. And I think they have a very, very bright future. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is After Hours, a very special edition, live at Javits Center, live here at Fanatics Fest. I got you for another hour and change, so hop on now. Mets, Yankees, trade deadline, Giants, Jets, Knicks, whatever's really on your mind for the final hour plus of the show. It is Tommy Lugauer, Lugie in the Light of Day, here on The Fan.
It's Evan and Tiki, middays on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
You don't just step into a box and hit 15 home runs in a month and a half postseason. So I just worry he's not going to have time to become Aaron Judge before he has to be Aaron Judge. And then we're going to create this narrative that he never performs in the postseason. Yeah, it's just going to get exacerbated.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Baseball season is here, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade who will win the big game awards, which teams will win their division right now. You can even trade who the next manager for Boston and Philadelphia will be, as well as the date when a manager will be fired by. Maybe you want to trade on who will win the championship. The team from the Bronx is trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $655 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com.regulatory.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Tim McGraw at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on July 24th. Courtesy of Live Nation. To purchase tickets, visit livenation.com.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web.
With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council. Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Fans, arrive early at Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 8th for the 78th Annual Old Timers Day presented by Fresh Direct. See Yankees legends put on the pinstripes again and take the field at Yankee Stadium. Relive memories of your favorite former Yankees and make new memories with your family. After the Old Timers Day ceremony and game conclude, stick around to see your Bronx Bombers take on Atlanta. Get your Saturday, August 8th Old Timers Day tickets presented by Fresh Direct at Yankees.com/tickets today.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonigle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
All right, 3:51 here on the Fan in New York City. Tommy Lugauer, Loogie, a very special after hours here. Loogie in the light of day at Fanatics Fest at the Javits Center. I'm being told by my tarp people that the tarp is coming off the field at Yankee Stadium, so that's usually a good sign. And the weather, according to my weather app, because I can't see anything out the window here, I know it was pouring when I got here, but that was already like 4 or 5 hours ago. I mean, it was really, you don't see the rain come down that hard at 11 o'clock, noon, give or take, but it was pouring in the city when I was walking over here from Penn to Javits Center. Sounds like that weather has gone away. If they're taking the tarp off the field, they must, meaning the Yankees, realize there is a window. So if that remains the case, the Yankees will play tonight. There will be no doubleheader tomorrow, and they will just stick with the night game, the Sunday night game for Yankees-Dodgers, which is Yamamoto and Schlittler tomorrow night. Now, as far as the game last night, I have no issue with Gerrit Cole staying in the game. I have no issue with Aaron Boone's decision there. To me, he managed from his gut, Boone did. He managed from his heart. He used his eyes, and he trusted a player that's been around for a while, that he has built a relationship with. And the Yankees, for once, didn't, or at least perceptionally-wise, for once, didn't use analytics. They managed with their gut. Aaron Boone managed with his gut. Now, backfired, but that's what happens when you play the Dodgers sometimes. When you go mano-a-mano with them, they can get the better of you. That's why they're the defending two-time champs here. And as far as what Luis Rojas did, I have a bigger issue with that than what Aaron Boone did with Gerrit Cole. I mean, you can't send Trent Grisham in that spot. He's slow. You take the bat out of Paul Goldschmidt's hand, and you create a situation where Bellinger, who has struggled outside of the All-Star game for like a month now, and you put him in a situation where I'm sure he's feeling a little tense. He wants to have a moment. Bellinger does badly against the team that basically sent them packing for nothing. So you know Bellinger wants to have a big moment at Yankee Stadium against the Dodgers, and he had that opportunity last night, and he came up short. But it was really the decision by Luis Rojas to send Grisham that cost the Yankees the game more than keeping Cole in to pitch against Max Muncy. It was a great at-bat by Muncy. Sometimes the opponent is just better, and you got to tip your cap. But there was a lot of encouraging things from Gerrit Cole last night that I think if you're a Yankee fan, you're really excited about. Cole looked awesome, and if he could pitch that way throughout the season, the remainder of the season, and then into October, this is where the Yankees have a strong advantage over the rest of the teams in Major League Baseball because you have three aces. You have Cam Schlittler, who is as good as anybody in the sport. You have Max Fried, who is an all-star basically year in and year out. And you have Gerrit Cole, a guy that's used to being the number one, the guy that's used to being an ace, a guy that's used to being the man in a rotation. Now Gerrit Cole is a third starter. And that gives the Yankees a giant leg up. That gives them an enormous advantage over their opponents. And that's why I wouldn't trade for Skubal. I think you have enough starters. I think the Yankees are in a position where they already have a surplus. They're going to move a bunch of guys to the bullpen as it is. You don't really have the room for Rodon, Weathers, and Warren to begin with. You don't need to add Skubal. I would not use a lot of assets. Now, if Skubal, you can get him for song and dance, you can't. But if you can, and yeah, of course, it's a no-brainer. But as far as what you're going to have to get for Skubal, and by the way, this is under the guys that the Tigers are looking to sell. They're in a weak division, that's putting it nicely. The AL Central is god-awful. So even where Detroit is at, they're still in the mix. They still have a chance. All they got to do is do what the Red Sox did and win 7, 8, 9 in a row, and they're right back in it. And I know I say that all the time with the Mets, and people get mad at Positive Tommy, but it's the truth. You know, anybody that was mad at me for everything I said in the first half about the Mets, if they win 8 in a row, if they win 9 in a row, if they win 10 in a row, they're not going to do that. And it doesn't matter anyway. No, it does, because Boston fired their manager. They looked like sellers about a month ago, and now they're the hottest team in baseball. They've won 11 in a row, and they are going to be buyers in a couple weeks. There's an enormous line of people waiting for something right near our bodega. I wonder what it is. Because I think they do like kind of interviews and shows, but really that's more to my back and then to my front. Yo, what's up, bro? And then in front of me is the autograph session. How are we doing? Danhausen, great shirt here. A young fan here. And a CM Punk. Perfectly paired. CM Punk and Danhausen, real life friends, and the Savannah Banana hats. Love it. 888-808-10. I'm just talking to people in the crowd now. Now they're staring at me. This is where you kind of feel like a zoo animal. You feel like you're a penguin exhibit. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Another hour to go here on a 4-hour after hours. It is a very special after hours, live at the Javits Center, live at the Fanatics Fest. If you're on your way out here, I think this is still going on for at least a couple more hours. Because we're here till 7. I assume that they would kick us out if it ended before that. So this probably goes to about 7, 8 o'clock. And then Sean and Tiki will... Keith is coming up after me, by the way, at 5. And then Sean and Tiki will round out our coverage here at Fanatics Fest tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It is Tommy Lugauer. We'll get back to your calls on the Mets, on the Yankees, on the trade deadline. We'll open it up a little bit to the Knicks because this is really a celebration of mine, yours, this city's basketball team taking place here over the last 4 days. There's a ton of Knick gear. Like everywhere I turn, people are wearing Knick gear, including yours truly. I busted out my championship. You can see here on YouTube. I don't know what camera. What do I do with my hands? I don't know what camera I'm supposed to look into with YouTube. The YouTube people don't tell me. Digital doesn't, as you would imagine, most people that work in digital, they don't have like a lot of charisma, so they don't tell me what to do, except for Izzo. Then he comes in here and barks orders. But the rest of them just kind of stare into a camera all the time. There's Izzo. No direction. Yeah, you sit back there, you bark orders. Do we not? In TV, there would be somebody standing there saying 2, 3, 4. There'd be a director. There's no director here, Izzo. Oh, you're on the phone now, yeah. But what I'm saying, shouldn't we have somebody in the digital department directing me right now? You're telling me I'm number 1 or you're giving me the finger? Oh, number 2 for the camera. Got it. Number 2. Okay, so this is where I look. Hello, YouTube people. 888-808-10. I hate you.
That's
a new one. 888-808-1019. That is the phone number to call. We'll get to your calls and the Knicks coming up in the final hour. Maybe a couple of surprise guests along the way as well. It is Tommy Lugauer, Loogie in the Light of Day, here on The Fan.
Saturday Night Baseball is on WFAN. The Yankees and Dodgers meet up in the Bronx. 8:08 tonight.
That baby's gone!
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. AM 660, 1019 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
The savings are here! The savings are here!
Happy birthday, America!
It's America's 250th birthday.
We're celebrating all month long at Nielsen Dodge
by giving you freedom of choice. Save up to $250 off service. Save up to $250 off accessories.
with leases for $250 or under.
You'll start feeling the vibes the minute you arrive. Fun is in the driver's seat.
Lease a new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4. Just $250 a month. Yes, just $250 a month.
There's always zero down payment. The credit help you need. More savings with your trade-in.
And of course, great deals. For leases $250 or under, hurry to Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at nielsendodge.com.
At Nielsen Dodge.
Fun is in the driver's seat.
Make this the summer event. With approval, term 24 months due at sign 6343 at tax tag and DMV fees. See dealer for details.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Grr, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure and has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival. And by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonigle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
4:03 here on the Fan in New York City. Final hour of a very special after hours here. Lugauer in the light of day, Javits Center, Fanatics Fest. Everybody's been very nice. I've met a million people out here. Everybody's very appreciative. Got a big fans here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Huge studio audience here. I feel like David Letterman when I do these shows. You got the studio audience. Because normally when we do the normal radio show, I got to stay at Rosenberg for 4 hours, which is not a treat. So I appreciate meeting all the listeners, all the people that call in, people that, a lot of people that work the after hours and the night shift.
That's
so
Paul
it's very nice.
Rosenberg, the glue.
No, absolutely not. And really, I got to have a chat with Ricky Ricardo next time I see him because he pumps you up way too much, Paulie. I mean, Ricky's a great guy. I love Ricky to death. We share a lot of interests, especially with music and things of that nature, but Ricky just pumps you up way too much for my liking, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know if you're paying him to read these lines, but it's really enough already, all right? So that is where we're at as far as the Javits Center. We appreciate them having us out here for 3 straight years. We are in the same spot we were last year. So if you're listening right now and you're coming tomorrow, Sean and Tiki will be here from 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. Keith McPherson's coming your way next at 5 o'clock. So we will continue the coverage after this show till 7:25 or so. It sounds like the Yankee game is going to be played. I mean, when you take the tarp off the field around 4 o'clock, which the Yankees have done, that would indicate to me that they're going to play. But the weather was I'm going off of what I was experiencing a few hours ago, which was beyond awful. I mean, the rain was just coming down like cats and dogs. And the air quality continues to be 158 unhealthy. That's what it says in my location right now. But who knows? It's hard to trust the phone. I mean, the Russians are basically telling me the air quality is bad. So I don't know if we have to agree with them or not. If I'm going to live my life based on what my cell phone tells me, I've probably gone off the deep end. But the weather seems to be improving. There should be, in theory, baseball tonight. The Mets are taking on the Phillies right now. That game got moved up because of weather as well. It is 2-1 Philadelphia in the top of the 4th inning. Let me see if there's any positive news to report from the Mets. Oh, and by the way, I'm not trading Francisco Lindor. I opened the show with that. You can go back on the Odyssey app, the rewind function, or we're on YouTube. You could rewind on that, or check out the clips, because I said the Mets should not trade Francisco Lindor, nor will they, because you're not moving that kind of contract at this stage when you have to eat that money, and you're not getting Francisco Lindor at his peak value. So it makes absolutely no sense to do that at this point. Plus, when I look at the pillars of this team, when I look at Juan Soto, when I look at Francisco Lindor, they're the 2 best players on the team. And this idea, let's just say for the sake of conversation, they don't get along. Let's just say because Francisco Lindor likes to go to a fashion show on a Saturday night and Juan Soto likes to go to a batting cage, that makes them unable to coexist as teammates. I think chemistry is completely and utterly overblown when it comes to baseball. When it comes to basketball, I get it. Chemistry, continuity, cohesiveness, that's the reason the Knicks are NBA champs. Because they played together all these years, and through playoff disappointment, brutal playoff series losses, they were able to forge that chemistry through that. And then this year, the Knicks were able to win a championship because of all those years building that chemistry. That's basketball, though. You run your offense, you got to pass the ball, you got to know where everybody's going to be, you got to be one step ahead of everybody. That's not baseball. Baseball chemistry is completely overblown. I mean, let's be real. Juan Soto sitting there staring at Francisco Lindor's ass for 3 hours. Outside of that, where is the chemistry? What am I missing? They don't have to go out after the game and play Baccarat together. It's not a big deal. They can be okay, or even just teammates and not the best of friends, and still coexist and lead the Mets to a championship. So I think we're being prisoners of the moment by wanting to get rid of Francisco Lindor. And I know a lot of my fellow Met fans want blood. They want red meat. They want people to pay for this year. And they already got Mendoza thrown to the wolves, but now they want more. They know they're not getting David Stearns because Steve Cohen, and I told you this was going to happen, Steve Cohen came out and said David Stearns is not going anywhere. And I knew that. David Stearns was hired here to do a job, and he's going to continue to do that job. Now, he might hire a general manager, Steve Cohen, in the offseason, a Carlos Beltran type, but I don't see David Stearns going anywhere anytime soon. And even if it's just being the president of baseball operations and letting Carlos Beltran be the general manager, where it's not like Beltran would work under David Stearns, they would work together. They would work in unison to continue to build this roster. So you're not getting David Stearns on a platter. You're not getting positive Tommy on a platter. So now Met fans want Francisco Lindor on a platter, and I think that's being a prisoner of the moment. I can't explain what's going on with Francisco Lindor this year. It's one of those unexplainable things. It's been a weird year for him, to say the least. I know there's been a lot of chatter and a lot of talk about the off-the-field stuff, whether it's podcasts, whether it's Mamdani, whether it's his wife, whatever the case may be, his relationship with Juan Soto when it comes to Francisco Lindor. I'm not buying into any of that. I'm not giving any fuel to that fire. If I wanted to watch drama, I would watch The Real Housewives of New Jersey. I would watch Vanderpump Rules. I would not watch the Mets play baseball. I'm not getting into what's going on in the clubhouse. I feel like whatever goes on in the clubhouse is just the regular baseball clubhouses. Like, you have a bunch of dudes in a locker room, there's going to be guys that either don't get along or don't hang out after the game or whatever the situation is. So I think it's completely and utterly overblown, and it's open season on the Mets on Twitter. I mean, and I'm not going to join in on the sports orgy. I mean, I'm just not going to be one of those people that jumps in and starts to bash this team and make fun of this team, because my beloved Mets need me. They need positive Tommy more than ever, because they are just talked about in such a negative way day in and day out. And I understand it from Met fans' perspective, but it's really across the board. It's become more of a national thing. It's become, let's make fun of the Mets. And I'm just not going to join in on that. And I'm going to, if anything, shield them from that. And I'm going to look towards the future and the present. And presently, I like what I'm seeing, of course, from A.J. Ewing, from Carson Bench, from Juan Soto. This outfield, to me, is the Mets outfield for the next 10 years. And there's a lot to be excited about all three of those outfielders. You love this pitching staff with McLean, with Christian Scott, and Christian Scott was awesome in his first game. And then Zach Thornton. To me, we're going to see a lot of him later on this year. People think this is an actual bodega. That's the funny part. People have walked in here a couple times. They actually think you can buy food here. You can't actually buy food. This lady just walked by literally trying to see if she could buy a soda. The one thing that would be weird about it, if it's actually a bodega, why would there be somebody here talking and doing a radio show? Some of this stuff I think is real. If you want a Jolly Rancher, you can get a Jolly Rancher. But the bananas, or banana as I would say, are fake. The apple is fake. I am fake. I'm actually AI. These are grapes up here. The chips and stuff like that are, I think, plastic. So I would not put that in your mouth. But the Jolly Ranchers are, in fact, real. So just take a couple of those. We'll get all your information, your social security. We have all your money now. So that's what happens. Thank you for having those Jolly Ranchers. You now belong to Odyssey and WFAN. So that's good. That helps our Nielsen ratings, actually, now that you're eating those Jolly Ranchers. So the ratings will be up. I could actually go to the architect and say, I don't know if you've seen my Saturday ratings, but you should be bumping me up to the light of day and not working nights. So that's what. So now we have all your information. Much like the Russians, we now have your information. So enjoy your Jolly Ranchers. Thank you for being a part of After Hours here. A very special After Hours. Yes, this is not a real bodega. I think that we've literally had multiple people walk in here. Fodega. It's a Fodega. Steve Apria. I love Steve Apria. Now, Steve came up to me the other day because I've been saying this about Steve forever. And Steve is more the behind the scenes. You'll see Steve every once in a while on TV when he's engineering. But to me, if you don't know what Steve looks like, this is what he looks like. He looks like Otto, the bus driver on The Simpsons. That's what Steve always reminded me of. And his personality matches it. But if you talk about a guy that you want to be locked in an elevator with, it's Steve Apria. All the stuff that he knows from the Howard Stern days and all through the years at WFAN, much like in the Breakfast Club, he is the eyes and ears of this institution. Him and Eddie Scazzeri basically know where all the bodies are buried. But Steve Apria, who does an amazing job here, we thank him, we thank Jess, we thank upper management. This has been a great, at least, show for me. That's right, I'm leaving. I think I'm going to leave. Do I have to contractually stay here for another 50 minutes? I guess I do. I have to stay here for another 50 minutes. But that's okay, because I love doing the show, and it's nice to be back on Saturdays, although I don't get used to it. But I do enjoy doing this Saturday show. This was kind of a mainstay for me for a while, this sort of time slot, and it's good to be back here at Fanatics Fest. This is actually my first solo show at Fanatics Fest. So I'm very happy to be a part of it, and this is an amazing event. It really is. Like, to be a sports fan, wrestling fan, whatever the case may be, they have so many interactive and immersive experiences here at Fanatics Fest. It just gets bigger and better every single year. And if you're debating coming either later today, or probably by this point you should be here, but by tomorrow, if you are debating it, and tomorrow's a very busy day, you have Fanatics Fest, you have the World Cup final at MetLife, so it's going to be a lot of traffic, but there's always traffic in New York. I mean, let's be honest. There's traffic in every single direction, every single day in New York. You could be driving around at 3 in the morning and it's going to take you, a half hour to get through the Holland Tunnel, which it should take you 35 seconds. So it's always traffic, so don't worry about that. But you have the World Cup final. You have Yankees, Dodgers at the stadium at night. You have the Mets, albeit down in Philly, but still relatively local. And then, of course, you have the final day of Fanatics Fest here. But yeah, when it comes to the Mets, I'm not trading Francisco Lindor. I'm just not. He's one of the best players on the team. To me, he's a guy that 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases, 100 RBIs, 90, give or take 90 to 100 runs scored, all those things. He was second in the MVP a couple years ago, and everybody wants to, and I get it, everybody wants to a degree. I get why people mourn for Pete Alonso, and they love that home run against Devin Williams. But remember, it was Francisco Lindor who hit the grand slam against Philly to send the Mets to the NLCS. So Lindor had the bigger of the 2 home runs. Now, without Pete, you don't get Francisco, but still, Francisco had 1 million big hits that year. And I know we like to forget these things, but be honest with yourself. Before Alonso hit that home run, you were ready to get rid of him. You know it, and I know it. And now all of a sudden, well, how could they get rid of Pete? And I'll tell you why people don't want to get over it, is because of the replacement. Polanco, who I thought would have had a nice year if he stayed healthy, he did not perform because he was not on the field. Now, when you go forward and you're trying to pick players or trade for players or whatever the case may be, I think you got to do a little bit of a deeper dive into their injury history and maybe not get in bed with somebody who's got that type of injury history. But if Polanco would have been healthy and he performed on the field, or let's just say the Mets signed Murakami, or they signed Ryan O'Hearn, or they signed somebody at first base that was putting up good numbers, if not really good numbers, I think the conversation about Pete Alonso would sound a heck of a lot different. The thing is, the Mets did the right move by breaking up the core, but the replacement and the fact that Polanco has not been on the field has fueled sort of the flames of those that disagree with what the Mets did in the offseason or just hate the administration. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but David Stearns is not going anywhere. That has been confirmed by Steve Cohen, which doesn't surprise me. I mean, I was saying that for months. David Stearns is not going anywhere. He was hired here to turn the Mets into a sustained winner year in and year out. And perhaps they took 3 steps forward in 24 and then maybe 2 steps to the side and then a step back in 25 and then a couple steps back in 26, whatever the case may be. Whatever step forward or back or sideways they're going to take, the bottom line is where they want to end up is 10 steps ahead. And once they're there, because once you build a winner in sports, we see that with my Knicks now, the Knicks are set up to be good year in and year out for a very long time. As long as Jalen Brunson and Leon Rose are here, the Knicks are going to be good. That I can assure you. And I wouldn't be stunned at all if they defend their crown next year. In fact, I've already set up my path for the Knicks to defend their title, and that includes beating the Sixers. So whenever LeBron's ready to make a decision, don't worry, we're all waiting for LeBron to make his decision, and everybody's courting LeBron James like he's the prom queen, basically, to play for their team. Meanwhile, he's good, he's very good, especially at his age, but I don't think LeBron James is putting anybody over the top. I don't think LeBron James makes the Sixers better than the Knicks. And honestly, everybody's pumping up the Sixers like they're great. Oh, they got Jaylen Brown, they might get LeBron James. They have no bench, zero. They have no depth. And quite frankly, they're gutless. And they got Joel Embiid out there like a mummy walking around. I mean, the guys basically can't get down up and down the floor. So the lack of depth, Embiid with his injuries, I don't see Philly being a major contender for the Knicks this year. The Celtics are an absolute shambles. We know Detroit is at least 1 star away. I'm not ready to make Cade Cunningham a star, but if you, for the sake of conversation, think he's a star, Detroit needs another star. Cleveland are spineless, heartless, gutless, analytical darlings. They stink. So please, Cleveland is not a worry at all, ever. And I love Donovan Mitchell, but it is what it is. And as far as the Eastern Conference Finals, to me, I have a special seat saved, and that is for the Indiana Pacers. That is for Tyrese Halliburton. This is New York City. We have a very special table saved for you, a reservation at a fancy restaurant. That's what I have saved for the Pacers, because to me, that is not just business, that's personal. And I want to see the Knicks take down Indiana on their way to the finals for a second straight year. Let's head out to Manhattan. George joins us here on The Fan. What's up, George?
Hey, Tommy. Good talking to you.
Hey.
Just wanted to this whole thing with Stern, just giving him a free pass for tearing down a great team.
Hold on a second. No, George. You would say a great team? They didn't go to the playoffs last year.
Well, no, they obviously, but I mean, all the problems.
But you said great though. But you said great. They didn't break out a team that won 3 championships in a row.
They didn't want Pete back anyway, Tommy. And I mean, look, I love.
But George, let's start with the first thing you said. You said they broke up a great team. You think the Mets were a great team last year?
No, of course they weren't. There were problems.
Yeah, but then why did you start off with saying that David Stearns broke up a great team then? And then 2 minutes later, when you're challenged off it, you said they didn't.
Well, the core was a solid core. They didn't win a World Series. I've been around long enough to know what it takes to win a World Series. But
well, I don't have to. We've all been around long enough. 6-year-olds walking around the street knows what it takes to win a World Series. I don't think you have to be around long enough to know what it takes to win a World Series. What, do you want to be hired as a general manager? What are you, George Costanza? Actually, your name is George. Do you want to be the Mets general manager? What are you talking about? We all know what it takes.
Myself and about a million other people could do a better job than Stearns is doing.
But you think you think breaking up the core of the Mets, McNeil, Nimmo, and Alonso, you think that was not a wise decision?
No. It was like blaming the most obvious guys for other problems that exist in
What do you think the Met record would be right now with those 3 players?
I think it'd be a hell of a lot better than what we're looking at right now.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you what the record would be. They're 41-57. What would their record be with those 3 players?
Look, it's not a 3-man team. There's a lot of factors involved.
But you keep harping on them, though. You mentioned Pete Alonso right out of the gate. What would the Mets' record be with Pete Alonso right now? They're 41-57. I'll help you out. They're 41-57.
There's no way. I'd say there's no way they're not at least 500.
Okay, what? So you'd say 500. So Pete Alonso equals 16 wins. So he equals 16 wins. He's Steve Nebraska. He would pitch, he would hit, he would be like Bugs Bunny. He would bat 9 times in an order, and he would equal 16 wins.
I mean, we could go step by step here, but Pete is obviously
it's not step by step. We're going one step. We've got
player.
one step. We're not going step by step. You started with Pete Alonso, and you said they broke up a great team. So I'll ask you again: what is their record if Pete Alonso was on the team?
Look, if you added all the other problems that we've had, I'm saying there's no way they're not less than 5. They're not at least 500.
Okay. The Orioles are 4 games under 500 with Pete Alonso.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean he's had an okay year. He's got to go in a little bit, but
but we'll go back to So you think David Stearns broke up this great dynasty team, and the Mets shouldn't have moved on from breaking up their core? And then I asked you what their record would be with these players, and you said it would be right around 500.
Well, I mean, teams have won World Series and had a 500 record at midseason. It's a long season, 162 games, 162 games.
Look, I'm all for the long season talk, and I'm all for that. And look, I'm always with the power of positivity, but you got to remember, Pete Alonso, when did he make the playoffs? 2 times as a Met?
He's an everyday player who gives his all, and he's actually.
Oh, I understand that, but listen, this is not participation trophy season. It's about winning.
Of course it is.
I love Pete. He's a great guy. I mean, I met him a couple times. There's nothing against him personally, and obviously he plays every single day. I get all the superlatives, but we're talking about the record. We're talking about what Pete Alonso would have meant to this team if he was on it as far as record, and we're talking about the decision the Mets made. They made a decision to move on, to build this team, to build a new core with Ewing, with Benj, with Soto, hopefully with Lindor, etc. That's the decision they made. Now, ultimately, we're going to find out if they were in the right. But you're telling me that Pete Alonso would equal 16 wins to the Mets. 16. Then why hasn't he meant that for the Orioles? Then why hasn't he meant that for the Orioles?
There's no way they'd be the Mets they are right now.
Then why aren't the Orioles 16 games over 500?
Well, I mean, he's one player joining a team that
one player,
has
you brought
a lot
him up,
of other things
you
to
made
play.
him seem like, but you started this conversation with Pete as if that was the magic elixir.
Well, let's see how the Orioles do the rest of the season. I haven't been following them that closely,
you could call me back at the end
know.
of the year. If the Orioles are in the playoffs, you could certainly call me back at the end of the year. I won't skip the podium. If he gets them to October, we could have a different conversation. Absolutely. But George,
you got it, Tommy.
But yeah, you got it, brother. But I mean, it's a good back and forth there. And look, this is going to be probably something we do for the rest of the summer here, where if I hear Pete Alonso's name, I am going to ask that person what he thinks the Met record would be with Pete Alonso. Now, I've gotten some answers. I've done this a few times already. It's a case study. I have heard everything from 52 to 54 wins. So basically the Mets would be the Braves with Pete Alonso. And then they go, well, but the pitching's bad. Well, okay, but Pete Alonso doesn't pitch. Everybody's upset, everybody's frustrated, but we have to march on. We have to march forward. We can't go behind. It's like when listen, if you're driving your kids down to Disney, which, by the way, I don't know why you would ever do that, ever. I understand you don't want to bring them on a plane either, but how you could possibly drive down to Disney like some of the lunatics we work with, I have no idea. I would never, ever in a million years do that. I'd rather walk than do that, but let's just say you're driving down to Disney with your kids and you get to D.C. and you realize you left your cell phone at home. You can't turn around. You've gone too far. We have gone too far now. We can't turn around. It is what it is. The Mets made their decision. And when it comes to Pete, the Mets would have signed him for a short-term deal. He didn't want a short-term deal, which I understand. Pete got what he wanted. The Mets got what they wanted. And now we as Met fans have to deal with what the remains are and this young core and where this team is headed.
I love being a Met.
And I understand 41 and 57 is not the record that anybody wanted. But you have to also understand that and do an exercise. So if you don't want to do it here on the show because you think I'm going to be mean to you, if you'd rather just do it at home or you'd rather go to parties and do this, then just play the game. What would the Mets record be right now with Pete Alonso? They're 41 and 57. They're 16 under. What would the record be? If you think it's 16 more wins or more, then they should have signed Pete Alonso. But 16 wins for one player is a lot. It's a lot. And if you look at the one thing that has plagued them, because every time you turn on this radio station, what do you hear? The Mets don't have any pitching. The Mets don't have any pitching. Well, if Pete Alonso was on the team, that would still be the case. And this idea, will we be happy? I'm happy when the Mets win a championship. Last time I checked, I root for the name on the front of the jersey, not on the name on the back of the jersey. Everybody loves Tommy Lugauer, but if my ass was fired tomorrow, people would still be listening to WFAN. Actually, don't tell the architect that one. But yeah, this station will survive no matter who's hosting. Again, don't tell the architect I said that. But people love this station. We love the Mets. Yeah, okay, you have an individual player you like, but it's the front of the jersey, not the back. Not the back. And we have this PTSD because this young player left, this young player left, this homegrown player left, this homegrown player left, this homegrown player left. All right, whatever. I didn't marry my high school girlfriend or my college girlfriend, so those ships sailed, and my post-college girlfriends. Ships sail. What are you going to do? You move on. There's always another pretty girl around the corner, believe me. You realize that even more when you're married, by the way. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. She's not listening. And by the way, don't tell her I'm saying these things because she has no idea where I am right now. She just knows I'm going to be home later. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It is after hours. It is Tommy Lugauer. Loogie in the light of day here on The Fan. Final segment or two coming up. So whatever's on your mind, 888-808-1019. Tommy Lugauer here on The Fan.
The road to kickoff 2026 starts now. From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started today. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure, has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, please call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369.
Make it a summer of live PNC Bank Arts Center. On select shows, get 2 lawn tickets for $55 and 4 lawn tickets for $99. And see July 25th, John Mellencamp. July 26th, Leonard Skinner and Foreigner. July 31st, Motley Crue. Get tickets now while supplies last at pncbankartscenter.com.
Hi, this is New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport. Seatbelts are your best defense against being injured in a crash, so buckle up every time you get in a vehicle. 95% of New Jerseyans wear their seatbelts. Come on, Jersey, let's make it 100%.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
Bring the flavor to the World Soccer Championship with Crush Orange Soda. Crush is the perfect pick for every match, highlight, and game-winning goal. Make every match even sweeter with Crush Orange Soda.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
.430 here on the Fan. Tommy Lugauer, Luggie.
You and I need to have a three-way.
That's right. 888-808-1019. You never know what's going to happen at Fanatics Fest. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. It looks like they're going to play tonight at Yankee Stadium. They have released a lineup. They have taken the tarp off the field. So if you have tickets for tonight, it sounds like they are going to play. I have not been outside since earlier this morning, so I don't know if it's been raining or not, or if it's currently raining. But by everything I'm seeing, the Yankees are going to play baseball tonight, so no need for a double header tomorrow. 888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Final two segments here on a 4-hour after hours, a very special after hours, a little loogie in the light of day. Let's head out to Rich in Hackettstown, New Jersey. What's up, Rich?
Hi, Tommy.
Hey.
I got a question for you. How many, what would the Mets record be without Juan Soto today?
Yeah, but we're not talking about Juan Soto. Everybody wants to harp on Pete Alonso. So what do you want to trade Juan Soto?
So let's ask about Pete Alonso. You said it's a 16-game difference.
No. I'm asking people if they would be 500 if Pete Alonso was on the team. So that means they'd have to have 16 more wins.
No, they would only have to have 8 more wins because there'll be 8 left.
Right, yeah, 8 and 8. Okay, so 8 more wins. Would they have 8 more wins?
But I just think Pete. I'm a Yankee fan, diehard, but I loved Pete Alonso as a player, and I just thought that guy, you weren't giving him the right information on Alonso. But I think the Mets would be the same record with Alonso, without Soto, without Lindor. The record is what their record is. And of course, the guys on the team are the guys on the team.
Right, but so my point is, so whether my math, which is usually horrible, but even if they had 16 more wins, they'd be 8 games over 500, which is more where you want to be, because if you're 500, you're kind of on the outside looking in. So let's just go for the sake of conversation, 8 to 16 more wins, which would put them in a much better shot, more towards the 16 wins you need. We are, as I think, a fan base harping on one player and not on what exactly is going on with the Mets. That's really all this is about.
Okay, and thanks for listening, and I like your style, Tommy. I really do.
Well, I appreciate
Bye-bye.
you, Rich. Hopefully I heard everything you said. I'm not even joking. It's hard for me to hear the callers here because, I just can't hear them. I'm having a hard time because of the noise in the background here because we are at Fanatics Fest. It is very, very loud here, but I think and like I said, my math sucks. So, of course, with that caller, if I said 16 more wins, they'd be 500. I'm stunad. I'm a little bots in the brain. I am bad at math. I've said this a million times. If you've heard me once, you've heard me 400 times. I am not good at math. I hated it in high school. I hated it in middle school. When I was in school and kids, this is Uncle Loogie telling you this, so if your parents are listening, they might be mad at me, but math doesn't matter. I make a mistake on the radio, who cares when it comes to math? You have a calculator on your phone. When I was in school, I would just copy my friend's homework. That's what I would literally write down all the math things on a piece of paper, and then I would hand it to the teacher, and she'd say, can you show your work? I go, no, because I didn't do the work, so I can't really show it to you. So if you could please just give me a D so I can get the hell out of here, and I don't have to be at summer school, I would appreciate that, because I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to be on WFAN one day, and I don't have to know math. So even when I get math wrong there with that person, nobody cares. What's the difference? I made a mistake. It is a no biggie. What's the difference? 8 wins, 16 wins, blue jacket, green jacket, who gives a bleep? What's the difference? Well, we don't have to play that. Upper managers here. I think that one slipped through the cracks, Rosenberg. We don't have to replay when I've been a little bit of a cursing on the air. We don't have to relive those moments. We don't have to do that because upper management is here. We don't need them hearing that. Sometimes I have a potty mouth. I'm sitting here for 5 hours. It's a word salad. Some of those words are sometimes a little bit naughty, but we have the dump button for a reason. You know 2 things when you listen to me. Number 1, I suck at math, and number 2, sometimes we have a little bit of with the potty language. Let's go to Richie in Queens. He joins us here on a very special after hours at Fanatics Fest. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Tommy, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
You're getting better with the math. So even if they won 4 more games, right? That's 8. You're down 6 in the loss column. It's just incredible. 4 or 5 games, what it can mean. So, but for them to come out and say who they want to save and who is not tradable, and to leave Lindor, not to mention him, it's kind of a slap in the face. I think he's disengaged. We've talked about that before.
With Lindor not being on that list of untouchables that came out from SNY on Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know how he would take that. Say, what do you mean? I used to be a staple here. 2 years ago, I was the stud. I got you to I got you almost to the National League Championship. So he's fallen a long way, along with the whole team. Hey, Tom,
but I also don't think. So let's just say, the reports out there. I don't think the Mets are moving him. I think they are at least open to moving him because he's not on the untouchable list, but I don't think they are moving him because you're not going to get the value for Francisco Lindor that you would get when he's at the peak of his powers. Plus, you're going to have to eat a lot of his contract. So I think what they're thinking is maybe in the perfect scenario with the perfect offer, we will trade Francisco Lindor. But it's not a perfect world, and I don't think that perfect scenario is going to be there for them in the next couple of weeks. And just for me as a Met fan, I wouldn't trade Francisco Lindor. I wouldn't. I just think he still has a lot left in the tank. I will chalk this year up, Richie, to something is up. I don't know what it is. I haven't diagnosed it yet, but it's been an odd year for him, but I don't expect this to be his career. Look, his career has been a lot better than this. I'm not going to be a prisoner of the moment of the last couple months.
No, not either, but I think he's reached his peak, Tom. I don't think you're going to get better. And there might be a team that overreaches and gives a little bit more than what you think.
And if there is, then the Mets might be open for business on him. But that the Mets would also have to eat the money. Like there's a lot of red tape that they have to get through to trade Lindor. So I just don't think it's going to happen.
Real quick too with this Fanatics Fest. I worked on the Florida Exchange for 20 years, and I used to greet.
Did
all
I know
the
that about you,
celebrities
Richie? That you worked on the floor? I don't know if I knew that about you.
I would have had you if you were down there. If I was still working down there, I'd have you down as a guest to work because I was down there with Boomer. I was down there.
What do you mean a guest?
Come out and see what it's like.
I got you. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like your personal guest. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that would have been great.
When Steve Summers celebrated his 25th year and he rang the bell, the first guy I talked to walking up there was me, and I was with Boomer and Carton, and they were so gracious. They said, you got to ring the bell for the 25th anniversary. So there's been a lot of celebrities. So I met them through the years, like Piazza and Judge, and singers like Fergie and Meg Ryan and Lindsey Vonn. And when you speak to them, I used to explain. So I kind of had the upper hand a little bit. Yeah, I was in awe that I met them, and they were kind of really appreciative that I explained the workings of stock markets.
No, of course, you're on their baseball field at that point. You know what I mean? Like you're in your domain, and it's cool. Like that's your sort of expertise, Richie. So whether it's Piazza, whether it's Craig, whether it's Summers, but you got. I mean, Steve. No matter where he walks into, he's sort of a babe in the woods. What is it already with what you do here with the ringing of the bell and the focus? So you have to explain everything to Steve, and he won't hear you anyway with the explanation. So you have to basically write it down for him.
Yeah, and some of them, and most of them were terrific. There are a few that were just impossible to deal with. I won't mention them, but 90% of the celebrities that came down, especially Aaron Judge when he was a rookie, couldn't have been nicer. So,
yeah, you always hear that about Aaron, he's a stand-up guy.
Oh, tremendous. Good talking to you, Tom.
You got it, Richie. Rosenberg, do you feel like there's a little bit of a delay between me and the callers? Have you noticed that throughout the show?
Not anything of notice, no.
Got it. Because I notice a little bit of, it's like on the news, we now go to Tommy Lugauer live in Baghdad, and there's like a 15-second delay. That's what I feel like is going on
live
here.
In where?
I just picked a place. What does it matter? Do you have to point out everything I say? Can you just go along with it? Why must everything be a circle back with you?
I'm going along with it. It was just
no, you're not going along with it. You're not going along with it. No, you're not going along with it. If you were going along with it, you would have just laughed and you would have added something instead of circling back. You're a big put the car in reverse kind of guy.
That's an important part of driving.
Have you done the things I needed for you to do, by the way? Because first of all, am I seeing you next week?
I think so.
What do you mean you think so? The schedule's out. There's nothing to think. Do you know? Yes or no?
It's the summer. A lot of things.
I don't care if it's the summer. What does the season have to? No, forget the moving. Are you on the schedule to work with me next week? Yes or no?
I think so.
The questions will get harder as we go. If you're working me with next week, or if you're working with me, I better have my Cosmic Brownies. I need something from Disney. And there's a few other things that I sent you via email that I need to get taken care of. So will you have those taken care of for me by next week?
I am working with you next week.
No, we have established that already, Paulie. Are you going to have what I need from you next week, yes or no?
I'll have one of the things.
Because I've been asking for the Cosmic Brownies for 3 months. So, I mean, I'm not asking you for buried treasure. I'm asking you for brownies. You can go to a store and pick them up. And if you can't find them at a store, order them online.
Those are expensive, man.
I don't care if they're expensive. Expensive to the damn company.
It's a great point by you. I'll reach out to the bosses to let them know my boss.
No, do not reach out to the bosses. Do not reach out. Don't forget. Don't reach out to them asking for money. Just take the card from somebody and charge it to them. They're not going to notice. Don't ask for permission. Forgiveness.
You always have to ask. What are you talking about?
No. Not for this. For brownies. No. Take the company credit card and then charge it, and then no one will notice.
There's a company credit card that I don't know about?
What is this, your first day here? What do you think we do when we're on the road? There's a company credit card, yes.
I don't think I have that.
No, but I know you don't have it. I need you to acquire it, dummy. That's the whole point of this conversation. I need you to get the company credit card so that we can buy these brownies.
I will reach out to Olive. I will reach out to the architect.
No, you're not. Do not reach out to the architect. Do not reach out to upper management. You need to reach out to the credit card people.
That's upper management.
No, it is not. You do not need to bother the architect with this. He does not need to know about this stuff.
That's an HR violation.
No, it's not an HR violation. You don't know anything about HR violations. It's not an HR violation. You go to the credit card people. I'll tell you off air who the credit card people are. And you go to them and you ask for it. And you say, I need it. Meaning me. Lugauer needs it. Not you. They won't give you anything. But they'll give me the card. But I'm not asking for it. That's your job to ask for it. And then we'll charge the card and get the brownies. And then we can enjoy some Cosmic Brownies. That's all I've asked for you for 3 months.
I understand that. You'll have one of them.
I need more than one, though. I've asked you for several things. So
I need a lot, but sometimes.
Well, I don't care what you need. I don't care what you need. I don't care that life has dealt you a bad hand. That's not my problem. That's not my problem, Paul. See, in order for us to coexist here, you as the producer, me as the radio host, and for me to take you to the heights that you have never seen before, Paulie, I need you to execute these simple tasks that I give you. So I need my brownies, and I need the gift from Disney, and I need the 7 to 8 other items I asked you about via email. So just take care of all 10 of them for me by Monday, all right?
What email did you send it to?
I sent it to your work email. What do you think I sent it to you? What do you think? I sent the carrier pigeon to your house? What do you?
No, you said email, but I have multiple.
Work email.
I wanted to make sure.
No, I don't have multiple. I have your work email. What do you think? I email your personal email?
Have you?
This should be so automatic and so ABC, and yet it's not. And I'm having a fit on the air. People are literally walking by and laughing because they think I'm just yelling at myself because they probably can't hear you talking, which is a good thing. But I need you to you know what I need from you, Paulie, before we get out of here today? This is what I need from you. I need you to be better. I need you to be better. That's it. So starting Monday, because I know you're going to be there, I need you to be better. 888
Rosie is the glue that holds WFAN together.
888-808-1019 is the phone number to call. Final segment of the show coming up. If you're on hold, we will get to you. If you want to join the conversation, you can at 888-808-1019. It is Luggie in the Light of Day. Tommy Lugauer live from the Javits Center Fanatics Fest here on The Fan.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonigle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I root for a team that's 16 games under 500.
Yeah.
We're irrelevant. This sucks. So, oh my God, we helped the Phillies or the Yankees win a World Series. It doesn't make anything worse for you. It's just reaffirmation that you got the wrong general manager and maybe the wrong owner.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
The savings are here. The savings are here.
Happy birthday, America.
It's America's 250th birthday.
We're celebrating all month long at Nielsen Dodge
by giving you freedom of choice. Save up to $250 off service. Save up to $250 off accessories.
with leases for $250 or under.
You'll start feeling the vibes the minute you arrive. Fun is in the driver's seat.
Lease a new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4. Just $250 a month. Yes, just $250 a month.
There's always zero down payment. The credit help you need. More savings with your trade-in.
And of course, great deals. For leases $250 or under, hurry to Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at NielsenDodge.com.
At Nielsen Dodge.
Fun is in the driver's seat.
Make this the summer event. With approval, term 24 months, due at sign, $63.43, at tax tag and DMV fees. See dealer for details.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Baseball season is here, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade who will win the big game awards, which teams will win their division right now. You can even trade who the next manager for Boston and Philadelphia will be, as well as the date when a manager will be fired by. Maybe you want to trade on who will win the championship. The team from the Bronx is trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $655 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com.regulatory.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, in the game, you always need a backup plan, and your phone is no different. A second line from Red Pocket Mobile is perfect for side gigs, keeping your work and personal numbers separate, and just staying connected without the big carrier price tag. Starting at just $10 a month, you get your choice of 3 major 5G networks with no contracts or credit checks. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up, a whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Mets are making noise in Queens. What's your take on the Amazings? Call us now at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
All right, 4:49 here on The Fan. Tommy Lugauer, Loogie. Final segment here on a very special after hours live at the Javits Center, live at Fanatics Fest. Keith McPherson comes your way next, and then Sean and Tiki will round out our coverage here at Fanatics Fest on Sunday. Let me give a big shout out and a thanks to Jess Clark, to Ryan Hurley, to Steve Apria, to Cap back there, to Ryan Chichester, to Tom Izzo, who's walking around looking important. So everybody that has played a hand in this show, not only today, but throughout the weekend here as we continue our coverage with Keith next and with Sean and Tiki on Sunday, and we thank Fanatics and everybody that is involved with this amazing, amazing event. I met a lot of great people today, and I signed a lot of autographs, and that was very, I'm signing these autographs for these little kids, and I'm tempted to be like, avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan. That's good advice. But yeah, it's just that you're signing autographs for everybody, you're taking pictures, and it's been a really, really, really fun event. Rosenberg did an okay job, and at this point, we will take okay for his standards. Let's go out to Diego in Queens as we wrap up here on the show. Diego, what's going on?
Yes, Tommy, just have a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, of course.
What do you think the Mets record would be if Pete Alonso was at first base?
I only think it would mean a couple more wins. I mean, if you look, I hate WAR, Diego. I think we agree on that. I hate it. But Alonso's WAR right now, I think, is like 1.9, which only means he's got a couple wins that he's added to the Orioles. So I don't think it would be that much better. I understand he plays every single day. I understand the home runs. I understand what he brings to a baseball team as far as from that perspective. But if we were going to, for the sake of the conversation, look at what has plagued the Mets this year, it has been more about the rotation and getting outs than it has necessarily been about Pete Alonso or the lack of Pete Alonso.
Okay, but I would give him 5 games, and that would put him in, put the Mets in the playoff race. So, but
I don't know if five more. I don't know if 5 more wins would put him necessarily in the playoff race, but it would put them closer and closer to it.
Yeah, man, they would be like 5-6 games out. Next question: do you agree with what the Mets management did in not signing Pete Alonso? Do you agree with their decision?
I wanted Pete Alonso back, but I do agree with the decision to, and I appreciate the call. Rosenberg, you're going to have to cut him off because the equipment I have here just logged me out. So now I don't have access to whatever I have access to. So Diego, I appreciate the call. It's all good. We'll get it up for Keith, Steve-O. It's fine. I think the Russians have infiltrated us here. Yeah. No, I'm done with this, but I'm saying, didn't it log out here? It says log in. But yeah, I wanted Pete Alonso back just for the sake of this conversation. I did, but I kind of saw the writing on the wall when it came to last year. I mean, it was a spot where, it was a spot last year where the Mets were really the only team that were offering Alonso any type of contract. And ultimately, after Soto got done and after a few moments went by, the Mets got the deal done with Pete Alonso. And they gave him an opt-out. They gave him a good deal. And the Mets would have signed Pete Alonso for that type of deal in this offseason. I really believe that. But they knew he wanted a bigger contract. And the Mets knew off the season he had last year, Pete Alonso, that he would get the deal he was looking for. So he's happy. He's in Baltimore. I'm sure he's loving life down there. It's a great stadium. It's a great park. It's a great fan base. And the Orioles are a couple games below 500. They got a nice young team there. Pete's happy. The Mets are happy with their decision. I truly believe that. Now, when Pete Alonso comes back, yeah, he's going to get a hero's welcome. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of Pete Alonso chants and all that. But you know what? You could celebrate Pete Alonso for a weekend. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Pete Alonso was a great Met. He was, and we're going off of, look, when you live like I have lived and the Mets haven't won a championship, you could throw the word great out there to players who haven't won a championship. I think that's fair. But Pete Alonso is the all-time leader for the Mets in home runs. He played every single day. He was a great ambassador for the team. But I don't want to sit here and clutch my pearls for one player. I root for the Mets. I root for their overall winning and their success more than I worry about any individual player. And I see this team right now with a young outfield, with a good core of young players, a nice young pitching staff, and I still think there's a lot to be excited about with this team. I'm not going to excuse the record. I'm not going to put lipstick on the pig. 41-57, I understand, is a record that is not going to make anybody happy. But the young players on this team and the direction of the Mets, I still think is something that you can get very, very, very excited about. And like I've been saying about the Yankees before we get out of here, the tarp is off the field, the lineups are posted. It is 5 o'clock. I assume the gates are open. So if you're heading out to Yankee Stadium, by all accounts, it sounds like they are going to play baseball tonight in the Bronx. You can hear it live on WFAN. Keith McPherson is coming your way next. He is on till 7:25, which is the start of Yankee pregame. And then Sean and Tiki will take you for the final show here at Fanatics Fest for this year. That'll do it for me. My thanks to a lot of people to thank. My thanks to all the callers, all the listeners, everybody that came by my set here, our set here at WFAN. Everybody that I met was super, super nice, and it was a real pleasure, all mine, to meet everybody. My thanks to Ryan Hurley, my thanks to Jess Clark, my thanks to Steve Apria, my thanks to Kaplan, my thanks to Izzo, my thanks to Architect, my thanks to my family. I feel like I'm accepting an Academy Award, although this would be the Academy Award for Best Cinematography, so they're waving me off the thing. I'd like to thank my agent, I'd like to thank my cat, I'd like to thank my grandparents that are no longer here, and most of all, I'd like to thank myself, because I wouldn't be here without me. Shut up! Paul Rosenberg there, Keith McPherson's next. Thank you.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Saturday Night Baseball is on WFAN. The Yankees and Dodgers meet up in the Bronx. 8:08 tonight.
That baby's gone!
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. AM 660, 101.9 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, July 31st, PNC Bank Arts Center. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Motley Crue, part of the Cadillac Tri-State Concert Series.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Diving for that grounder got you grounded? Oof. We've got specialists for that. Layup, take you down? We've got specialists for that. With nearly 50 Castle Connolly top doctors, Orland & Cohen specialists are considered among the best in the nation by their peers, which can mean a better outcome for you. From Staten Island to Southampton, our network is open 7 days a week, so you can feel better, faster. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Orgavatazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival. And by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please, don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Talk sports after hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yeah, let's get it, New York City. We're out here showing off again. Live from Fanatics Fest 2026, Day 3, almost in the books. Let's close it out. Let's bring it home. You guys are looking great out there, getting your autographs, getting all the free giveaways, all the activations. New York is alive and well. I see all the Knicks fans out here, Yankee fans out here. Every team represented. I've had so much fun these last couple days. And this is my 3rd year doing WFAN Live, so let's get into the show. You know us for talking New York sports, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're waiting on word from Yankee Stadium if the New York Yankees are going to play Game 2 tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Ooh. I'll say this. The Dodgers fans are out here. You can find them out here. They made an East Coast trip. I've been running this entire week from Philadelphia back home to now the Javits Center for this event, and I've seen Dodgers stuff everywhere. They were in Philly for the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game. Some of them are here at Fanatics Fest, and last night when I got to Yankee Stadium, it wasn't as crazy as it was in 2024, but the Dodgers' presence was felt. You could hear it in the stadium as well. Now, obviously, last night was disappointing, and I do not want to go through the disappointing conversation over and over and over again about the two things that happened to decide that game. We'll have it out. We'll discuss, but I'll say this. When are we going to just give some credit to the Dodgers? They're really good. They're a good team. They've got a lot of good players. When are we going to just tip our cap and say, yo, those guys are doing it right now in a year where we know we're going to have a work stoppage, we're going to go into a lockout. They're the best team in baseball again. They're the reigning champs, back-to-back champs. And you know what? As I was watching that game last night, I'm like, we're not going to beat these guys 1-0. 1-0's not going to be enough to beat the Dodgers. Their fans travel well. They have a good manager and a bunch of good players. And how about Roki Sasaki last night? That guy is throwing triple digits. You know, we don't see them as much because they're West Coast. Unless you stay up and you watch MLB.TV and you watch the Dodgers all the time, we see clips and we see highlights, right? How about Max Muncy? He's having a great year this year. When I see Max Muncy, I always think about Max Muncy coming out of Fenway and that fan last year that heckled him, I guess because he ruined his parlay. Since then, Max Muncy has been on a tear. The Dodgers are good, man. They're a good team. And good teams steal games like they did last night. Now, I know it's supposed to be a litmus test, a measuring stick. How are the New York Yankees going to start the second half of the season? How are the Yankees going to come out at home? With an L. And what's tough is that we have to stew in it a little bit. Because I don't think we're playing tonight. We might. What's tough is that we have to wait on what is going to happen with this game. Okay, breaking news here. Breaking news in regards to the game that I'm speaking of. Perfect timing. Tonight's Yankees game against the Dodgers is postponed. It will be played tomorrow as part of a split doubleheader. Game 1 will begin at 12:35. Right here, our pregame show will begin at 11:55. Game 2 will start at 7:20, and we will be on air covering it here on WFAN at 6:40. So there you have it, a split doubleheader tomorrow in the Bronx. Like I said, it's been raining since 11 o'clock. It's going to rain through the rest of the night. I think it's a smart move to not even try to play this. I think it's a smart move to just say, hey, it's not going down. We're not going to let people in. We're not going to open the gates. We're not going to have folks in the stadium waiting around for something that's not going to happen. So breaking news, tonight's game is postponed. The Yankees will play a split doubleheader tomorrow. So back to what I was saying, back to the conversation at hand. We have to stew in this for another day. They're not able to get on the field and erase what we saw last night. So all we're going to talk about today and tonight into tomorrow is they pull Garrett Cole. Or they should have pulled Garrett Cole. They didn't pull him when they were supposed to. Let's go back now. Last Friday, let's go back to July 3rd, I believe, 2 weeks before. If you were watching that Minnesota game, what happened? There was a rain delay. There's also now rain today. But there was like an hour-long rain delay. Garrett Cole was on the mound. And many people were thinking he was going to get pulled, I think, after like 4 innings of work. I vividly remember Garrett Cole going into the dugout and almost ignoring Aaron Boone. Just walking by him as Aaron Boone looked like he was approaching him to say, hey, you're done. You're coming out of there. So the precedent has already been set. Yes, I know it's weeks later. I know it's a much different opponent. But that Friday night game was important for the Yankees too. With all the losing that the Yankees were doing, it was very important for the Yankees to go out there and get that win, and they did.
I've talked a lot in the last couple weeks about leadership on this team, as we also hear about Aaron Judge, 60-day IL, retroactive. We know Judge is out. Let's put a pin in that one. I will get to the Judge conversation at one point, but I want to open up with last night's game. Garrett Cole, and we'll get to Trent Grisham. We'll break. We'll take your calls at 888-808-1019. I was there. I was at the game last night, and Cole was doing his thing. Cole looked good. Cole got his pitch count up to the most pitches he's thrown this year. It's his 10th start. This is Garrett Cole. This is one of the best pitchers of a generation. This is a leader of this Yankees team. With two of the leaders of the Yankees down right now, with Giancarlo Stanton out, hopefully he's on the way back. We heard he's starting to run. Don't run too hard, and then he's getting. Let's hope Stanton is back and then Judge comes back. Those are two veterans and leaders on this team. Without them, who steps up? We heard before the All-Star break that Jazz Chisholm stepped up. Jazz Chisholm had something to say to the team about chemistry and connectivity and camaraderie. And those C words were the words that I used when thinking about this run-it-back Yankees. I had to convince myself that running it back with the Yankees was good for one reason: the clubhouse being connected with chemistry and camaraderie, and those guys that went through the battles last year coming right back to have some unfinished business and settle the score this year. Where we are right now in this season, I don't feel so good about the run-it-back Yankees of 2025 to 2026. But Garrett Cole is trying to lead, and he's trying to lead by example. He missed some time coming back from Tommy John. He's out there on the mound, a Friday night in the boogie down Bronx. He does not want to come out of that game. Aaron Boone asked him if he's got one more. He says, of course. What do you expect him to say? He's a competitor. He's trying to lead the team. And the precedent was already set 2 weeks ago against the Twins when he stayed in there and he got it done. Now, what happens? Baseball happens. What happens? You're not playing the Twins. You're playing the almighty deferred Dodgers. And they have good hitters, and they show up to play, and they wait on you to make a mistake. They don't make too many mistakes. They wait on you to make a mistake, and then they pounce. And we all knew they were not going to win that game off a pass ball. They were not going to win that game off of one run. They end up losing 2-1 off of a Max Muncy homer with Mookie Betts on base. That's all she wrote. That's baseball, Susan. Hi, Susan, if you're listening, if you're heading back home now and not going in the rain to Yankee Stadium or wherever you are. But yeah, can we tip our cap to the Dodgers? They're a good team. And speaking of not winning with that one run, Trent Grisham going. I've heard a lot of conversation about that today. I was in there and I was watching. I'm sending him every time. Now, should he have been on his horse? Should he have been on his giddy up? Should he have been running from the start? Yeah. But there's probably only one guy on this team that would have been going from the start, and that's Jazz. There's probably only one guy that would have been motoring and made it from first to home off that Ben Rice hit. Trent Grisham, I'm not mad at him. I'm not looking at him like he's not hustling. It's a baseball thing. You guys think it's so easy for these guys to read the ball on the field, to know, Also with Luis Rojas, both of them were stuck in between. Stop, go, no, go. Stop sign. No, go, try to score. I'm sending him every time. If I'm Luis Rojas, I'm sending him every time because this offense has struggled to score. You mean to tell me, after the break, after the All-Star break with time off, the Yankees put together their best offensive lineup without Judge. That's what you saw last night. That's the best lineup that they can put together, folks. And that lineup could not score more than one run, which was given to them. That is what we should be talking about. This offense is broken. That's what we should be talking about. Who are they going to add at the trade deadline? That's what we should be talking about. This is not good enough. It's not acceptable. Ben Rice can't carry the team every day. There are some guys that are automatic outs on the team every day. Caballero, as much as people champion Caballero as our shortstop and the shortstop that they rather see, there's another 0 for 4. He had an 0 for 4 against the Tampa Bay Rays in that second game. We need guys to show up. Austin Wells, we need you to show up. You got to be better. There's a lot of guys that are not getting it done. And so that doesn't give you good feelings about the Yankees being able to get out of the weak American League and get back to the World Series. And I'm tired of hearing, oh, Keith, they'll be fine. I'm tired of hearing, oh, the American League is so weak, they better get there. There's a good chance that they don't win the division, right? The Rays and the 4 games that they have against the Rays, they got to take all 4 of those games. Like, baseball is going to happen. They haven't dominated the Rays. Are the Rays going to slow down? I mean, if you look at last night, the Red Sox dominated the Rays last night. When I was looking at the out-of-town scoreboard in Yankee Stadium, I'm like, wait, they're playing a doubleheader? They got beat 10-0. Then they lost again 5-3. And, of course, who sparked the Boston Red Sox? The New York Yankees, because they were dead in the water. We go to Fenway, get swept by them. Now the dirty water Red Sox are alive and well. So you got to watch out for them in your rear view. You got to watch out for them coming up. This is not a safe spot to be in for our New York Yankees. This is not they'll be fine, they'll be all right spot for the New York Yankees. With Aaron Judge, we're at the point where we can say for the rest of his career, and definitely a large point or a large part of his career at this point, Aaron Judge is injury prone. He gets hurt. He gets hurt playing the field. He's all world. He's the greatest hitter. He's built like an action figure. He's superhuman, but this is back-to-back years that he's missing time. This much time starting to feel like 2023. There is no construction of this Yankees team that's supposed to survive missing Aaron Judge for this much time. They did not put this team together expecting Judge to miss this many games. So do you expect Aaron Judge to just come back whenever it is and be almighty MVP Aaron Judge? I don't. It takes some time. Baseball will humble the greatest guys. It will take him time to get his timing back, get his swing together, see pitches. It will take him time to get acclimated. Also, you might want to DH him some. There's a logjam at DH, especially if Stanton is coming back. He can only DH. So the DH spot that you want to use for a Ben Rice or a Jason Dominguez or whomever it is, when Judge comes back, he's going to need those half-day rest days at DH. These are issues. These are problems. These are things that keep me up at night. There's a lot of hope. Yeah, there's a lot of hopeful Yankee fans. It's always hopeful. It's always Hope Week. It's Hope Decade and a Half. And this is a year that the Yankees should push their chips all the way in at the deadline and say, let's get another bat or two. Let's get another reliever or two. Let's see what starting pitchers are out there. Let's talk about that. The trade deadline. I'm checking on whoever is available that can hit. Whoever can put the ball in play. If it's Luis Arias that's available, what's it going to take to get him? I have to change this lineup. There are too many games that we've watched the Yankees get no hit, have perfect innings against them. They can't get anything going. What do you expect to happen when you're facing the best of the best in October? I mean, they're having games in June and July that look like October games we've seen from them in the past. When they just broke that record with the strikeouts, 17 strikeouts, 34 strikeouts. I'm like, didn't they have something like this go on in 2022 against the Astros? They did, where they set like a postseason record for strikeouts. So we need guys that can put bat to ball. You hope that the big boppers come back, Judge and Stanton, and at this point, like, they're not going to have to play for that long. We hope that they can get through the pain and stay healthy and just push us through August, September. We don't even know how long we're going to be playing in October. Pitching. You can never have enough pitching. I feel good about Cam Schlittler, but Cam Schlittler is also pitching the most innings he's ever pitched. He's also young, and as much of a dog as he is, I mean, I'm in Philly. I get the news that Cam Schlittler is not taking the ball. He's not going to pitch in the All-Star game. I'm like, this guy's cold-blooded. What kind of kid says, I'd rather just focus on the second half for the Yankees and not take the opportunity to pitch in his first ever All-Star game? Killer Cam. Gotta love him. Gotta love having that guy on your side. But you start there. He's the head of the snake as far as the rotation. And then next it's Garrett Cole. And Garrett Cole has given up some home runs this year. Garrett Cole is finding himself. He was cruising last night. He had some good innings. He was doing his thing. 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts over 6 innings. I mean, 1 mistake gets you. I expect Cole and his experience to be ready in October, but that's not it. There has to be more. Max Fried is coming back. He's rehabbing. He's coming back. What version of Max Fried are we going to get? There gives you 3 guys that you feel like you can count on. We don't really have to speak on Ryan Weathers or Will Warren or Carlos Rodon is on the IL, but why not go and add another starter at the deadline? Tarek Skubal is probably not going to be the guy, but why not check on a Joe Ryan? Why not add another starter at the deadline to make your strength an absolute strength where you're stronger than everyone you're going to face, no matter who it is? And then when you know you have starters that can get you to the 6th, 7th inning, make sure you have high leverage relievers that can finish the job, that can seal the deal and get it done. Obviously, we feel good about guys like Brent Hedrick. We feel good about David Bednar. But again, make a strength a strength. If these guys are not going to hit, we can't afford to give up anything. We need to be putting up zeros in the bullpen. They have to go get whoever. Now, Mason Miller is pie in the sky. They probably aren't going to get him, but there are other guys that are going to be available, and I know Cashman does that. He wheels and deals, and he works, and he finds these guys in the bullpen that can figure it out as Yankees. Get it done. Add. I would add bats. I would add a starter. I would add some relievers because this team right now in a weak American League is not good enough. They are not good enough to get back to the World Series. They're not good enough to win their division. You've seen it too many nights. And you can't just tell me, oh, well, they don't have Judge. Judge is one guy. I've seen Judge go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Judge is one man. Okay, so we have some sound from Aaron Boone and the press conference before the game. Now, I mean, during the All-Star break, we were all waiting on the imaging, right? Judge was going to be imaged during the All-Star break. We have some sound from Aaron Boone in the press conference that just happened, the latest on Aaron Judge. The glue, Paulie, are you there? Paulie is ready to fire it off. So let me take a breather and we'll throw to that. Whenever Paul gets to it, I'll be quiet, Paul. Cue it up and let it go.
Judge, has the doctor gotten back to you guys?
Yeah, he did last night. So kind of agreeing with Dr. Ahmad. So, you know, obviously healing going on, which is good, but still not, you know, able to start any baseball activities or anything. He needs to get to a point to where he's asymptomatic to where you really start ramping up more upper body stuff. The good news is, you know, the pain is subsiding somewhat over the last couple of weeks and changing from that sharp to more of that dull. So hopefully he continues to improve there, and then we can start upping things. But so a little more that he'll be able to do now, but until it continues to heal a little bit more, you know, we gotta be smart here.
Did they say when they want to re-image it?
Not sure. I'm sure like how he's feeling will determine a little bit, so I don't know when exactly that'll be.
Oh boy, that doesn't make me feel good about it. That doesn't sound like anything that's reassuring. That doesn't sound like we've taken a step in the next direction. To me, it sounds like this guy's hurt. This guy can't get going yet. He can't start doing things. Like, it's an upper body injury. It's a rib injury. He has to throw. He has to swing. And Aaron Judge is very valuable to the New York Yankees today, next month, next year, the remaining years on his contract. That doesn't inspire any confidence in me that this team's going to just magically get Judge back and make a run to the World Series. I'd be adding another bat. I'd be trying to do something else. I'd be thinking of other moves. I think it's pivot time. 888-808-1019. Yankee fans, tap in with me. Tell me how you feel. That can't make you feel good. Judge is the team. There is no construction of this Yankees team with the thought of surviving not having Aaron Judge. And here we are again, right? As much as we've talked about Stanton in the past, and shout out to Cashman, because back in 2023, he said injuries are a part of Stanton's game. And people took that the wrong way. But Cashman was right. And now, the two of them, Judge and Stanton, injuries are a part of their game. So knowing what we know, having the trade deadline coming up August 3rd, I would be looking to add another bat. I would be looking to add an impact bat at this deadline because this lineup is not good enough. We hope that the pitching is good enough, but enough with the hope. Make a concrete move, change this team up. Some of these guys can't cut it. You can move on from them. Shake this roster up because we're going to go into a lockout and baseball is going to change forever. Shake this lineup and this team up and this clubhouse up so these guys don't feel so comfortable and so safe. Change the New York Yankees again at this trade deadline so maybe they can steal a weak American League and then baseball's going to baseball. We get lucky in the World Series, whether it's the Dodgers or the Phillies or the Cubs or whomever. Maybe we get lucky and we can take one this year. 888-808-1019, a KM in the PM, live from Fanatics Fest at the Javits Center. Shout out to everybody out here. Can I get some applause, some noise from the people that pulled up? I appreciate you all. Let's take a quick break. We're going to get some calls going. I will pop out right here. If you've never met me and you want to shake my hand, take a picture, we can do that. But I see a lot of you guys that I know already. So thanks. And you guys that are listening at home or in the car or wherever you are, call us up. We will be right back.
Training camp is right around the corner, and nobody gets you ready for football season like WFAN.
It's a good variety of coverage.
From roster moves to quarterback questions to the biggest stories in the NFL, our experts have you covered. Get ready for Kickoff 2026 on WFAN.
Hey, it's Sean Morash. I had a chance to sit down with Will Ferrell, Molly Shannon, and the cast of Netflix's The Hawk. So, Molly Shannon, did it ever occur to you how much we missed you and Will together?
I like that people respond to the nostalgia because what they're feeling is real.
Yes, the nostalgia and all the feels. It's the golf comeback story for the ages. And The Hawk is now streaming on Netflix.
This is Mary at the Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
Hi, I've been dreaming of having an epic college setup.
But your college budget is less than epic.
Way less.
Well, with IKEA, you can get everything you need for college, from bedding to storage and decor, all at a great price.
That's good economics.
Sounds like someone just found their major.
Visit IKEA in-store or at IKEA.us to get ready for college. IKEA, dream the possibilities.
Baseball season is here, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade who will win the big game awards, which teams will win their division right now. You can even trade who the next manager for Boston and Philadelphia will be, as well as the date when a manager will be fired by. Maybe you want to trade on who will win the championship. The team from the Bronx is trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $655 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com.regulatory.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-4094.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
No matter what you drive, having the right tire matters. So take control with a new set of Bridgestone tires from Town Fair Tire. You'll choose from the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires, and you'll get the Bridgestone tire you need at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services than all other tire dealers, clubs, or online sites. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Allstate is Metro New York's trusted auto insurer, protecting cars across the tri-state area. We are by your side when you need us most. providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So, switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every opinion counts with Evan and Tiki. Join the conversation weekdays from 10 to 2. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
This Fan Focus is brought to you by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. Third place match going on in the FIFA World Cup. England with a 2-0 lead over France right now, 27 minutes in to the first half. 2-0 England over France. Keith, back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, live from Fanatics Fest 2026, Day 3. You are rocking with Keith McPherson on the Fan in New York, talking New York sports. 888-808-1019. I opened up with the New York Yankees. If you're just tuning in, I think it's a little bit of panic time. I don't know when Judge is coming back, but I know that there is a trade deadline looming, and I expect the Yankees to push their chips in. Will the Yankees go all in and shake up this team? Again, will the Yankees add a bat, a starter, a reliever? Let's get to the phones and see what you guys are thinking out there. Let's go to Martin in Guilford, Connecticut. Martin, are you there?
Always glad to hear your voice on the radio, Keith.
Here I am.
First of all, healing means nothing. We're always healing. If we gash ourselves, our body immediately heals. That's complete cliche, nothing language.
Yeah. Oh man, that's basically them saying it hasn't gotten any better over this time period of healing. We don't really have anything else to report. He can't get going yet. So, what am I supposed to do with that as a Yankee fan?
Sit tight, bro. Hey, comment and a question. Comment. This morning, all the Yankee fans were disappointed in Boone for not taking out their pitcher. The bonehead move of the game last night was by Roberts. When he walked a slumping Goldsmith, when he could have brought in a righty to put Goldsmith the winning run, the go-ahead run at first base and pitched to Bellinger, who had gotten a hit and got to hit the All-Star game. That was crazy. And he got away with it. I mean, he got away with things, but that was nuts.
I mean, they won the game.
I know, but I was screaming at the TV and texting my friend about that when it was happening. And two, this is a scenario for you. I don't usually talk trades, but if the Padres said you can have Mason, but you have to take either Machado or Tatis with them and pick up those big contracts, which I think is a very viable possibility.
Tatis. Give me Tatis.
Okay, that's not good.
I don't know if Judge is coming back. Give me Tatis. Tatis could be in the outfield. Tatis could also play somewhere in the infield potentially if we need him to. He used to do that.
The Yankees. He's played a lot of second base this year.
Oh, he's been playing more second base this year, so there you go. They probably wouldn't do that because Jazz is there. I think a Tatis is a right fielder with Judge being out, and then you don't got to put Dominguez there. He could definitely play that short porch in right field. Machado would be good too, but Machado was some years ago. We were dreaming about Machado, like 2019. I guess if you get Machado, there goes your third baseman, and then you try and move Ryan McMahon somewhere.
Good luck.
But I
with
like
that.
the idea of Tatis a little better.
All right, you take care, Keith. Nice to hear from you.
Martin, thank you. Appreciate the call. 888-808-1019. What will Brian Cashman do at this deadline to transition into a little bit of Mets in this first hour? I've only got 90 minutes left. When I say add an impact bat, an impact player, Yankee fans, you guys want Francisco Lindor? You guys looking for Francisco Lindor to come over here? Not me. And why? I don't know. We'll start with Lindor and the team that he's with, his New York Mets. It seems like they have made some moves and some changes around guys that Lindor might not have necessarily been best buddies with, and now the main guy on the team, the highest paid guy on the team,
Juan Soto, we hear that they don't have a relationship or a good relationship, right? Juan Soto tried to kiss him, and he moved away. Something like that. I don't know. I read something about when you try to kiss a girl and she doesn't kiss you back right away. When Soto was asked about his relationship with Lindor. I mean, in theory, right, the Yankees could use a shortstop, another bat. But I just feel like there's so many drawbacks with Lindor. Just start off with he's been a problem with the Mets. You're not taking the Mets problem and bringing it into your clubhouse from across town. That's the one thing, right? What would you give up for a Francisco Lindor? Not much. Brian Cashman's not doing it. What are David Stearns and Brian Cashman going to get on the phone and exchange for Francisco Lindor's services? Brian Cashman's not taking on that money. Why would he take on Lindor's contract right now before we go into this upcoming offseason, not knowing what the new collective bargaining agreement is going to be and look like and what type of salary floor or salary cap there's going to be? Why would he do that? Lindor also is 33. Seems like he's declining. Seems like he's regressing. I'm not bringing on Francisco Lindor. I'm not. He seems to be a little bit of a diva or a team cancer or whatever. He went from being the captain, right? He was supposed to be the heir to the captaincy. He was supposed to be the Mets' next captain. And then we hear Steve Cohen say that he's not going to be a captain. There will never be a captain as long as he's the owner. Where'd that come from? We thought you guys were going to hand him the captaincy when David Wright was having his day. So I don't know. There's stuff about politics and wives and things with Brandon Nimmo and Pete Alonso. And, there was a raccoon and a squirrel in the dugout some years ago. And supposedly that was just a fight between Jeff. You guys know all of this stuff that's happened with Lindor. The only guy Lindor likes is Javi Baez. 888-808-1019. I do not expect the Yankees to add Francisco Lindor at the deadline. I wouldn't do it. It would grab way too much attention in New York. It would become another distraction that this team doesn't need, especially at the shortstop position where there's been a distraction around Anthony Volpe. We'll put a pin in that one. I will have a good conversation upcoming about Anthony Volpe, a take from Adam Shine and some others, all based around an interview with Derek Jeter and some things that were said. I get really tired of people piling on Anthony Volpe because as much as I want him to succeed and I think the Yankees are better when he plays better, you guys are not making it easy for the kid. Back to the phones we go. Maybe we'll get some Mets fans involved. From the Mets side, you're already done with Lindor, huh? That's it. You want him shipped off anywhere. You want him on the trading block. You'll trade him anywhere for a bag of balls? I don't think that's wise. At times he could be a top shortstop in the league. I don't think it's wise to get rid of the guy. Mets fans, tap in with us as well. Next up, we are going to go to my guy, Robbie, in Lenox. Robbie, what's up? You're back on the Fan.
Keith, what's going on, brother? I haven't talked to you in a while. How's your family? How's everybody doing? All right?
Great, man. I'm running through this festival, Fanatics Fest. Like I said, I was at the All-Star game. Time is going by quick. I'm just happy to be here at WFAN
Who's your favorite
Year 3.
person there?
My favorite
brother.
person here?
Yep.
You want to know something funny? And it's on my Instagram. I have watched Peter Rosenberg from the other station, but also the hip-hop station. I've watched this guy come out of University of Maryland and make it in New York.
That's Mr. Wrestling.
Do hip-hop, do sports, and might also do wrestling. And so
Peter's talented.
Shout out to Tyler over at Lids who pulled me in. The hat I'm wearing was a free hat that came from Lids. I run into Peter Rosenberg, and I get to tell him, dude, I admire you. Let me give you your flowers. We put it all on video. That has been my
absolutely
just from today my great experience. But I saw Tom Brady, I saw John Cena, I saw LeBron, I saw Justin Bieber, I saw Jordan Clarkson. I did an interview with. It's crazy in here. If you keep your head on the swivel. Emmanuel Acho I ran into at the YouTube creators thing. So this has been amazing.
Nice, brother. It reminds me of when I went down to New York City and I met everybody from the Fan many years ago when I was living in Connecticut. I was Robbie in Greenwich. Anyway, so let's talk about the Yankees for a moment, okay? Look, this team is not going to make it with this constructed lineup. I mean, I've been saying this about Brian Cashman for 17 years. I mean, Keith, we've talked enough times. I told you I'm not a Brian Cashman fan. But you have the fifth worst team in the league in strikeouts. You have a team that's very poor when it comes to on-base percentage. And also, this is a team that does not play fundamentally sound baseball. And I talked about this the other night. I mean, where is it with a guy like Wells? He can't even move a guy like McMahon over the third. They don't tack on runs, the Yankees. They rely too much on home runs. And this has been Brian Cashman's philosophy for how many years? You've got to go out and get guys to make contact. Now, here's a
Everybody
guy
wants to homer. Bronx Bombers, they don't win if they don't homer. If they don't hit the ball out of the ballpark, they can't win.
Right. I'd love to see Willie Thomas. And by the way, Willie Thomas is a guy but yeah, I'd love to see them get another. They need another star, okay? The Dodgers have tons of stars. Why can't the Yankees get another star? You know, they went on guys. I know David Justice was towards the end of his career, but they got a legitimate star when they got David Justice back in 2000 because the Yankees were faltering, okay? And that was a good play. That was Brian Cashman. So, Brian Cashman, do me a favor. Wake up and realize that Aaron Judge might not be back till like September, and who knows what Stanton. Doesn't Stanton frustrate you? Let's be honest. He's a DH that gets hurt all the time, Keith. It's hilarious,
I'm
man.
over it. Thanks for the call, Robbie. I'm over it with Stanton. I've said for years, unsubscribe me from the Giancarlo Stanton updates. It's a disappointment. As much money as he makes, he's not there. And we're going to look back at this trade. We're not even going to look back. In present day, we can look at the trade for Giancarlo Stanton and say, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. This was not what we thought it was going to be. At the time, it was the evil empire. The Yankees, look at the Yankees. They get to a game away from the World Series, and they make a move to get Giancarlo Stanton and pair him up with Aaron Judge. It was a redundant move. You didn't need another right fielder, a muscle-bound, home run-hitting right fielder that hit 50-plus home runs. You had that. But I think it was just a chess move that they thought, okay, the trade, and especially with the money now that the Marlins are going to pay, and it's been disappointing. Has Stanton had his postseason moments? Yes. Have they actually materialized and turned into a World Series victory? No. I guess we can say he was the ALCS MVP that got us to the World Series, but a lot of us put that on Juan Soto. Speaking of Juan Soto, more Mets conversation. Like, I also don't want to, and I got a guy with a Soto jersey. I didn't even know who was on the back of your jersey. Perfect timing. You know, Juan Soto, a lot was made about Juan Soto at All-Star taking pictures with Yankees, two of which that he didn't play with, right? He never played with Cody Bellinger. He never played with Cam Schlittler. He was on the team with Ben Rice. We got to stop this. It's just going to go on forever, this back and forth with Soto, Mets, and Yankees, right? Oh, he misses the Yankees. He wishes he was a Yankee. He's going to opt out. Okay, maybe, but he's a Met, and he's a big boy. He chose where he wanted to be. And he talked about what the Mets were building and how he looked at the farm system. And I think he does like playing with guys like Carson Bench and A.J. Ewan. Those young guys have been great. And for the Mets, they came out of the gates looking good. So I guess like on one end, are you going to read into the 4-1 victory with the home runs hit and Christian Scott on the mound and say the Mets are back, the Mets are going to actually be decent, they're going to make a push in this second half? Obviously not for the playoffs. And then on the other side say, okay, a 2-1 loss, the Yankees are cooked, the Yankees are done. No, it's one game, so we do also have to have some of that sprinkled into here. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves after a small break, after a one-game sample. There is a long way to go here. But I think for the Mets, at this trade deadline, as we're talking about Lindor and we're talking about the young guys that are not available, right? The Mets have informed teams that everyone but Juan Soto, Nolan McLean, Carson Bench, A.J. Ewing, and Christian Scott are available. Yankee fans, you guys want Luke Weaver back? Dream Weaver, the Weavy Wonder? Yeah, of course. There's a lot of Yankee fans that didn't want to see him go. They wanted to see him come back. And, I mean, will Brian Cashman give up something for a guy that he necessarily did not want to pay what he was paid? Maybe now because you need him. What about Luis Torrens? That's another potential trade here between Stearns and Cashman. They need a catcher. Luis Torrens was given away for $100K. Would they trade for Luis Torrens? What would they give up? Mets fans, call us up and get involved as well. We'll get through these calls a little faster. 888-808-1019. Again, the Yankees game is postponed tonight. There will be a split doubleheader tomorrow starting at 12:35. The first game, the second game will be later at 7:20. We will have coverage right here for you on the Fan. Coming up next, let's get back to the phone line. My guy Moose is in Jamaica. You know it. Moose, you're on.
You're
here. What up, Moose? What's good, bro? Chilling.
I was at the game too, section 205.
I was in 203, but I wasn't in 203 the whole time.
I should have three keys.
I'm not hard to find, bro. You should have hit me. You should have hit me, man. What'd you think? You were watching the game. What were your thoughts last night? I felt impending doom. It felt good to get that first run, but I'm like, they're not going to do anything else. The Dodgers are too good to lose 1-0.
Tell me how this father and daughter on a fresh flight from Tampa came in the 6th inning and was telling me, oh, they're going to leave Cole in there. I said, I don't know if he should stay in there, man. He looks gassed. You know, he walked Mookie Betts on non-competitive pitches, and then boom,
and you had Brett Hendrick warming up, and you know this guy has been great this year. There's always the conversation of who's got a better arm than Cole or who's a better option than Cole. At the end of that run last night, Hendrick's a better option, and you know what? It made me think because it's the Dodgers. Right, Boone went into Game 1 against the Dodgers in the World Series and pulled Garrett Cole with 80-some pitches. How'd that work out? And that was a high-stakes game. Here's a regular season game. All right, we let him go. But even Boone himself said, like, sometimes you got to take it out of their hands. And yeah, he said, obviously in hindsight, I probably should have grabbed him there. I got Hendrick teed up there. That's on me. I should have probably got him there, even though I felt like he was in a good place and obviously threw the ball great all night. Sometimes you got to take it out of their hands. That's another conversation we're about to have about Aaron Boone, the manager of your New York Yankees. It has been 9 years, and this is going to be an important year. Sorry for talking your ear off, Moose. Go ahead, you can get a word.
I gotta let you finish. I gotta be respectful in the conversation. That's how I was raised. You know that. But more so, I'm gonna keep the line moving because you got plenty of calls. A lot of people want to speak to you. I'll just reiterate what I said to you before in terms of the trade. I'd love to see Chapman. I'd love to see Arise. Maybe, I don't know what we do with Jazz. Maybe not Chapman. Maybe just get Arise, move Jazz to third. I'm relinquishing that even though
everything is on the table, man. If we got it, thanks for the call, Moose. If we got to give up Jazz for a Luis Arise or somebody else that we think is going to be an impact bat in this lineup, so be it. Shout out to Jazz. You love his personality, his style, and all that. But, I mean, coming into this year, he talked a huge game. He said he was going to be 50-50 like Ohtani. He said he wanted $35 million a year for 10 years, right, going into his prove-it year, and it's been a down year. Now, I give Jazz his flowers for speaking up to the team and having some late-inning heroics and helping propel the team to wins. But all in all, with Judge going down, he hasn't done enough. He was an all-star last year. He's a guy that we're supposed to be able to depend on consistently, and it's too inconsistent. And so is this stuff with Aaron Boone, right? As we talk about Aaron Boone, the manager, his seat is hot. I don't care who tells you he's safe. It is going to get loud. If this team crashes and burns, we don't want to hear the excuse that Aaron Judge was hurt, Stanton was hurt, Max Fried missed time, Trent Grisham missed time, Ryan McMahon missed time. Because I go back to 2019 when I feel like Boone should have won Manager of the Year, and I saw him motivate Mike Tauchman and Tyler Wade and Breivik Valera and Cameron Maben and Mike Ford and Luke Voigt. Luke Voigt was a starter. Gio Urshela. You guys remember that year. I remember calling that replace for 28. Because as they were chasing for 28, they had to replace all of these starters with guys we barely knew, and they were winning games. Aaron Boone was able to motivate the team then. He wasn't able to motivate them through this June swoon, which many of you call the Boone June swoon, into July you cry. At least we stopped the bleeding a little bit, but the manager is supposed to do that. He's supposed to do exactly that. He's supposed to have these guys ready. He's supposed to have these guys focused and locked in, and when you hear reports that, oh, the team wasn't so focused. When Aaron Judge comes out, Aaron Judge is not even ready to swing a bat, throw a ball. And he felt the need before the break to say, guys are not locked in, guys are not focused. That falls on the manager. That is something that I think people will remember at the end of the season if this team ultimately does not get far again. Let's continue. Actually, we got a break here. It's already 5:45. So shout out to Paulie back there. Paulie, you know I can run long. You know I can take these calls all day. Let's take a break here. If you're on hold, stay on hold. I see Ryan, Marianne, Frank, Pamela. You guys will be on the Fan next. Let's break it down. Pay the bills. Live from Fanatics Fest, the Javits Center, Year 3, WFAN, the Fan in New York. Keith McPherson bringing you to 7 p.m. Don't go anywhere. BRB.
It's After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
There are obviously been a lot of names that have been bantered about. Some of them, I think, are names and players that the Yankees should target. Others, they should not. Including one name that I've gone back and forth with, but I've settled on it now, and that's Rafael Devers.
Get After Hours on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The world is coming to New Jersey. Celebrate with Wild Fork Foods and unite around World Cuts. Wild Fork makes it easy and affordable to bring the world's flavors to your grill. From classic American favorites to globally inspired meats and seafood sourced from 20-plus countries like Brazil, Japan, Australia, Mexico, and beyond. All ready for your grill, your game day spread, or next gathering. Shop at one of their Long Island, New York, and North Jersey locations or visit wildforkfoods.com today. Wild Fork Foods, the widest meat and seafood selection under one roof.
Relive an amazing Mets season when the 1986 World Series champions reunite at Citi Field on Saturday, August 1st. Be there to celebrate the players, memories, and moments that made 86 unforgettable. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks. Plans start at just $10 a month and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier. For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want, with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop at NielsenDodge.com. Make this the summer event.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not
lot to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Gang Green fans, are the Jets ready to take the next step? Let us know what you think at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Yeah. Live from Fanatics Fest, still rocking. Keith McPherson here, live on the Fan, as people are making their way. I'll tell you this. Today, the foot traffic in here was as crazy as I've ever seen it. I went to the first 2 Fanatics Fest every day. I'll be at this Fanatics Fest every day. This is what they did. They made it like a maze. When you're trying to walk through like north and south, they're putting barricades through. So you're getting blocked everywhere. I was freaking out. It was like everywhere I was going, I'm like, I can't cut through here. I'm trying to get to this spot. I'm trying to get to that. Someone's like, yo, meet me at this. I'm like, I can't get there. I can't get through. And then you look up, and it's Tom Brady walking through. It's Karl Anthony Towns walking through. Wemby was in here. I was like, oh, Wemby. Wemby, you brave, Wemby. Somebody could have snuck an egg in here, Wemby. You are brave, Wemby. Let's get back to it. 888-808-1019. Let's hammer these calls. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. We talked about the Yankees and the trade deadline coming up. Judge not knowing when he's going to get going. Aaron Boone almost kind of admitting fault to not taking out Garrett Cole. I was okay with it because, like I said, the precedent was set. But let's hear what you guys think. I want to go next to Ryan in Tarrytown, a beautiful place in New York. Ryan, can you hear me? You're live on the Fan.
I'm 50 years old. I hate analytics, right? I think taking Cole out last night was totally an analytical move. It was by the numbers.
Wait. I got to stop you there. You thought that was an analytical move? That was a move based...
I'll tell you why.
He went out and talked to him. That's a move based on heartbeat of the game. Talking to the player. His pitches were up. Analytics usually say, hey, this guy is... Yuri Perez is throwing a perfect game. Say that again?
He was tired, plus the air quality. He was smoked, man.
Yeah, that's a good point, too.
You saw the 2 shots to the outfield at the end of the inning prior, right? Those are solid
Yeah, it was
shots.
hot. It was hot out there. The air quality was no good.
You got to take the dude out. But I think
I just have to push back on the...
You're not making it to the World Series if the management keeps doing this.
No, they're not making it to the World Series. Even if they manage well, they don't have the team. Thanks for the call, Ryan. I just wanted to push back on the analytical thing because that's the opposite of what people are saying, right? A pitcher in Major League Baseball is throwing a perfect game through 7 innings. He's getting pulled because analytics say that magic number of 100, we don't want him throwing 100 pitches. It's better for us to play the long game. I think it was Yuri Perez recently with the Marlins. They took him out, and they're like, oh, we don't care about a perfect game. We don't even compare. Well, that's what it was. I think it was the Marlins A's, and they almost lost that game. Analytics say, preserve these guys' arms. Analytics say, it's July before the All-Star break. Who cares about him going 120 pitches for a perfect game? Analytics don't say, hey, it's hot. There's bad air quality. Walk out to the mound. Ask him if he's got one more. That's the opposite of the numbers. The numbers don't factor in any of that. The numbers don't factor in air quality, heat, humidity, Yankee Stadium, Cole and Boone's relationship, right? That's why I said the precedent was set on July 3rd, that Friday, against the Minnesota Twins when, Cole just walked by him and he said, I'd like to stay in. And so that's why the manager goes out there and asks, do you got one more? Cole is not going to say no. He's going to say yes because he's a competitor and he views himself as one of the best ever. But Max Muncy, he's having a good year. That guy's good too. That guy drives a fancy car, makes millions of dollars as well. Okay, next on the phone line, 888-808-1019. If you want to talk to me as we are approaching 6 o'clock, let's talk to Mary Ann in Marlboro, New Jersey, not far from where I'm from, down there in Monmouth County. Marianne, you're live.
Oh, yes, Keith, you don't know how excited I am to talk to you. I think you're the greatest. I tell you, I think you're such a nice young man. From the first time you came on the air with John and Susan, I knew you were a nice guy.
Oh, thank you.
And I love when you talk about your little baby, your little boy who's getting so
He's big now. He's about to be 3.5 now. He doesn't look like a baby now. This guy's walking and talking and strutting around.
Oh, that's sweet. But Keith, how I miss you. I miss you on the radio every night. It's not the same. It's not the same at all.
Well, I was back. I think I came back and did the overnight Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know. Listened, yep.
I'm hoping to make some more appearances. I feel bad. I feel like I let people down. I'm getting heckled in here. I'm running into people in here. They're like, get back on the radio.
That's what I mean. Everybody loved you, and everybody, when they talk to you, they just loved you. And you talk to all ages. I just love it, love it, love it.
I love talking to people. I love talking to people.
And I bet they're coming to see you over there today, right? They're all running to see you, Keith. And
I'm extremely flattered. I'm extremely flattered. I've signed autographs. I've heard stories from people. I've taken things people have made for me. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I thank WFAN because the opportunity I had for 4 years to connect with this city, and you see all the different people in New York come out to the Javits Center for this. That's one thing I said I couldn't quantify. I had no idea. There's no heat map of like now 100,000 people can hear you in the New York tri-state area. Sometimes you're in there at night, you feel like you're alone.
Oh, my gosh. But it's so great to talk to you. I go on YouTube and I try to find out about you, because I don't know where else to find you. I'm not a computer person, so I'm not too sure about
Well, you'll find me here. I don't even put up enough YouTube videos and stuff like that. I dabble, but it's easier to just, take a shift. So here we are.
You're such a handsome young man, too, I tell you.
You got to be trolling me now. What's your Yankee take, Marianne? You're too kind.
Oh, but I love everybody on the Yankees. They can't do no bad. I love them. I just love them. Well, my whole family does. But you're the best. You're my favorite Yankee. Okay?
Well, thank you, Marianne. I appreciate it. Have a good Saturday night. Wow. I hope my wife was listening to that. I hope my mom was listening to that. My son was listening to that. Everybody at WFAN and the Javits Center just heard that. I wanted to get into a Yankee conversation, but I'll take what she said last when I asked her about the Yankees. She said she loves all the Yankees. Her whole family does. I mean, same with all of us, right? I go to the stadium last night. I link up with the creatures. I link up with the guys. We got one of my guys out here. I see the young guys out there, the young homies out there. And the Yankees come back to the Bronx, and we're ready. Even though there was a little Dodgers presence out there, it's just good. You see the pinstripes. You see the Yankees hats. And we have all of this energy because we're like, yo, let's get this game tonight. Let's get this game and start the second half off right. We can do it. And that's the thing about Yankee fans. We always believe. That's the thing about Yankee fans. We always are hopeful that they're going to make trades, that Judge is going to come back, that they can get hot, that they can get it done. So even though we're critical of the team, and I am critical of everyone from Brian Cashman to Boone to Aaron Judge right now, and Stanton right now, and Cole right now, all of them. But that's because we love them, right? If you don't love somebody, you're not really going to tell them when they're not doing right, when they need to do better, whatever. Like, it's out of love. So we all love the Yankees. We want to see the Yankees get back to the World Series. And in this weak American League, you can't tell me the Tampa Bay Rays are going to win the division, right? But they could. You can't tell me it's going to be the Tampa Bay Rays. I just met a guy, David, out here during the break. He said, what's your World Series pick? And I'm like, I think it's going to be random this year. It's hard for me to believe that the Dodgers are going to go and three-peat. And I don't want that because that erases the Yankees three-peat. I'm like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's the Cubs, like I mentioned before. Maybe it's the Phillies, like I mentioned. Maybe it's the Brewers. Maybe it's somebody that we just have not seen in the National League that figures out how to beat the Dodgers. But the Dodgers, it's hard to count the Dodgers out because you've seen them do it. You've seen them come through time after time. And like in the American League, I would love for it to be the Yankees. It makes sense for it to be the Yankees. The Yankees do have the pitching and the talent and this, that, and the other, the fan base, the home field advantage. But it could be the Texas Rangers. It could be the Chicago White Sox. It could be the Mariners. It could be the Red Sox at this rate. Who knows? Who knows? But I feel like we are going to get a random one before this lockout. And I would love for it to be a random one where the Yankees are in the American League and we get a National League team that we think they could actually beat. Let's go to Robbie let's go. Or Frank and Syosset. Oh, no, we got a break. I thought you were saying Frank. It's already 6 o'clock. That's why we have to break. Wow, time is flying. This is only a 2-hour show. We're already an hour in. There's still a bunch of stuff that I want to hit. I want to talk about Anthony Volpe. I want to talk about how Major League Baseball put this schedule out for next year. And, the future is uncertain. So stay with us. We're live from the Javits Center. Day 3 is coming to a close. Keith McPherson closing things down at the bodega over here, the WFAN bodega, 888-808-1019. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN. Start the day with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN. WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto-pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us.
And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
WFAN Live from Fanatics Fest is brought to you by Fanatics Fest, the world's #1 sports fan festival. And by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
The night belongs to the fans. Join Tommy Lugauer for After Hours. Weekdays at 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, yeah. I might have been too loud in the microphone. It's me, your boy KM, live at the Javits Center. Shout out to everybody I'm meeting during the break. I love that, man. Shout out to all the WFAN hosts that have come out here and done their shows live. It really just lets you break down that wall between the listeners and even social media. You can interact with all of us on social media. It's still different, to just meet people and shake their hands and take pictures with them and hear their stories. I love that. I mean, I haven't been doing this for long, but just in this early run of 4 or 5 years, you don't realize when you do a radio show, especially like at night, like you become a companion for people, whether it's working, whether it's driving, whether it's just going to sleep at night. I really did not know. I'm getting it. I'm hearing it. So shout out to you guys that are listening wherever you are and the people I met at Fanatics Fest. Let's keep rolling up till 7 o'clock. Reminder, no Yankees game tonight. We'll kick it back to the station, and I will head on the train back home. So let's do what we do. I wanted to plant this seed with you, and I think I already did plant the seed, but now I want to get into the conversation a little more. It's with Anthony Volpe, right? And maybe I'm an Anthony Volpe defender, but I feel like somebody has to do some defending when there's just constant piling on. So there was a post that I saw. I didn't watch the show, but I saw the post. It said, Adam Shine slams Anthony Volpe for having no relationship with Derek Jeter. And as soon as I saw that headline, I'm like, this is ass backwards. You're slamming Anthony Volpe, the young shortstop of the New York Yankees today, for not having a relationship with Derek Jeter. That's not how it works. Like, that's like someone saying, no, Keith McPherson should have a relationship with Mike Francesa or Chris Mad Dog Russo. Never met the guys. They never reached out. I don't know them. I've got a good relationship with Tony Page. I've got a good relationship with Steve Summers. I could call those guys. I could talk to those guys, and some obviously, guys that are here now. But what I'm making the comparison, with here is someone that did your job and did it to the highest level. And then you come and you try to walk into their shoes. Anthony Volpe to get slammed for not having a relationship with Jeter is crazy. And it's because Adam Shine had an interview with Jeter where he said, I don't have a relationship with Anthony Volpe, Why do you think that is? You think that's because Anthony Volpe, who grew up watching Jeter, whose family is all Yankee fans that I'm sure love Derek Jeter and think of so many good times with Derek Jeter on the field, you think it's Anthony Volpe walking around saying, I don't need to talk to Derek Jeter. I don't want his phone number. Nothing I can learn from a conversation with him. No. The same way that we had that nonsense now 2 weeks ago about Anthony Volpe doesn't want to change positions. Anthony Volpe declined playing second base in the minors. It wasn't true, but people were looking for anything to pile on. People were looking for anything to just get at this kid about, and it's like, give it a break. It's already hard enough to be the shortstop of the New York Yankees. Give it a rest. You're making it hard for the kid. They booed the kid. They talk about this kid on social media all day. He's young. You think he doesn't catch that? You think his friends don't all see that? You think his family doesn't feel that? I'm rooting for him because I root for the Yankees. I'm rooting for him because he wears pinstripes, just like I rooted for Aaron Hicks and Joey Gallo and Josh Donaldson and anybody else that struggled, from Austin Wells to whomever. I want to see the Yankees win. So to see a quote from Adam Shine say, hey, Anthony, you want to pick up the phone and call Derek Jeter? He'd return the call. He'd text you back. That's one red flag. Guy like that should not be in the major leagues. Are you nuts? Are you crazy? You think Derek Jeter's that easy to get to? He's not. You think Derek Jeter's number is just available for Anthony Volpe to hit him? Maybe. But it's not a guarantee. Do you know Derek Jeter's returning that call and going to go, like, stop that? They're just looking for things to pile on. And Jeter was here. Jeter was here, not for long, right? I think he was doing the Topps activation here. I saw WFAN post a video where, of course, he took a shot at the Mets. He said, where's the Mets fans now? You could use Pete Alonso right about now, huh? After he pulled a Pete Alonso card. Mets fans, 888-808-1019, chime in with me. You're going to trade for Pete Alonso at the All-Star break? Let's go to Robbie in Brooklyn. Robbie, give us a second here to cue you up. You're live.
Hello, Keith. How are you?
I'm good, Robbie. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I haven't spoken to you in a while. I used to listen when you were on the late night. So it's good to hear you again.
Yeah. I'll be doing some late nights, some overnights, some weekend fill-ins. I picked this one up, so yeah, good to be back and good to connect with you.
So you may recall the couple of times that we spoke, I mentioned the Yankees need another Posada. You know what I mean? They need another Herman Munson. They need a catcher, a leader, somebody that can lead that team. The right fielder is not the leader on the team. The leader on the team is the catcher.
Yeah,
and
in the middle of the game, calling the game.
Austin Wells tries really hard. He's a hard ball player. He's not a hitter, and he's not a leader. He's in
over his head. He's in over his head.
You know, a rough and tumble kind of throw him in the game kind of ball player. We need a catcher.
No, I'm right there with you. The Jorge Posadas and Thurman Munsons don't necessarily grow on trees. But I'll say this, and thanks for the call, Rob. I mean, the Yankees have tossed away a bunch of catchers over the years, right? You know, Agustin Ramirez is with the Marlins. They traded him in the Jazz trade. We've already spoken today of Luis Torrens. You know, somebody's salary for Luis Torrens. And, you know, there's just a long list of these guys that are elsewhere, from even Kyle Higashioka, Jose Trevino, that were here and there and traded. There's been a carousel of different catchers and then also homegrown catchers. That's one thing that I think the league knows. Hey, you go to the Yankees, they develop catchers. And the Yankees stuck with Austin Wells. Why? I don't know. Maybe it was a tie to Anthony Volpe because those guys are good friends, came up together. I remember when Wells was drafted out of Arizona. You know what's crazy about Wells? He tore up the World Baseball Classic this year. Watching him play for the Dominican team in the World Baseball Classic, I'm like, yeah, here we go, Wells. He's going to have that experience, and he's going to carry it into this season. You remember how the season started, and they were talking about guys like Cal Raleigh, Judge, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and you know how there was a World Baseball Classic hangover. The person that suffered the worst World Baseball Classic hangover is Austin Wells. Not Judge or not Kyle Schwarber or any of those guys. Or Paul Skeens or Bobby Witt or none of those. Austin Wells is still feeling it after competing in the World Baseball Classic. Let's keep it rolling. Pamela is in the Bronx where the Yankees play. Hi, Pam. How you doing?
How you doing, Keith? How are you?
I'm great. You know I love Fanatics Fest, and I know you're so supportive online. You see all my videos. You always comment. I can't even take enough videos. I can't even post enough videos to show what my eyes have seen out here these last couple of days.
Yeah, I saw you dancing at Billy's.
Yeah, I was getting it in last night. We were in Billy's for a long time after the game because you know what? Win or lose, we booze.
Yeah. I want to talk about Judge. I want to know what's taking him so long to come back.
I don't know. I think it's kid gloves. I think it's a combination of him getting up there in age. I think it's also a combination of, hey, we're kind of staying afloat without him. When do we need him? We need him to ramp up and be ready and healthy for the postseason. We don't want any setbacks. But also they're telling us he can't start going yet. He can't start doing baseball activities yet. It's healing slow. This is not a good thing. This is troubling. I'm just hoping that we don't get to the point where they say, hey, we're going to shut him down for the year. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be a pain tolerance thing, and Judge is going to have to play. I saw Judge here. Judge was here with Brunson and Hart. I was in the middle of that pack. He was smiling and on stage and talking about New York and how he wants to win. We'll come back.
Yeah. And Jakarta Stanton, what's going on with Charlie? He ain't back either. He's probably going to be hurt for the rest of the season or something like that.
He's going to be hurt for the rest of his playing career. Pam, appreciate you. Always supportive online and on the fan. Shout out to Pam. Shows up at events, lives in the Bronx, diehard Yankee fan, Knicks fan, and fan of WFAN. So, with Stanton, we thought that, when Stanton first went down, it was going to be a short thing. And it's never a short thing. Because it's always, it's always like a soft tissue injury. It's always something with Stanton in his calves or his quads and running. And he literally gets hurt on the base paths. We're not asking him to play the field. We're asking him to show up and hit 4 times. And as soon as the guy gets going, his body betrays him. And at some point, how much grace can you have for that? I'm over it. I'm over it. Because this affects the lineup. This affects plans. You're planning for having Stanton, and we went from starting this year where people say he can't even open up a bag of chips with his elbows to now I don't think he can run up a flight of stairs. That's not someone you can depend on. That's not someone you can rely on. He is getting older. Father Time is undefeated. The window is closing for these New York Yankees. This is my nightmare. You have these guys like Stanton, like Judge, like Cole, all on the same team. You pay them all over $300 million. They're going to go to the Hall of Fame, and they're going to go to the Hall of Fame potentially without a World Series ring as New York Yankees and the 27 champion. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Frank in Syosset. Now we'll get to you, Frank. Thanks for holding, Frank. You're live on the fan at the Javits Center, Fanatics Fest.
Yeah, great to hear you, Keith. You sound very happy, man. I tell you sound very happy, very well rested.
I'm tired, but I'm happy because this is a happy place, and I'm happy to be on the fan, and I'm happy to be doing this at Fanatics Fest. If you're like me, all I do is watch sports and watch people talk about sports. It's got all of the athletes and all the people that talk about sports in the same place.
Yep, I can imagine. But, getting back to what you were saying about the team, the Yankees, that is the nightmare. And you mentioned a bunch of guys that were available before the season. And I haven't heard anybody mention Hal Steinbrenner. Because Hal Steinbrenner said before the season, why do I need more than a $300 million budget? And you have an aging team. You have Judge and Cruz and Cole and Stanton, Goldschmidt, and these guys are aging, like you said. And the window is closing to win a World Series. And the bottom half of the lineup is so-so. Just about
we got to see Kyle Tucker last night. I know Kyle Tucker was a guy that Yankee fans wanted. I wouldn't have wanted the Kyle Tucker that the Dodgers are getting, but you know what? They're able to overcome it because they have a lineup full of stars.
Right.
Who else were you interested in this offseason that the Yankees didn't get? There were some potential trades or some guys that they could have went after because we needed another arm. They end up with Ryan Weathers, and I think at this point we all understand that we don't know whether we're going to get good Ryan Weathers.
I hear about moving starters to the bullpen, and you got a lot of fill-in guys like Jones and Schumann and Rosario and Caballero.
Yeah.
And nothing really to brag about, I mean, I'll go with Terens. Why not? Anything's better than Wells.
Thanks for the call, Frank. Oh, man. I mean, anything is better than Wells, and the Yankees got to do better. We look at this lineup, and like you just said, having to watch, guys that are minor leaguers, having to watch these minor leaguers, guys that are AAA guys, play for the New York Yankees while they're losing, while they're struggling, while they can't hit. You start to look at ownership and management, and you say, this isn't good enough. You told us that running it back was good enough and that you didn't need to spend any more money, and now we have half a season of results to say that we've come up short. This team had first place. Should have been able to stay in first place. But at the same time, without Aaron Judge, there is no team. There is no surviving, not having Judge and Stanton and some of the other injuries. But all teams go through injuries. It's not an excuse. You got to have depth. There was a point where we thought this team had depth. You thought Paul Goldschmidt was a steal of a deal at $4 million for the depth that he provided. Then you overused him. He went on an epic slump, the largest slump he'd ever been in his career. You're relying on guys like Caballero. I had to take in the winter when I was doing some fill-in shows. I said, Caballero is nobody's everyday shortstop. You guys are dreaming about Jose Caballero being your everyday shortstop. That's not who he is. That's not how he's supposed to be used. The better case scenario is that Volpe comes back healthy from the shoulder surgery and he's more than serviceable. Volpe hasn't been terrible, but you guys need him to be Cal Ripken Jr. or it's not acceptable at all. You guys are booing him, make it harder for him. So it's a perplexing Pegasus that we ride with Anthony Volpe and then Caballero. Neither are great. But similar to how they talk about quarterbacks, if you got two shortstops, you don't have one. There's other holes. We had issues at third base. Ryan McMahon has come around. The conversation has changed on three people. I did this the other night when I was on. The conversation around Paul Blackburn has changed. The conversation around Ryan McMahon has changed. And even Trent Grisham. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. We kind of missed Grish. He's a little better than we gave him credit for. Nobody cares about that $22 million qualifying offer because $11 million of it is spent. But that was another move made in the run-it-back Yankees, right? Bringing Grisham back on the QO. A lot of us said, no. Let's go look for something else. Let's go do something else. But then the other something else that Brian Cashman put out there would have been letting Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez figure it out. And what have you seen from Spencer Jones and Jason Dominguez to say that you could win a World Series with those guys starting and playing every day? Spencer Jones is not there yet at the plate. His second cup of coffee was better. And Dominguez is an adventure in the outfield. It's crazy. Dominguez has only had to play baseball his entire life. He never worked a side job. He never had to go to class. He never had to do anything else but go out there and catch baseballs in the outfield. And it is an adventure every time that ball comes his way. They're not there. We need answers. We need change. We need something to happen at this deadline to shake things up. Back to the phone we go. My guy Milton is in Brooklyn. Ding, 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 the cowbell man. Bleacher Creatures on both sides of the phone. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man? Like always, doing a great job.
We missed you last night, man.
Yeah,
you got to tap back in with me, brother.
I'll stay in touch. This team makes you not even want to go. Listen, I'm just sick and tired of how they just want. First of all, it's how. Hal has to want it, has to care, has to put his foot down and become an owner that says to the GM, I don't care how much you want to spend. I want this team to win, and I'm not going to be satisfied with being a 90-win bully team. When you went through the 80s and never saw a playoff game, that's okay. Okay, we suffered. We finally won. This is a different suffering because we got a Lamborghini, and we keep getting, spare parts from Home Depot instead of getting the real parts of this car. We have a championship-type caliber team that needs some help, and you're not getting it. The trade deadline comes, and they do nothing. They're always trying to bargain bin. They're always trying to find lightning in the bottle. They're always trying to be the smartest guy in the room. They never want to admit when they're wrong. You got Cashman always doing the same thing. If he gets a guy, he leaves him there forever to wait for that one moment when he gets hot to give the I told you so to the fans. We don't care about that. If you make a mistake, step it up as a man, as a GM, and say, you know what? This guy got to get out of here. I'm going to put somebody in. I messed up, and now I'm going to fix it. When's that going to happen? When am I going to see this team become back to the dark side? When are they going to go at the All-Star break, the trade deadline, and pick up, Luis Arise, get Miller, trade all these young guys. They never become nothing anyways, a bunch of hype. It's the same thing going back in Hensby Mullins and all this stuff, all this crap. All these guys will get all hyped up, and they bring them up when they're 30 years old anyway. When did Judge come up? When he had a thing in his hand? We have
such a large sample size, and you're the man, Milton. Thanks for the call, brother. I'll let you go for a bit because I know you know it. Milton has been out there since the 90s with the Creatures, from the old stadium to the new stadium, ringing the cowbell. He's gone through the wars. He's been through the good times, and now what he just said about this time, this is a dark time. It's a drought. We just watched the Knicks win a championship. We watched the Knicks bring a parade to the city. The Yankees were supposed to be the ones doing that year after year after year after year. And when you go back to how this year started, there was a conversation about, the Yankees are moving different. It's more cutthroat now. It's all business. Right? If you're not playing and hitting and performing, you're not in. Oh, look, they didn't just bring Volpe back. I told you guys to wait on that too. I told you guys they're not done with Volpe. That was just right then when it was. right? They said it was Caballero's job. Caballero hurts his finger. He goes down for a little bit. Volpe's been back since. They said that it was going to be, or we as fans felt like they were making moves, right? Luis Heel, perfect example. Not cutting it, you're gone. You're out of here. We felt like they were moving different. Not really. Not really. The more things change, the more things stay the same. And right now, as we go into this trade deadline before this work stoppage, December 1st, if there ever was a time to take a gamble, to make a push all your chips in and risk it, it would be now for 3 reasons. The lockout, like I just said, we don't know what's going to happen here. We don't know if we're going to miss 20 games, 100 games. We don't know. And we also don't know how that's going to affect the game. We don't know what new rules are going to be implemented. They change the game every year from PitchCom to pitch clock to ABS to, now the third base coach got to stand. Like there are little changes that, we've accepted. There's more changes coming. Because of the lockout and the changes to the game, you push your chips in. Because this team right now is aging out. Now I have 4. The team is aging out because the American League is weak. And last but not least, to throw a 4th one in there, the prospects you hugged of Anthony Volpe and Austin Wells, and really not Wells, but like Jason Dominguez and some of these guys from all of these years, Clint Frazier, Miguel Andujar, all of these players that you coveted and you wouldn't give up. What did they turn into? The only one was Judge, and Judge wasn't really like a guy they were trying to trade for because Judge was a little bit older, and Judge really kind of just came out of nowhere and became. You have so much evidence now, if you're the New York Yankees, that this prospect hugging and the guys that you like and the guys that you project to be the stars, like it's a crapshoot. You don't know. You don't know. So right now, push the chips in to make this team as strong as possible, and don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to look so different. It's unpredictable. Those are 4 reasons right there. A weak American League, this team aging, not knowing what the lockout's going to be, and you overvaluing your prospects year after year after year. Like George Lombard, for example, and we'll get back to the phone. I know we got a break again soon. I'll try and take one more call before we break here at 6:30. But George Lombard is untouchable right now. Why? I've changed my tune on it. He looks like a good player, but it might take 4 or 5 years to materialize. And is he a bona fide superstar? We don't know that. If he was a bona fide superstar, he might be here already. If that's what it would take to get a Tarek Skubal or a Mason Miller to make this team better to win one championship, look at what the Knicks just did. And I know it's a different sport, but the trades that the Knicks made to get OG Anunoby, to get Mikal Bridges, to get Josh Hart, and to get Karl Anthony Towns, the last piece of the puzzle, they don't care about those picks anymore. Their fans are not going through and reviewing, in the draft and the upcoming, they won. They won. Last call before we break here goes to Dwayne in the Bronx. Dwayne, you got it. I'll take a breather. Go for it.
Yo, what's up, Keith?
What's up?
Miss you on the airways, bro. I used to listen to you all the time. Things happen, times change. Everybody's got to move on eventually. Now, in terms of the Yankees,
I'm here. I'm still.
No. Yeah. That's the reason why I called. I was like, oh, snap.
Got you.
So, in terms of the Yankees, bro, every time at the beginning of the season, half of me is like, yes, okay, let's get it. Then the other half is like, everything is literally going to fall apart, and we're going to find some way not to, achieve the ultimate goal. And so it's like every year I'm literally just like, look, it is what it is. If we win, we win. If we don't, it's not the end of the world. Like Armageddon's not going to happen.
You're jaded. You're getting to the point with the New York Yankees that you became a fan of and fell in love with them because you could count on them being champions. You could count on them getting to the Fall Classic. You could count on them dominating. Now you've gotten to the point, like myself, we're getting older, where we're just like, we've had so much hurt, so much disappointment, and so much pain. What's another early exit going to do? It's just going to add to it. No! Let's win. Let's push it in. Let's push our chips all the way in. Dwayne, thanks for the call. We can still go for it and win. The American League is weak. It isn't like we're looking at American League and we're like, oh, man, well, it's going to be a gauntlet. There's no gauntlet this year. There's no gauntlet in the schedule. There's no gauntlet in the postseason to get back to a World Series. And if they push their chips in now to do exactly that, baseball is going to baseball. It wasn't like the Dodgers dominated them in 2024. I'd be down to run it back against the Dodgers in 2026 and see where our luck lands. 888-808-1019. We've got 30 minutes left in this special pop-up show. Keith McPherson on the Fan, live from the Javits Center. Fanatics Fest 2026. We still got time for calls, so let's take a break now. We'll hammer the phones, and I'll get up out of here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick timeout.
The road to kickoff 2026 starts now. From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN.
If someone is in crisis and at risk of hurting themselves or others, an Extreme Risk Protective Order, ERPO, can temporarily restrict their access to firearms, giving them time to get help. Give them tomorrow and learn about ERPO today at erpo.nj.gov.
Hey, it's Jerry Recco. Wind Creek Bethlehem is your place for all the action. Check out the high-energy casino floor for the hottest slots and table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette. Go for high-stakes play in the poker room and enjoy tableside massages and complimentary beverage service. Experience the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming or visit the sportsbook to catch the game and place your wager. Mix things up with virtual golf at Twisted Tees or axe throwing at Angry Jacks. Fuel up at your choice of eateries like Chop House, Urban Table, and Bethlehem Barrel and Draft House. Keep the night going with live entertainment or a handcrafted cocktail. Then relax in a luxurious guest room at Wind Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wind Creek Casinoverse. Download it for free from the Apple or Google App Stores. Wind Creek Bethlehem. Go for the W. Learn more at windcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Sean Morash. I got to sit down with Will Ferrell and the cast of The Hawk. So how does Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins compare to other Will sports characters?
I guess there's more Ricky Bobby in Lonnie, but I would say that Lonnie's the biggest narcissist I've ever played.
It may be the greatest comeback story in golf history. Classic Will Ferrell in The Hawk. And The Hawk is now streaming on Netflix.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure and has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Total Orthopedics is expanding across Long Island and New Jersey with offices coming to Babylon, West Babylon, Comac, and West Orange. From sprains and broken bones to complex sports injuries, they're the experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com today.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
It's the summer's biggest party, highlighted by Monmouth Park's biggest race. Dress to impress for Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. General admission to the Jersey Shore's biggest event is just $15. Arrive early to receive your free Haskell hat. And make plans to come back Saturday, August 15th to meet me, Al Dukes. Continue the Shore's great tradition at the summertime place to be, Haskell Day, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack. For more information, go to monmouthpark.com.
This is Mary at the Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
Hi, I've been dreaming of having an epic college setup.
But your college budget is less than epic.
Way less.
Well, with IKEA, you can get everything you need for college, from bedding to storage and decor, all at a great price.
That's good economics.
Sounds like someone just found their major.
Visit IKEA in-store or at IKEA.us to get ready for college. IKEA, dream the possibilities.
Your New York Yankees are chasing another championship. Talk Yankees baseball with the Fan at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Yeah. Here I am, back on the Fan. Hi, how you doing? This is live. You see me? You can hear me? Yes. You think I'm AI? No, I'm real. Not Allen Iverson either. How you doing? Keith McPherson on the Fan. Happy to be here. Fanatics Fest, year 3, 2026, day 3. Man, I love it. I am into all of this. You get to see your favorite radio hosts and podcasters and athletes and brands. So if you can get here tomorrow, last day, come through. We'll be here as well. And let's finish this show out. We're done at 7, so I want to get a couple more thoughts and takes off and a couple more calls. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. I have been running around so crazy. I barely even promoted anything to watch on YouTube or even to get people to pull up here and watch live. But we did have a few people come for the start of the show, and I appreciate that. So in the start of the show, I had a note to check in on the Mets because maybe the Mets game would end before this show ended. Top of the 9th here, the Philadelphia Phillies lead the Mets 6-1. And like I said earlier, let's not read too much into the first game of the second half for the Mets. Same thing with the Yankees. Let's not read too much into the Yankees' loss. We're obviously going to talk about it because that's what we do here at Sports Talk Radio. We're going to overanalyze every single thing from a send to taking a guy out, not taking a guy out, whatever. But Kyle Schwarber homered. He's got 33 homers on the year. Tyrone Taylor hit a homer. Trey Turner homered. There was a lot of homers in the game to start the game. But ultimately right now, the Mets are down 6-1 in that second game. And, Jesus Luzardo on the mound for the Phillies. I got to meet Jesus Luzardo at the Mitchell & Ness store. I interviewed him during the All-Star festivities. I absolutely loved everything that was going on in the All-Star, and here are some key dates for 2027, and this will lead me back into the conversation. So the All-Star game next year, I'll see you there. It'll be on the north side of Chicago, Wrigley Field. If you've never been to Wrigley and you haven't seen what they've done to what I call Theo World, how they revamped Wrigley in the last 10 years, I've stayed at the Hotel Zachary across the street. There's a bunch of things out there. Chicago is going to be an amazing host city for the All-Star game next year. I will see you there. The Home Run Derby will be on July 12th, and then the All-Star game will follow on the 13th. Opening night will be on Netflix. As you saw the Home Run Derby on Netflix, a lot of people were complaining about that. I was at the Home Run Derby live. It was sick live. I don't know what the broadcast looked like, but the fans booing everybody, and then how Jordan Walker walked them down and walked them off, that was the best Home Run Derby I've ever saw. So Netflix, I guess they did a bad job, according to some people. For me, I didn't see that. They'll have opening night coverage, and they'll have the Home Run Derby again. Opening night will be March 24th. Matchup is TBD. Opening day will be March 25th. That game will be on primetime on NBC and Peacock. Jackie Robinson Day, April 15th, as per usual. Roberto Clemente Day, September 15th. And let's see, the 4th of July, all 30 teams will play on the 4th of July. Lou Gehrig Day, I was looking for that, June 2nd. The second half will start on the 15th. Rivalry weekend will be July 15th through 18th. And then Labor Day, September 6th. So with all of these things planned, with all of these things put out there in the MLB schedule, are they planning on having a work stoppage? Are they planning on having a lockout? No. Now, what I feel is that it's going to take a while for them to agree. I feel like Bruce Meyer and the Players Association, they are going to push back on a salary cap. And I think right now is, the league and the owners trying to get this salary cap or salary floor, whatever it is, more than ever. And I don't expect it to take 2-3 months. They're going to lock out December 1st, and you guys know how it goes. The holidays are going to hit, and they're not going to really be meeting and doing stuff through January, the first week of January. Then let's say they start to get together by February. Pitchers and catchers are supposed to report. They're not going to report. They're not going to have this settled by mid-February. And then once you bleed into the start and the preparation of spring training, that pushes everything back. And I think once we start losing spring training games, and hopefully they learn from 2021 and what we saw going into the 2022 season, I believe, they realize, like, hey, this has got to get done, and they find a way to meet in the middle so that we don't miss baseball. You have Netflix, you have NBC, you have all of these TV deals. You have baseball healthier than ever, in my opinion. With the amount of money that was spent on the Home Run Derby, I was outside the Home Run Derby. If you listen to my overnight show, I told you how the first ticket I had was invalid. Somebody recalled it. I got another ticket to get in. But I was around people and talking to people that weren't getting in. There was a lot of scams. There were a lot of people getting fake tickets. There were a lot of tickets that were sent to people and recalled, and people couldn't get in. So, with that being said, the Home Run Derby ticket was insane. The Home Run Derby ticket, the Home Run Derby ticket was like $1,100 after the Derby started. Same thing with the All-Star game. I was so tired, and that was the first All-Star game I could drive to. Having my car at the hotel, like being able to drive home to my bed and my wife and my son, I dipped off. I was like, I don't even care to go to the All-Star game. I gave my ticket away and I left. But then I'm hearing the tickets were upwards to $1,400 for an exhibition that doesn't decide the home team of the World Series. So if the All-Star and Home Run Derby games are drawing that many fans, and the ticket prices are that high, and there's also all of these activations that I saw in the city. I went to the Under Armour activation, the Adidas activation, Mitchell & Ness activation I was a part of. There are so many brands that are doing things around baseball. It would be foolish for baseball to lock out and not have a full season and not get back to business. I'm live, but text me, bro. My guy Alex Day in the building. I see some people, some familiar faces out here. Let's get back to the phone before I run out of time. I just wanted to get that little blurb in about the future dates and how I feel like they're going to figure it out. They're going to find a way to get this done. They have to. There's too much money involved. They're going to fight over money and salary cap and then lose out on the money that they already have in the contracts. Richard in Manhattan. Good to hear from you, Richard. You're live with us at the Javits Center Fanatics Fest 2026.
Hi, Keith. Keith, I have a problem. Why did the Yankees call the game tonight? It's not raining. It's 10 to 7. I mean, you take a chance. You bought a ticket.
No. It's so wet out there. It was raining all day. When I walked in here at 11 o'clock, it was raining. People
But
were
it's
running
dry
in here.
now, Keith.
I don't know. I've been inside all
the
day.
The television is 4 times as much Saturday night at 8 compared to Sunday morning at 12:30.
Yeah, you're right
You know
about that.
that.
Yeah, you're right about that. This is supposed to be a primetime game tonight. They'll have Sunday night baseball, but I think it's also the Yankees learning from past experiences with letting people in and wasting people's time. And
But
it's not
they're
their
not.
call. MLB makes
It's
the call.
the buyer's choice. If it's not raining, you take a shot. Now, if you're going up there while it's raining, then you got it right, but then you don't go.
I'm looking
And
at the
let them
phone right
fight it
now.
up there.
Richard, it says 40% chance at 9, a 50% chance at 10. It's going to continue to rain. So they would start the game and not get it in. I think it was a smart decision. We'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. There's a lot going on. Thanks for the call, Richard. Good to hear from you. I'll say this, too. When I say there's a lot going on, World Cup is going on. Fanatics Fest is going on. There are so many people around this area. It is an absolute mess with the rain and the traffic and everything. The Yankees just eliminated one thing. People going up there to the Bronx tonight for the game. We'll play 2 tomorrow. Now, what scares me about playing 2 tomorrow? Getting swept in the doubleheader and getting swept by the Dodgers coming out of the All-Star break. Let's go to Bob, Los Angeles. Bob in Los Angeles. Go ahead. Tell us about your Dodgers and the Yankees and whatever else you feel.
Keith, great to hear you on the radio.
Thanks for calling in.
You know, I'm just listening to you. You know, I've wanted to talk about the Yankees all season, but really, like, looking at this roster, this is not a $300 million team, Keith. Like, there's no catcher, there's no third baseman, there's no shortstop, there's no first baseman, right?
And
Like,
just a
there's
couple of
barely
weeks
a
ago,
center
half the
fielder.
payroll was hurt. When you account for Judge and the $40 million he makes, Stanton and like $27 he makes, Ryan McMahon the $16 he makes, Trent Grisham and the $22 million he makes, Max Fried and the $18 million, like that was most of those guys weren't available. And then you do have more affordable guys on this team that they're not getting it done. They're stealing money. Some of these guys should be giving some of the money back. It's not good enough.
You know,
It's not cutting it.
I look at this roster, man, and like it's not only that it's not performing. That's one thing. It's just not they're just not a great team. Like I look at these players and
exactly. Who are we kidding? Talking World Series with this current team. How many nights have I sat there and watched these guys go 3 up, 3 down, 3 up, 3 down, getting no hit, perfect gamed, and they can't even like kind of get anything together.
there's just no vibe. Like, honestly, the Marlins have vibe and aura. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
If it's not Aaron
They're
Judge,
young.
what are
They're young
we?
and they got a chip on
Who
their
are
shoulder
we?
down there. They spent no money to put those kids together.
By the way, the Marlins are essentially Rodon and Bellinger. That's what their roster costs them.
Juan Soto makes more than their entire lineup each game.
We just need someone to come up and give us a personality and attitude. I love Judge. I love Judge.
But see,
Full stop.
you're saying it, the
He's not
person. This team without Judge is incomplete. They are not whole. They are missing the guy. His leadership, his being, his presence. I was just watching him on stage with Brunson, and Brunson is the king of New York now. That conversation's been done for weeks, months. But he gives it up to Judge. He's like, man, this guy, when he walks in a room, he's got the stature. I mean, Brunson walks into a room, he's a regular-sized dude. Judge comes in, everybody's like, that's Judge. Judge looks like an NBA player out here. But he's fragile. He is injury-prone. He's not available because he dove and hit his rib again. This is not the first time. This team, without the leadership and the physical presence of Aaron Judge in the clubhouse, in the lineup, they are not the same.
What a sad commentary on depth. One guy goes out, and we look like half a minor league team.
He's Superman. He's like he makes the rest of them believe. He also changes the way they pitch the lineup. You know, he is the captain for real. This team without Aaron Judge, they are missing not just one player. They're missing their vibe. Like when you say there's no vibe, there's no energy. Judge is the vibe. He's the energy. He leads them out on the field. Without Judge, there is no Yankees right now without Judge.
Do you think, speaking of Judge Prime, do you want Cashman? I don't think he'll do it. Do you want him to go to the Padres and say, give me give me third base, give me reliever, give me second. Like,
why not?
You want a huge deal. Why not? And you know what, Keith, be real. Is he going to do anything big like that? What do you say?
I mean, him and A.J. Preller have a good relationship. And if we remember the Juan Soto deal, I think that he had a leg up on the Juan Soto trade. And they had talked about the Juan Soto trade, I think, in Seattle at the All-Star game prior to. I think something could be worked out there for sure. So
go big or go home for the Yankees. That was what we used to do.
If there ever was a time, Bob, I just
went
went through my 4 reasons for why now is the time. Thanks for the call, Bob. If you're just tuning in, the 4 reasons. The weak American League, that's obviously one. Your aging players in the window closing, that's number 2, right? The lockout that is looming. With what is going to happen in baseball, we have no clue what is going to happen, so why not go in now? And then also, you seeing your prospects that you prospect hugged all of these years. You could have got Luis Castillo back in 2022, but you didn't want to give up Volpe or whoever, or Dominguez. Those 4 reasons, right? You seeing that your prospects in the prospect hugging did not work out. 1, they did not pan out to be who you thought they would be. It has been enough years to see that Dominguez can't play the outfield. I think he's still going to be a hitter, but you know what? You're still going to have a DH and Giancarlo Stanton in the way this year and next year. Volpe, because of what Volpe was marketed as, right? They made him wear number 11, took the jersey right off Brett Gardner's back. Volpening Day, I remember that. So many people seeing the picture of him and Jeter, and now people run with, they told us he was the next Derek Jeter. No one ever said that. But whatever, the lie is better than the truth when it's more entertaining. People rather run with this type of stuff. They have piled on to the point they've made it so hard for Anthony Volpe to even come up for water. He's got to be a superstar like Bobby Witt to even be accepted here, and that's not going to happen, right? There are other arms and other position players, Austin Wells, that have not panned out. Do not prospect hug here. And if it's George Lombard at the top and you got to move him to get the pieces, right? If you got to send him to San Diego to get a Mason Miller and a Machado, or a Mason Miller and a Tatis, or whomever, whatever, go ahead and do it. Because if you miss on the same position, Volpe at shortstop for 4 years, and then you miss on a Lombard the next one, like, you're going to spend 8 years on failed shortstop prospects and passing on going to get a shortstop and having guys in the mix like IKF and Jose Caballero. It's the New York Yankees. They're supposed to have a shortstop. That's why Derek Jeter floats around like he's God, because he did it for 20 years at a high level, and they can't find another guy. That's why this younger generation loves Didi so much. They look at Didi, never won anything, but Didi is beloved. Ask these young kids about their favorite. They love Didi Gregorius from a couple home runs in the postseason. All right, last call. Paul is out in SI, Staten Island, on the Fan in New York. My last call tonight.
Hey, Keith. Great to hear you on the radio, man. You're my favorite.
Thank you.
I just want to bring up, I'm sure you heard a couple years back, Judge talking about how he went outside of the organization for his swing coach. Yes. And I just don't understand the swing and miss on this team. They haven't had all these position players, Judge, which they didn't even think was going to be great, and now Rice. But other than that, man, they got nothing. They are not developing players. They're not teaching the contact. It's brutal. And no one talks about it. I mean, they do great with the pitchers, but the hitting is brutal.
Yeah, it's brutal across the league. Batting average is down, but you're still seeing the Otto Lopez's of the world from the Marlins again emerge, and there are guys that can hit. They got to go get them. They're not developing them, so go get them. They're not developing the guys that can come out and put bat to ball and string together hits. Everybody is swinging for the fences without Judge. I say everybody's trying to be Judge, right? Without Judge, everybody wants to hit the big home run. Whether it's Jazz trying to hit the big home run, whether it's Wells swinging for the fences, and then obviously Ben Rice has had an amazing year, but he can't be expected to carry. He's a young guy. They have to shake up this team again, right? The run-it-back Yankees running it back so far, the sample size, not good enough. So forget the run-it-back, okay? Plan B. Trade some guys, shake some stuff up.
I'm sorry. Is Stephen Kwan still even remotely available? Because I thought he would have been a great fit for this team.
Yeah, we were talking about Stephen Kwan for Dominguez. I don't know. I haven't even been paying attention to what Stephen Kwan is doing this year. I think he's having a down year, and I don't know if we want him. But maybe if we got him, he would play better here. Who wants to be stuck in Cleveland?
All right, Keith. Be good, man. Let's go Yankees.
Thanks for the call, Paul. Thanks for everybody that came out to the Javits Center Fanatics Fest 2026. Rocking here at the WFAN Bodega. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay tuned. I believe Emmanuel Berbari is coming up next. Keith McPherson out of here. I'll see you guys soon.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Training camp is right around the corner. And nobody gets you ready for football season like WFAN.
It's a good variety of coverage.
From roster moves to quarterback questions to the biggest stories in the NFL, our experts have you covered. Get ready for Kickoff 2026 on WFAN.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities?